Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to some Limbus company. Dude, are you guys hyped for the new Canto? I sure am. I'm ready to get rocking. Let's do this, right? This is gonna be sick. I really love the new art, by the way. Like, I don't think we've had a bad season's art for like main menu screen. But this one's pretty fucking good. I just wish I knew what Zhang Huayin meant. I don't know Chinese that well. Although I think I know what the middle character is. We'll go with that one. Pretty sure. I'm either smooth braining it and saying night or death. I'm pretty sure. You can check that one really quickly if you want to. By just scribbling it out. It's pretty straightforward though. In fact, we could do that real quick here. We'll just bring up good old Google Translate and sketch this out real quick just to demonstrate that it's probably that one. Let's go. Main window. And write this stuff. Alright, bum 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 bum. Oh, like, oh, it's flower. I'm a smooth brain. See, I told you I was smooth brain. I'm like, I recognize this character, but I don't know. Like, I haven't practiced any of my kanji in a while. All right, it's flower. Damn. Well, we'll live. All right, let's get started. Let's go. Oh, it's like I recognize this one. It's not quite death, but that's close enough. Flowers of something. I don't know the other two characters at all. I had like 3 in mind. I had like 3, 4 in mind for the other one. Anyway, I don't think chat can see my mouth, but I think we'll live. The middle character, Hua. Flower seems good. Let's go. I'm so excited to start this new Canto. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with Honglu, since I feel like with Don Quixote, one of the things that made it like slightly less amazing is like you knew how going into it they were going to be in like huge amounts of denial, whereas here I have no clue what Honglu's reaction to any of this is. Like, is Honglu going to have a mental breakdown halfway through? Like, I don't even know if he's going to do that. The guy seems like he doesn't give a shit, but it's not like, it doesn't come off as like him being deluded. He's kind of, it just feels like he's an airhead, you know? And if they're like an airhead, like, you know, like, at what point is he gonna have like take anything like super seriously? That like so rarely happens. I thought there was like a new XP farming node coming out. I think there is, but you have to unlock it. Oh, it might be coming out in a couple weeks or so. Okay, that might be it. It might be coming out in a week or two. I know they announced that there was a new XP farming node coming out, so we'll think about what to do. She's piercing. Why is she piercing? I wanted to level her, but she's piercing. Like, why you gotta be like this? I thought you'd be blunt. You're using your fists, but you're piercing. Anyway, we're just gonna do like an XP node, because you gotta spend your XP. You gotta collect XP at some point, right? As excited as I am. I also want to make sure I have enough XP, because we gotta level people, like an extra everyone has to go up like 5 levels, right? And I'm not quite sure what team we want to run. I had a few ideas. I don't have like a full Tremor team. I really like Muller Otis, but I do not have a Tremor team ready to rock. Like, that's just not gonna happen. Damn bad hand for you, isn't it? Although in theory she could. No, wrong. I was thinking negative for some reason. I was thinking you. He'll eventually win, right? And Claire will eventually win as long as he has like a decent potential roll. He just crushes. He eventually just says, F it, and crushes, right? Not so with everyone else. Few other people gotta work for their victory, for their W's, you know? here. Yeah, Molar Otis is actually quite fun. Last 2 heads. Live. Yeah, Molar Otis is like really fun. Does a ton of damage, very easy to use. You can store her good cards so she doesn't end up discarding bad ones. And you go on a streak of being fairly useful. If you get like 1 replacement card in Mirror Dungeons, you're usually just set. Like, you don't need to replace 5 skills to never have a bad day. You just need to replace 1 or 2. Like, it makes a huge difference. That's a thought. How close do we want to play to the edge of our sanity? Well, you know me. This isn't a serious fight. We go right to the wire. Go. 37, close enough. I also turned off, in case you're wondering, and Claire does not have any egos equipped. I don't want him blowing up my team. He'll just CC himself if he goes to -45 right now. You know, I might be playing him aggressively, but I'm not suicidal. I don't want to randomly lose a farming node of all things. Yeah, that one would be awkward. Well, we get extra 5 levels, so maybe the farming node. If we get an extra 5 levels, which I haven't put on the team yet, since I haven't decided who my #1 team is. I feel like I have a good bleed team. Like, bleed is undeniably very strong, and I have a strong bleed team. But like with Fire-Faced Gregor and the new Don Quixote, like there might be some competition there, right? That's what I'd like to see. That's what I'd like to see. 31, 41. Oh, I want to throw big cards though. It could be the last turn if we co-pardon them. It could be the last turn. It could also not be, but like, who's gonna believe that? Yep, Solemn Lament also seems good. Never a bad day for Solemn Lament. Although these guys have pretty high sanity, so it's probably not going to be that great. It's better when you have when the enemies have low sanity, right? So I always try to step on the gas turn 5, see if I can get a little bit more out of my heroes. We'll see. If you can end it turn 5, it'd be nice, right? I mean, they got some good staggers. That's a... Oh, already whiffed on coin. We're whiffed the first coin flip. It's okay, Cobium. Damn, no extra coin flips. Yeah, it ain't going well. I did not roll that well. 67. We could have done 67 to 1 person with a red card. Oh well. Will he get sanity from that kill? Not enough, apparently. Alright, well. This is why we take off egos from him, so he doesn't blow us up. Yeah, fire might be fun, I think. Like, bleed is obviously strong. I mean, we got all 4 vampires. We got, like, Captain Ishmael and something else. We can... Captain Ishmael and Yisan. Like, that's not going to be a bad team at any point. I wonder if our burn team is going to work, though. Like, let's swap down to burn. This is probably burn configured for Mirror Dungeon. We'll do this. We don't have burn configured for story. Yeah, something like that could work pretty well. I was actually, like, moderately disappointed in this, Ismail. He's not too crazy. And again, the Faust was there. I don't know. Fire Fist is spicy. Rhodia is spicy. I assume this good old Dawn's gonna be spicy. Let's do this. Nerve Strike Don Quixote. I haven't actually used this Dawn, so it's gonna be a fun adventure, I think.
저쪽 신사분께서 긴급 대리 결투를 의뢰하셔서 말일세. 본인 살짝 실례 좀 하겠네.
Look, let's go. We're warming up. Really, does that truly find this acceptable I'm in the midst of a meal. Well, we both know how busy you association fixers are. I hope I'm not taking up too much of your lunchtime. Worry they not, only the most heartless few shall refuse thee in spite of thy manners. The child fixed her grip on the chopsticks as she reassured the interviewer. Then she grabbed a large bundle of noodles and veggies with her chopsticks, raised them before her excited eyes. Get your ass back here. All the while, chairs, utensils, and all kinds of miscellaneous sundries were being flung about in the background. A meal is a meal indeed, yet I'm worried thou mayest be putting thyself in unnecessary risk in this kazan, or tavern. Oh, don't worry, it's not the rarest sight for interviewers like me. I worked out a lot at the association gym when I was growing up, so I'm not really unfamiliar with this kind of stuff. Wait, the Sync Association gym, or is there like a general purpose association gym? Now I'm curious. Oh, thou art quite the brave one. Watch the head. Thanks for the heads up. Good, very good. I shall answer thee earnestly to whatever question thou wouldst like to ask. Proceed. Passing viewer, who might only catch a glimpse of the child's composed discussion with the reporter, it might appear to be nothing more than a peaceful interview over lunch. But the pair of them were surrounded by utter destruction, wrought by an ongoing tavern brawl regardless of their seeming lack of involvement. If they weren't moving out of the way from unfortunate projectiles, one could almost forget the entire Kazan was embroiled in violent fisticuffs. So our magazine's trying to run a special on the Sync Association. I'll write the interviewer structure they use for all the Sync Association stuff. We intend to focus on comparing the Sync Association branches to one another. It is true. The Sync of the West and South have gained certain notoriety amongst the press. I see you always try to keep up to date with the news. Forsooth, 'tis an indispensable quality of a true fixer to remain acutely aware of the going-ons of the world. The child thought for a moment about mentioning how she only reads the sections discussing fixer businesses, but she did not feel it meant necessary to mention that. I mean, Dawn's made her achievement. She's a fixer now. She has enough worldly experience to know that sometimes some things were better left unsaid. It's more like they didn't ask, so you don't bother telling them, because things that aren't fixers aren't important, right? So cool, let's get to the questions, shall we? Okay. Heard the Sync West, which is where your headquarters is, and the Sync East, the branch you work for, operate very differently. What differences might there be? Well, I never availed the opportunity to visit the association headquarters. I have indeed heard much. It's said that they always carry a sword with them. Verily, it appears they were bound by countless rules, such as traditions on how one must wield their bladed instrument. In contrast, I say our eastern branch is relatively free to do as we will. We may indeed wield weapons should we choose to do so, yet we are free all the same to not. Of course, it's true we prefer a much more intimate distance than the one that might be availed by use of swords. With that, the child raised her wrist. She was wearing a thick, luminescent bangle or bracelet of sorts there. It appeared as though it had been carved straight from solid jade. Ah, that's what you call viridescent pyrojade, right? Ah, so thou art a learned one, verily! This bangle is what superheats my gloves. Most material melts simply before its heat. She's only wearing one glove. That's why you don't throw your gloves. Ah, thou must be speaking of the tradition which my colleagues in the headquarters declare an intent to duel. Indeed, the East operates differently in the matter as well. Instead of chucking an object, we prefer to politely state one's name and affiliation before engaging in combat. Yes, I've seen a lot of that around here, come to think of it. Yes, forsooth, I do find a certain charm in the methods of the West or the South. So this isn't exactly relevant, but, what a delicacy this is. Oh, do you speak thy mind? You've been shaking your leg like a lot this time. Is there something wrong? Oh, thou asked if aught is wrong? Nay, verily. It is but an unshakable habit of mine. You're looking a bit anxious. The child was indeed anxious. Perhaps it was frustration, not anxiety. The fight she had no choice but to sit on her hands and watch was rather one-sided. Were she free to do as her heart commands, she would not hesitate a moment to enact her version of justice and leap into the fray in defense of the losing side. But the core of the Sync Association was to be a proxy in duels, nothing more. Well, I had thought I should be contracted to duel in their stead about now. This particular client appeareth quite delayed in making a request. What? Allow me to put it this way. To be an audience of such an unfairly one-sided battle maketh one's blood boil, no? Oh, you can't wait to duke it out with that guy, huh? Why? I shan't speak so lightly of this matter. There's no justice to be found in battles without balance. Yet as a member of the association, I cannot act in lieu of a contract. Child's voice crawls to a stop. And in her words, the interviewer senses a familiar story from long past. You remind me of another story from a few years ago where a complete newcomer to the sink went about making a ruckus, like she was some kind of vigilante. Verily, thou mustn't compare my present self to that naive past. For I'm a changed person. I leap not into the fray at the first sight of injustice. I've learned the art of patience. The clang? This was no less a mistake than it was when the brawler accidentally flung a household item in her direction. The brawler, now certain of his victory, unsheathed his blade and tripped on an errant piece of wood on the ground. Unfortunately for him, he began to fall toward the child. Now behold, mine utter impeccable poise and nonchalance in this circumstance that is by all accounts quite pointy. And the child grabbed the sword into a practiced motion. What? A sink fixer? The virescent pyrojade emits a bright glow and the blade melts like candy on a hot day. Now that I have thine attention, indeed I am. Spectacle is more than sufficient to have every patron recognize her presence. The man who was on the losing side of this heavily skewed battle quickly ran up to the child and pleaded, Lady of the Sink, please accept my contract. Oh, very well, yet I must warn thee, we are behooved to take double the fee for emergency contracts. Such as the one thou requireth from me now? I'll pay triple as long as you can take care of that. Say no more! Consider it done. We shall discuss the matter of coin later. Child jumped from her seat with a look of someone who'd found out that they were to receive a Christmas present. I hail from the third section of the Sink in the east. I, Don Quixote, hereupon inherit this duel. Nice. Guess she just fights with one glove on. The flex on people, maybe? Yep, the level cap is 55. 69! Spicy. That's spicy, Don Quixote. Spicy! Well, I guess we should put at least one person to max immediately. Alright. The spicy Don Quixote. Don't tell me she's not super cute in this getup. Alright, who else is getting a few fun levels? Let's see. 15. Okay, we can put a few people to 5. We'll put most of our burn team to 5. Alas, I don't have the, well, I guess... Do you count Ring Pointillist as a burn ID? I don't really. He's bleed. He's bleed. Let's be real. He can work in a team, and we might end up dragging him into it, but not really that. All right. 55, 55. I should actually put this on Team A. Team A is my usual. It's whatever my default is right now. Usually, like, the best people make it. Let's see. Yeah, not. I'm torn because like the manager for La Mancha Lane is really fun, but I feel like I've used the manager so much that it'd be kind of interesting just to not use the manager, right? Like when a character just feels like a little bit overused, and you're like, what if I brought someone who was like a little different, and just played around with that a bit? That's kind of where that's kind of the vibe I'm feeling. I wish there was a good burn Hong Lu. We got like bleed. Awkward sinking, tremor. Full stop is good. I like full stop. If I had to pick like between these 4 Hong Lus, I think the full stop's good. I haven't really played around with the like low level bleed Hong Lus. I feel like Euro Divi just dies really fast sometimes, and DHE in like short fights takes a while to get off the ground. Full stop never disappoints though. So we're on full stop. Do I want to run Wishing Cairn or Electric Screaming? Bleed. I mean, we're not Bleed or Tremor. We're also not Charge. Think about Wishing Cairn. We'll do something like that. Oh, I haven't used Indicant's Trial. It replaces Sanguine Desire? Yeah, we'll try that. What does the upgrade do? Passive. Let's see. Attack weight based on highest resonance. Heal allies. It's a heal that does burn. Searing Birdcage. If the unit has burn, wrath resistance +1 for every stack, cannot exceed 2.0. For an end, gain bind equal to stack next turn, halve the stacks. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll take that. Oh my. I think I'll take that. That's gonna be fun. Rhodia's fun. Who else is going on our burn team today? We're running a story burn team. I haven't actually.
It's me, Roland from Librarune on the Nintendo Switch.
Oh, thanks for the sub, my dude. We're just about to start the story. I'm kind of swapping into a burn team for this, since I feel like bleed is a bit overdone. Bleed feels overdone. That said, it's hard to say no to some of the really good characters. Some of the really good characters, it's hard to say no to. That's a Monty Python reference. Oh, the ego? Indicant's Trial? I hadn't thought of it. Oh, the goose? Oh, okay. We're saying like a Holy Grail reference where the witch weighs as much as a duck? Dude, that scene's dope. I didn't actually think of it like that, but you're right. They're burning a witch and there's a random duck. I hadn't actually thought about that. My first thought when I saw this was like, was the like peace is never an option meme from like the Untitled Goose Game. Yeah, Monty Python's great. All of their movies are good, but that's their best. Every scene in that movie is so good. Actually, no, there's like 2 scenes in that movie that aren't good, but almost every scene in that movie is good. Almost every scene. I think the second time you see the... And then suddenly the animator had a heart attack. Yeah, that was good. 2 scenes I don't like, but the rest I think are really good. And one of the scenes is the barber scene in the opening. I only think it's bad because it's not funny the second time. Okay, what do we want for a team? I think obviously we want to run like our 3 favorite egos. Like I like Magic Bullet. I just like Magic Bullet, the ego. That shit's fun. I prefer playing with Muller Office, but that's not gonna work. So we're gonna run Magic Bullet Otis instead. Magic Bullet Otis. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm leveling this Hong Lu not because he's essential in some team, but because it would feel weird not to have Hong Lu present for his own event, right? That's like missing your own birthday. Like, you bring the most fun. Like missing your own birthday. We bring the Hong Lu. You have Dawn Office Sinclair? Yeah, I do. Okay. Let me think. We do have healing. We don't have sanity restoration. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could do like this team. And then probably like number 1 backup is going to be like a Faust of some description, simply because sanity restoration's good. LBC. Yeah, we could run this. We could run LCE. We could run LCE Faust. Right, can I fit all the XP onto these people? Let's see. I'm a little low on XP, considering level 55 costs so much. That's okay. I will get Sinclair to like 50... What is this? 51? Good enough. 52. Alright. So she's not your healer. Oh, because she can off herself early. Wait, I like this. The fight starts. Sanity restoration. Kaboom. Move on with life. I like it. I like the way we're thinking. We can use this as healer though, because like oh shoot, I'm running Armshank instead. I was gonna say technically this heals, and Hexnail heals as well. So they're like expensive heals, but we have them. Sinclair also sort of has a heal. Lantern's also expensive, but also heals. Like we got heals. We just don't have sanity restoration. Incandescent trial heals, yep. Yep. And then we have AoE. Quixote is going to be doing AoE, even though this is better with the manager. I mean, whatever. The art for this is peak, but Gardens of Thorns heals. I did not get Garden of Thorns. The season was ending, so I bought everything the season had except for Fell Bullet Yusang. I figured I could skip on that one. It's quite funny. I just like picked up I picked up the, I think with like the last of my general coins I got like the Don Quixote. Don has 2 heals. Don has 2 heals and I'm not rocking them. I guess that's on me. It was my first WA, Garden of Thorns. Honestly, I don't have a WA for him, so that wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't even be bad, because, like, I think Gregor has some really good egos in the first place. I like Suddenly One Day is very cheap for what it does. Like, it's a 28 clash. That's so high. Like, a 28 clash is really good for, like, a low-level ego. This restores... Oh, I said we had no sanity restoration. I lied. This restores sanity and only gets better with ego progression. I was actually going to say this thing's clash value is low, but it does restore sanity. Dawn's base ego and her wall heals her. Yes. But I mean like party-wide healing. If we were concerned about healing, we could just run like vampires and then be like, oh yeah, like Don Quixote is healing. She just heals herself every time she attacks. I was more thinking like, what do I do if someone else gets injured? I completely forgot Bygone Days could restore sanity. Oops. And then Solemn Lament turns around and drains it all. Good stuff. Okay. We don't need Cavernous Wailing, so I guess we'll leave Lasso. I don't think Lasso's that good with no Rupture. But Cavernous Wailing at least clashes decently? I don't know. Oh wait, we got Effervescent Corrosion now, and it clashes really high. Never mind, we're going this way. Do we have any green in this team? No, we're gonna find out. Let's go. Alright, welcome to the Surrendered Witnessing. Ishmael Bygone Days is a heat. Homeward Bound. Oh, we're starting with a fight. First chapter fight. And you might notice I'm already low. I automatically, when I signed in this afternoon during lunch, immediately converted it all to the thingies. On autopilot. Good times. Alright. Oh, yeah. I guess I could bring that as support. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna have to reorder these, so let's do this. Alright. We bring the new shiny person. It's tough to pick between Art or Blossom. I think I go with Dawn Office. I guess this would fit the burn theme. But if things are going so bad that we need it, is it really a good choice? I don't know, we'll see. If things are going so poorly that we need like our 7th or 8th person, I feel like things have gone poorly already. To the point where you're just like, yeah, you're probably doomed. That's fine, let's not worry about it too much. I guess she gets 30 starting sanity, which is workable. Alright, let's go. I did not actually check if I can farm my resources. Let's reverse this for 1 second. Can I fund? I can fund things, that's not too bad. I just wanted to check that I had enough to like actually fund egos. This part has 19 nodes? Okay. That's fine. I got like 70 Encephalon blocks. We'll live. Flowers wilt, petals fall, and a drizzle of blossoms, sky blotting. Colors fade, fragrance dies, but who shall mourn their passing? To the garden I go, in hand a flower rake. So I haven't read, what is it, like Beyond the Red Room? I haven't read Honglu's book, but I want to guess this is either a direct quote or the opening lines to the book. Only to pace, lest crushed, the scattered blossoms I'm... Red Mansion. Thus in this troubled world I breathe. I wonder if the translation is any good. There are some Chinese books that have really, really good translations. I know there's a couple modern sci-fi novels that are pretty good. They're supposed to be like really good that were originally written in Chinese. But really old novels like this one, really old texts like this one, may not be the easiest reads, as the translation probably feels dated. Like, as interesting as Don Quixote is, I don't think it's like the best read you've ever read. At least like the currently popular translations. At my eyes is my sole reprieve. Little Bao Yu must have walked into tirelessly on your journey home. This is a new person, Jia Mu. Old lady. Don's fairly modern compared to some of the heroics. Yeah, that's also true. But Don Quixote is also written in Spanish, so it's also a translated work that's also fairly dated. Yeah, Don Quixote, dude, that book did a lot of work. I'm just saying it's not like if you read it, I think I read like the first half of it a couple months ago, as I knew parts of the story but I didn't know the whole thing. It wasn't the best read. It definitely, like, you feel it's like reading Shakespeare, except it's not in rhyme. It's in like prose, whereas Shakespeare is like written in rhyme. And so, but you feel the age of the literature you're reading. One of those things where like the prose feels intentionally, or it feels like, I think it's somewhat intentionally, but it feels dated. A translated copy of Don Quixote. Google is your friend, and there are several translations of it that have had the copyright expire on it. If you're looking for another language, though, I can't help. You can definitely find it. I might look it up later. I'm not gonna look it up right now on stream. I might send you. I might post. I could probably find a copy and post a link in Discord or something after the stream. I wouldn't say I suffered much, grandmother. My days were always filled with new, interesting things to see. Though to find a version of it in the Library of Congress. Yep, they archived a lot of things. What are they talking about? So I wonder, we're at like a banquet, right? I wonder if the Limbus company crew who isn't Honglu are all doing that awkward thing where you just hang out in like one corner as a group, or if they're mingling. Yo, what up, my dude? What are they talking about over there? Sitting so far apart I can hardly hear them. I mean, is this even a dining table? I can't even see who's sitting at the other end from here. Yeah, it's one of those really big ones. The banquet hall dining tables, classic stuff. That said, the only thing that should matter to you is whether or not you're forced to sit at the end of the table or near the head. I.e., how much do they hate you? It was hard to like actually read it. Yeah. The prose feels. There are many translate. It's in like a printer like scan format. That's not too great. Yeah. LSE does scan their books, but yeah. I might look around. Later for a copy that's a bit easier. There's also several different translations that may or may not maintain the style of written word, because Don Quixote doesn't speak in like present day English. They intentionally. I think the translations that seem to be more popular, more well liked among people who like the novel, are the ones that keep like Don Quixote's awkward ass prose. Because Don Quixote is like obviously speaking. Don Quixote is speaking in like old Spanish for the people of that time. Like they're doing the ye old language in time period we would consider where you use that the actual ye old stuff. All right. If you were to put the pages individually in a copy machine and scan it, that's what it looks like? Yeah. I mean, it's a good way to preserve the book, the character and quality of the book. It's a good way to preserve the book itself, but not the experience of reading it. He speaks like how medieval knight. He speaks like how the writer thinks a medieval knight would stereotypically speak, because half of that stuff is something he invented. Yeah, the writer invented. Yeah. For sure. Good stuff. Is there anything bothering you, dear guests? This humble servant can help with any... Oh, wait, there's something bothering me, alright? We're in the middle of a meal. Can you please stop? No, nope, not at all. Nothing's bothering us at all. Everything's good. Now, bow you, my boy. When will you introduce me to your new friends? Oh, I like her outfit. I was gonna say she seems cute, but I want to hold that. I want to hold that thought, because I also don't know who we're gonna end up fighting. It's like, is she gonna be a heinous villain? I don't want to feel bad about this. I don't want these conflicting feelings. All right. Oh boy, I never know how to act in front of others' parents. Where do I look? Is this an appropriate size for a polite smile? I hope I don't come off too smarmy. Oh, it's nothing to fuss over. Think of this as your own place and enjoy your time here. I like the background they got going on here. Like, they got the dragon statues, the banners hanging. It's very... the design feels like somewhat stereotypical, but I like their the tasteful color palette. Like, they stuck with their red and gold, and it's on all the decorations with like some wood paneling. There's no strange splashes of color.
Thank you.
Woohoo, thank you. This place is so huge I can hardly relax. I'm worried I might get lost going out for a cup of water. Oh, don't worry, we have stray people shelters located all around the house for that exact reason. Our servants visit them once a month to collect anyone who unfortunately got lost if they're still alive. How big is the place? We have shelters for people who get lost. Oh goodness. I like how he's not even concerned. He's like, oh yeah, there's like stray person shelters if you get lost. Just chill out in one of them and hopefully don't die. Honglu, that has to be the funniest joke you've ever told. It's Honglu, he rarely jokes. I wasn't joking, but I'm glad you enjoyed it anyway. Yep. Honglu, not the kind of person to joke around that often. Or, well, it's usually really obvious when Honglu's joking. Or it should be. I must ask Honglu, for I spy no other sibling of yours here. This is quite odd, for I thought this to be a welcoming party for your return. Hey, it's my welcoming party too! Oh, Gia's here! Did she catch a ride on the bus? I know we were right at the bus. Like, the scene ended, for anyone who doesn't remember. The last scene we saw with these guys, we had attempted to ally ourselves with Shichun, and got a call from Limbus Company as we were boarding the bus that said, make Honglu win the ceremony, right? Instantly shattering our alliance because we were planning on working with her and getting her the victory. Besides, what makes you think we'd ever want to see their stupid faces just to get mad? It's been like 10 whole years since we even shared a meal together. Oh, and don't even think about trying to chat me up. Did you already forget what I said earlier?
난 이제 너희들과
There's nothing between us anymore. We're enemies. Thanks. Thanks, company leadership.
우리가 먼저 말을 걸었나?
Did we initiate the conversation there?
저는 우리 포기가
I'm simply so glad my son Bao Yu. Oh, it's Hong Lu's mom?
이렇게 제 몫을
Alright,
하는
alright, alright.
사람
He's returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight, and unharmed too.
말할 게 없습니다.
Don't worry, the trauma is coming.
그러니
So dear Bao Yu.
재촉할 생각은 없지만
I don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
출가 날짜는 언제?
I'm so glad he's come home. I don't want to be rude, but when are you leaving? It does seem a weird one. They killed the music to make it obvious how awkward it is for everyone, right?
아직 정해진 건 없어요.
Nothing's been decided yet, Mother.
그렇고
We just had a... Did we just have a cut into Ishmael? Where she says nothing?
머물러 있다가는 네 소임을 다하지 못하고
I see.
저물까봐 염려스럽단다.
I'm simply concerned that were your stay here to be prolonged, perhaps you might fade before your duties are completed.
가모님도 그렇게 생각하지 않으십니까?
Do you not also agree, Venerable Jiamu?
그래.
Indeed.
우리의 둘도 없는
Venerable, that's a nice way of saying old here.
이 속세에 남아 있지 말고 때가 되면 다시 떠나 그 가치를 다하거라.
Dear Bao Yu, our peerless treasure. Tarry not over long in this mundane world, leave when the time is right, and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요. 할머니.
Okay, grandmother, mother. Damn, she must be really old. I'm sure the city has anti-aging stuff, right? Like, it's gotta have some high-tech anti-aging stuff. So if you're a member of if you're like a high-ranking member of H Corp, you're probably wealthy enough for anti-aging stuff, right? Especially because they deal with like mutagenic tonics and stuff. No background music still. Noticeable. Throughout the entire familial discussion, Honglu's expression remained the same in that tranquil, perpetual smile. Despite his return after years of wandering being met with the family's obvious push to make him leave as soon as possible, he stands unaffected as though he were expecting this gaudy yet hollow welcome. With his attitude being so passive, I also had no choice but to watch as a bystander. A few hours ago. Ah, here we go, the flashback. How do we get to the banquet hall?
이제 곧 가마가 오겠군요.
The palanquin will be here soon.
가마.
A palanquin?
여기는 무슨 가마를
That sounds like a
타고
fancy
있는데.
ride.
그치 그래.
Isn't that just super, Greg? Yeah, Sod. Are we getting a palanquin or whatever it's called to give us a ride all the way to the mansion? Or are we carrying Hong Lu to the mansion? Are we carrying Hong Lu to the mansion? The usual comedy pair's desperate efforts to lighten the mood are particularly appreciated today, as tragically ineffective as they seem to be.
네. 여러분들과 가시춘 씨는 H사의 주요 가문의 일원이 거주하는
Yes, the LCB and Jia Shichun will be heading to Guanyuan, where one of the most prominent families of H Corp reside. The Guanyuan is called the Grandview Garden. Interesting. I don't think they use I would say it's furigana for like the Japanese translation. I don't know what they call it in English though. Like they have the official text and they have the literal translation of the text. All right, cool. If they've sent a whole palanquin to pick us up, does Honglu's family already know he'll be participating in the family hierarch war?
아니요.
No, it's unlikely they're aware. After all, it can be assumed that the most likely reason the company waited until the last minute to relay us this was to minimize the chance of information leakage.
그저 귀한
Therefore, it would be correct to presume the palanquin in here is merely as a gesture of welcome for Honglu and Jia Shichun's return.
그런 만큼 가마를 타고 갈 수 있는 건 초대를 받은 여기 홍루
Which means only the invited Honglu, Jia Shichun, and their factions can ride the palanquin to Guanyuan.
LCCB 팀과
Unfortunately, this means LCCB, Virgilius, and Karen won't be able to join you on this journey. Oh, sorry to hear that, Sob.
아쉽네요.
It also means you're probably not going to die, right? You'll disappear? Get fridged for the rest of the arc? Too bad. It would have been nice if we could all go there together.
항상 이런 식이지. 우리 집 여기 있는 사람들 다 재워도 티도 안 날 만큼 넓으면서.
Just as petty as I expected from the seniors of our family, would it kill them to house a handful more people in that humongous park of a house? It's not like they'd notice the difference.
어머나, 그 말은 좀 감동인걸요? 가시춘 씨도 저희와 헤어지는
Oh, touching. Looks like Miss Gia Shichun thinks she'll miss us too.
방금 전에 시원하게 내 뒤통수에
What a thing to say to my face after that shameless backstabbing.
소리가 얄밉네. 애초에
Awkward.
가주대전에 참가한다는
Do any of you even comprehend what it means to participate in the family hierarch war? No, no, we do not. We have no clue what's going on. Alright.
우리가 가주 심사
Do you even understand why we call it a war when the official name for it is an evaluation?
말하고 다니는 거라 생각하는 거야.
Competitive evaluation.
너희는 이제부터
You're risking your lives by getting involved in this. Once you get in there, you'll be stalked at every turn by people looking to kill you. Well, you know, tell me something new. Including me.
객잔의 일을 벌써 잊었어?
Remember how Wei saved your life back at that fake Kazan?
목숨줄을 지키고
Now imagine the same scenario, except this time, it could be Wei who's there to kill you.
직접 목숨줄을 끊는 암자로 찾아갈 수 있다는 거야.
미리 유감이라는
I must say ahead of time, it's truly a regrettable turn of events.
당신들에게는
I didn't wish to have to fight against any of you, but... Wei looked at us with an unfamiliar and cold, intense glare. We feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page there. That awkward laughter.
반대로 말해서
This means I'm also fair game. You could stab me in the back again. Literally this time. It's not my fault. We tried to make an alliance.
아니요. 그럴
I'd never even dreamed of doing something like... Yes, Shichun ignored Sinclair's anxious pleas and looked straight towards Honglu.
마음을 바꿀 마지막 기회일 수도 있어.
This could be the last chance to change your mind, brother.
나는
I didn't invite you to join my faction with a light heart.
하는 게 아니야. 하물며 가주대전은 그렇게 쉽게 한다만다를
Besides, it's a family hierarch war. It's not something you can just flippantly decide you want to participate.
네가 그렇게 살아왔듯이
I know the life you've lived, Shichun.
나 역시도 어렸을
I also grew up hearing those countless tales about the family hierarch war, just as you did.
없이 들으면서 살아왔잖니. 그러니
So the weight we're feeling must be the same.
무게감은
He's just better at hiding it. Or letting it go. He's one step closer to Nirvana.
그래.
Right.
여리게 남아
So this is where our tenuous alliance really ends.
여기서 끝인 거네.
The guy with the robotic head in the like the Chinese top. That looks pretty cool. I like it. Interesting background character.
뭐 상관없어.
Well, not like I care. It did drag on a little too long for a temporary alliance forged out of convenience.
튼튼이긴 했지. 원래대로
We're just going back to how things used to be, that's all. Don Quixote hasn't said a word. Are the writers trying to hold us in suspension? Or is Gia actually pissed enough to overlook that scene with Don Quixote?
그럼
That's fine by me. I think that's enough chit chat with you then. Alright. That's what you want. Oh, Shichun.
뭐
What?
가문의 사람들에게는
Don't tell the family I'll be participating. will you?
하지 말아줄 수 있겠니? 당분간은
I was told to keep it a secret for now.
이제 와서 그런 부탁을 한다.
Tell me one reason I should do you that favor now. For someone who supposedly doesn't care, Shichun appears rather hurt as she took a moment to glare at Honglu, biting her lower lip. And then suddenly strode right up to him.
이게 정말 오빠의 선택은 맞아?
Is this even your call, brother?
아니면
Or are you following their orders?
시켜서 하는 것뿐이야?
Yeah, Shichun gestured towards the rest of us with her chin.
내가 가주대전에 참가하는 건 이미 정해진 일일 텐데 그걸 궁금해하는 거라면
Our participation in the family hierarch war is already decided. If you're still curious to know why, then...
시춘 너는 내 선택이라는 것에 중요한 의미가 있다고 생각하는 거야?
Shichun, do you believe my choices carry any significant meaning?
아, 또 그렇게 나오겠다는
Oh, I see. It's this crap again.
가주대전이 어떤 의미인지 알면서 내가 왜 그런 걸 물어봤는지 모르겠다고?
You already know what participating in the war means, but you just have no idea why I'd ever ask you something like that, hmm?
대답은 됐어?
Ah, looks like I don't need to hear your reply. There's no point trying with you anymore. Isn't that like her standard opinion of Honglu? It's like, I don't know why I bother.
그런 얄팍하고 허튼
At least I'll have fun watching how far you get with that shallow, meaningless attitude of yours. Hey, wait. Shishun appeared pretty distressed after that exchange. I was about to say something when Pilot, who'd been fiddling with the radio behind Soud, began shouting urgently.
과장님, 곧 가마한대가 도착한답니다.
Manager thought a palanquin's been seen heading this way?
어제를 생각하면
I'd like to chill a bit today. Yesterday was rough. Let's head over so we can at least relax on the way there.
아니,
Nope, we're taking this one.
탈게. 어차피 양보해주는 거엔 도가 텄을 거 아니야, 오빠.
Oh, the pre-orders for Stellar Blade are out. Well, if we're gonna... Oh, thanks for the drink, my friend. If we're gonna play Stellar Blade... I'd pick that up. It's coming out on, what, the 11th? Might be a nice, relaxing change of pace. And presumably not a super long game, right? It's an action adventure, so it's probably gonna be like 20 to 40 hours.
그런 게 어딨어?
The heck do you mean? Come on, let's do this. Fair and square. Like, rock, paper, scissors? Oh, okay. I actually wanted to hear what they said. For rock, paper, scissors, but alright.
가위바위보로 결정하자고 하지 그래?
Ooh, sure, why not decide the next hierarch with a game of rock, paper, scissors too? How's that? I mean, Rhodio's a gambling addict, what do you expect? Rock, paper, scissors, she'll take that game. Ishun gave us a wry grin before leaving. Wei followed her wordlessly. And I thought we were finally making some friends out here. We were, and then the company ruined it for us. Look over here. A group waiting for a palanquin? One of them must be the candidate the client told us about.
저쪽에서
Everyone, there's a group of hostile-looking people coming our way.
후보를 노리고 습격을 지시한 자가
Yihua is unlikely to be the only one who's going after the other candidates.
관리자님.
Executive manager, we best take care of them before the next palanquin arrives.
줄들을
Ah, this is how we get our fight. Alright. And we'll play that video in a second. What can we do, right? What can you do? Like, let's play our first fight. Our first exciting fight of the new Canto. Excuse me, what? That's not 6 people. Oh yeah, I have Ricardo announcer on. This isn't 6 people, guys. I can count. 3, 6, 7. We're running 7-man teams? Oh. Alright. That's unique. Also, look at those high initiative values. Guess one of them doesn't count as a person? I guess so. Gain shield for every negative type of effect on self. Alright, well, I'll set him on fire. I'll set him on fire because he's not able to clash. Damn, starting with a 16? I mean, we can start with spicy cards too. That works, that works. Watch it. I assume 23 is her. Bonus damage for every nerve strike. If target has nerve strike, gain additional poise. Point power plus 1. Wait. Yeah, we'll just do the... Is this our level 1? Wow.
급행이신가?
That is a high clash. 17 on a high. Oh, they're level 45. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, this is a really high clash value. What we got? Imposter among us. Alright, let's see how our burn team goes. Jitney magic bullet, okay. Which of these inflicts burn count? Burn, 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 burn. Is her red card burn count then?
의뢰비는 좀더 비싸.
Ah, there's no source of burn count on this. Interesting. There's poise count, but there's no burn count? Maybe skill provides, or maybe the passive provides it? Nope, there is no source of burn count. Interesting. They're all in on that damage. Okay, that's cool. I hear the character's good anyway, so like, it doesn't matter. I'm just surprised that there's no burn count on it. You don't really need like a ton of burn count though, right? Like, pretty easy to function without burn count. One by flame, sure. Guys I think are weak to slash, which no one on the team is actually doing.
한 번에 끝낸다.
I know the fight said early on that it was a slash fight, but I don't think I have anyone other than Sinclair as a partial slash character. Said if we get some purple cards out, we'll be rocking, right? I wonder if they'll do 7-man fights for all of these encounters. That would be kind of cool. I guess I'll just raise Magic Bullet as high as I. Oh, we have no sanity. Raising Magic Bullet isn't a great choice. Iridescent. Guess we just keep bonking people all day. I don't think we have like a ton of mobs to fight. It's just 10 guys, right?
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
I feel like the team has the clash guys in you, but like we're 10 levels above them, so like literally anybody could win this fight, right? You don't need like a super aggressive, fast team. You could probably just win rate your way through it, right? They 5 to 10 level advantage. There's not much that's out of your grasp. One person with Nerve Strike. Does Nerve Strike disappear? Gain Clash Power, Base Power, and another Clash Power and Base Power. Oh, so this is Nerve Strike is like an improved version of the duel, right? Expires if it's down against someone else. Yeah, it's just the dual attack. Okay, the dual effect. That's cool. I like that they changed the dual effect around a little bit. Previously, like the dual effect was very samey for the sync. Like you knew most sync characters would have the dual attack as like their ultimate. It'd be like ultimate +1 to clash against this guy. It moves with targets. This one's like does a little bit more. Definitely power craft, but like, you know, it gives you more of an incentive than like the +1 because it grows a little bit, so you really don't want to move it as much. Whereas like Justin Duel being like orange, like the orange skill, like you didn't care too much in battle fights. You probably don't care in this one either, but I don't have the sanity to do that. We have 2 magic bullets. She will friendly fire most of the time. I mean, she'll look good doing it, but she'll still be friendly fire. I guess we're just gonna do delayed burn. Something like that, sure. I knew Don Quixote is alright. I don't think so far I'm like super impressed with her animations, but I do like the outfit she's wearing. Her outfit's got style, but I don't think it's my favorite flame unit's animation. Gregor and Rhodia I think are my favorite burn units in terms of animations. Like the outfit here is really good. The outfit here is really good. But so far I don't think the animations are like too crazy. Okay, Don Quixote is cool anyway. Don Quixote can be carried by her personality and fantastic,
더 이상 식별되는 적은 없습니다.
insanely high levels of drip. Alright. No more signs of enemy reinforcements. Executive manager? Excellent. At least there's an end to them this time. The guys that attacked us when we first got here were endless. That's because we walked right into a trap then. Shallow, but still. Anyway, Shichun appeared pretty hurt by that, didn't she? Well, you gotta give her at least 5 minutes. Like, you literally just agreed to an alliance and then shattered her dreams in, like, the same breath. And it's been, like, 10 minutes.
그런데
She hasn't even had time to think about it or be depressed and get over it. Honestly, though, I get why she feels so betrayed. Yeah.
들었던 홍문
Remember all those stories about Honglu's family we heard? Imagine you're one of their kids thinking that you finally found, like, a potential ally in your family, only for him to pretty much stab you in the back last minute. Yeah.
그러게요. 괜히
It was really awkward for me too, even though I wasn't involved.
뻔했지 뭐예요.
Cloud chimed in nonchalantly as though it wasn't her who pulled the plug on our alliance the last second. Man, yeah, that was like really awkward. It was literally you. Come on, Cloud. Anyway, where's our escort? I can't imagine H-Corp can't afford to send us guards with the palanquin.
호위까지 보내줄 만큼 가족애가 넘.
Oh, if this family loved each other enough to send escorts for their safety, I doubt they'd be holding a cutthroat ceremony like the family hierarch evaluations.
철저한 약육강식의
It's a world where might makes right, where the strong prey on the weak. People won't bat an eye if one of the dozens of candidates is found dead in some ditch on the road.
바닥에 죽어 있다 해도 눈 깜빡하지 않을 테고.
Oh, sorry, Honglu. I must have been running my mouth again without thinking about how that sounds. I don't think Honglu's going to disagree with you, though. Someone usually stops me before I go too far.
개념치 마세요.
Don't worry, you didn't say anything wrong.
저도 다른 집
Took me a while to realize that other families weren't like this, but
했지만 있는 그대로의
there's no reason to be upset by the way things are. Honglu, way too chill for his own good.
확실한 승리였어.
But it is working out for him, so you can't be too mad.
홈파티라도 할까요?
Not bad. But Magic Bullet Otis didn't get to really pop off because she never actually got a clash until like the last turn. I feel like she could have done slightly better. But she'll do really well when we need to start AoEing or in longer fights with tons of AoE because Magic Bullet's good. That's it. I think Sinclair is probably still one of our best DPS. Because Fire Fist doesn't have AoE. And he'll have to reload like the next turn. Right, the bell tolls. That was Homeward Bound now for... But first... What's this, a video? We got, my friend. The Stellar Blade trailer? Oh, okay. I assume I can watch this. So let's go. I'm just gonna mute the, Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute Limbus Company in the background. Okay, this is the Stellar Blade trailer. Oh, the PC features trailer. Are they adding something unique to PC? Let's see.
Rated M for mature.
Oh my god, that's so loud. My ears. My ears. What the heck? It's so loud. They didn't equalize this for shit. Oh, soundtrack for Celebrate's actually really good. Okay, I'm gonna look up MFG. What is MFG? Video processing. Like, what is MFG? No. I'm curious if we are doing frame generation for this. I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious what MFG is. I don't actually know what that stands for. But I was like, FG could be frame generation? Are we running AI frame generation for the new release? Generally AI powered frame generation radically increases the frame rate, as it demonstrates there. It was like it went from 100 to 300 FPS. Generally, frame generation radically raises your frame rate because it interpolates between frames by generating a new frame. But it's currently, like, to my knowledge, it's not like that good. Like, visually. You'd prefer to just have native, like, 100 frames. Unlocked frame rate. Japanese and Chinese voiceovers. Okay, we gotta pick our voice lines, sure. Okay, ultra wides. I'm not playing on ultra wide.
Everybody's got a story. World being how it is. I think I'd already given up by then.
It'll be very different from the monsters you've faced so far.
Is Mon a DLC encounter? 25 new costumes. Oh, high-res textures. No, oh, that is actually a nice improvement. "4K textures, just adding a casual 20 gigabytes to the game. Get those uncompressed textures, the less compressed textures. All right, cool. Yeah, I recall we're going through all the soundtracks for the Game Awards to see like which were actually good. And I thought, you know, going blind because I haven't actually played most of the games that were up for best soundtrack. I think Stellar Blade had the best soundtrack this year. Like, of the new games, it had a really good soundtrack. So I'm interested. We can give it a go. Yeah, I think that could be cool. So thanks for sharing the video, Mila. Let's get back to it. 8-2, the bell tolls. Oh, what up, my dude? We're just entering chapter 2. We're just entering part 2. Not too much has happened. You came at the right time. Kind of just picked. That was like the first part was just the, you know, when we last left our heroes, what was happening. Oh right, we tried to make an alliance, and the second we shook hands on it, we got a message saying, "Oh yeah, fuck the alliance. You're doing something else. In fact, you're gonna be her opponent." And you're like, "Oh, awkward." That awkward moment where you're like, "Hey, want to team up for this competition?" "Yeah, sure." And then your boss calls and tells you and says, "Actually, you're going to be championing one of their rivals. Get to it." So we got a little bit of fallout from that. And that's all we've had. What's that ominous metallic noise? We're kind of waiting for a palanquin to pick us up and take us to Ong's home. The tolling of bells. Bells with resonance unlike that of any other. Normally marked by their clarity. This bell is muddled as if it tolls for ill fortune on the horizon. Oh, it sure is a resounding reminder I'm home again. It's the bell that tolls every once in a while. You can hear its resonance from anywhere in Hongyuan. It's restructuring day. Huh? The restructuring day already? She trails off, unable to finish her sentence as a brutal scene unfolds behind us. Are you guys seeing this? Everyone just disappeared, and it looks like the buildings are shifting again. The buildings are all starting to shift. It was as Ismail said, the buildings all tethered to a complicated network of rails were either rising from or sinking into the earth. Movement has been observed from every building in the vicinity. Everything is changing. The localized shifting of structures we observed yesterday were not as sweeping as this. What you saw last night must have been a premonition of the restructuring day, nudging some buildings to their positions for a smoother overall redistribution of space. I find this restructuring day to be strange. I wonder what the purpose of the reordering is. 'Cause it's like, generally, if you're doing anything like this, you'd want to do it when nobody's out and about. Or nobody you care about, we'll say. Because like having everything, it being like the middle of the day when people are like traveling, doing stuff, is very disruptive. I get, but then again, I guess if they're moving buildings, maybe it's better to do it when people are awake because it'll disrupt everyone's sleep schedules if they're sleeping, which means everyone is unproductive all day the next day. Maybe that's the rationale. Like, okay, well, if we're gonna move all the buildings, like, you would think they'd just say, like, people get used to take some sleeping pills and sleep through it, but maybe that's not viable for some reason or another. Now this is the real deal. That whole mess was just a premonition? It's a remnant of an old H-Corp that was here long, long before the current Hongyuan. This structure's been here for a while, so we can't quite know the nature or the purpose of its singularity, but at the moment... They shift based on current H-Corp's restructuring standards. Oh, the current H-Corp determines it? Like this building looks to be folding in on itself. These ones are on rails shifting this way. This one's rotating. Rotate. Left, right, up, down. Makes sense. Rotation? That doesn't look good. Can you imagine you're just eating at a restaurant? Oh, it's restructuring day. It rotates 90 degrees. And all the food from the kitchen just goes flying at you. Or worse, it turns 90 degrees the other way and you just go flying out the paper windows. Yeah, that would suck. Those who toil and toil have not to fear. Is it not joyous to have a place to rest your feet tonight? Those who weren't to veil the fortune, this is simply the reality to bear. Only choice is to retreat in silence and accept your fate as one might. Await the coming month, ponder how one might save their skin. That would be tragic. I mean, having the buildings in the city rearrange themselves every so many days is probably also awful. Like, it's terrible for navigation. It's terrible for navigation. It's terrible for your business. It's like you might go from being in a really good position, you know, where tons of foot traffic is, to like back streets that literally nobody touches. Like, oh, you go from being a super profitable restaurant to being completely screwed. Or you go from a safe area of the city to gang central and you're like, oh, great. Now I gotta worry if I'm gonna get mugged every time I leave my house. Great. How many shall plummet today? How many shall remain? Hold on, not to all things too tight. For you may lose sight of when to let go and feign ignorance of when you must take flight. The consequence of reassembly for the evicted is an endless plummet. Oh, you can see multiple people. That would be tragic. 1, 2, 3. 3 people dying, at least in this picture. Getting flung out of their houses, straight onto the streets below, to their deaths. That sucks. What a terribly distressing sight to behold, unable to do aught. Is this another one of H-Corp's idiosyncrasies? I don't know, didn't other nests also have their own measures of one's wealth? As T-Corp makes use of time as currency? Exactly, H-Corp's measure of wealth and currency is based on how much space a person owns, measured by a scale they call rooms. Yes. Measure of one's space is the measure of one's wealth. I see. Exactly, so once every month the worth of each person's labor and the quantity of their income are measured to determine how much space they're assigned. They can just kick me out of my home for no reason? What a ridiculous rule is that?
이곳에서 한 번도
Well, it might appear that way to outsiders like us, but the calculations behind these redistributions are meticulously designed and have been here for a long time, so it seems to me everyone accepts them as a natural part of their lives.
사람들은 모두 자연스럽게 받아들이는 것 같더라고요.
그럼 홍루 씨도
Have you seen this happen in person too, Honglu?
이
Restructuring day?
보았죠. 제
I
방에
have.
있는 난간
Sometimes I watch the cityscape from behind the railings of my room.
아주 멀긴
It
했지만
happened far, far away from me, but I could see it all very well. His expression remains tranquil and still as he calmly reminisces. A trip down nostalgia lane just for Honglu. It was like then when he was merely watching the featureless scenery pass him by.
제가 살았던 대관원은
Dongguan, my old home, was never too concerned about the restructuring days.
이곳은 방이
We'd get more rooms some days, but we'd never, ever shrink.
그래서 저는
So I've never been affected by these restructuring days. I only ever witnessed them as they happened beneath me, high up in my room.
너는
You're fine. Well, I doubt there was anything you could have done, but
꼴을 보고도 그냥
you just sat on your hands and watched all this shit. Heathcliff trailed off, but I could see he was gritting his teeth.
가만대가 더 도착한다고 합니다.
Another palanquin's coming?
당신들을 태울 가만.
And there's your ride. I think we've chatted enough. Let's get you guys going.
타러 가시죠.
Thanks, Saud. This is a palanquin? How'd you not see it when... Yeah, picked it up.
네.
Got him one. Yep.
그래도 여럿이서 타도 될 만큼 큰 가마를
Yep, looks like they sent us a palanquin large enough to comfortably seat a big crowd of people together.
아복 도련님이야. 비빈 12분 맞소이까.
Young Master Jia Baoyu and his 12 honored guests, is that correct?
13인데요?
13 to be exact? I thought Saud wasn't invited.
잠깐. 소인이 듣고
I was told young Master Baoyu's faction was just 12 people. Upon hearing that, Saud began aggressively striding towards him, causing the palanquin bearer to shrink in fear.
왜 이렇게 무섭게 다가오시는
Slow down, lady.
12 맞는데요?
We are 12 people. What's wrong?
설마 당신 눈에는 이게 멀쩡한 세가의 인원으로 보이시나요?
I mean, don't tell me this thing looks like a normal contributing member of a clan to you. Are you saying I'm not a person? What? Dad suddenly grabbed my shoulders and presented me before the bearer like I was some product.
이 홍원에서는 흔한 머리는 아니지만
I mean, that's pretty unique. Don't you think I've ever seen anything like it around here in Hongwon? But isn't that just a prosthetic in the shape of a clock? I guess, but still, like...
생각을 좀 해보세요.
Let me ask you something. Can you imagine why anyone in their right mind would stick a clock where their head's gotta go?
하더라도 시계를 머리로
Even if they're hurting for cash? Is he really gonna buy this?
에이, 말이 되나요?
No way, ma'am. Never.
이번엔 더 다양한 재주를 부릴 수 있는 생체 시술이 차고 넘치는구먼.
There are way more versatile biomodifications available here in Hongwon than whatever that hack job is. No one in their right mind would do that.
제 말이요. 대체 무슨 사용?
Exactly, right? No idea what went down, but this fellow sure seems to have fallen on hard times.
우리가 모르는 참 딱한
Too bad we live in a world where such misfortune could befall an honest soul like them. I thought we were leaving Saud behind. What's going on?
아이고, 이거
Oh boy, looks like this one got scammed. A nasty one too, whatever backstreets they got that from.
그래서 그랬는지 몰라도 아주 단단히 당했어.
Must have been a real scoundrel who did that.
더군다나 시간.
And look, even the clock isn't on time. This poor person's barely conscious. Look,
이거 봐요.
all they can do is make these weird ticking noises because they don't even have a mouth.
없다니까요.
Those are some pretty damn hurtful things to say, but I decided not to take them at face value. It's pretty obvious what she's trying to do. Somebody tell Saud I'm getting dizzy.
아이고, 정말이네. 누가 이런 전인 공로할 짓을?
Good grief, you weren't kidding. Who would have done something so awful?
다행히도 우리 마음씨 고운.
아, 그야 그렇지요.
The good thing Master Bao Yu is such a kind-hearted soul.
교체하는 건 일도 아니니.
He simply couldn't walk past the Timepiece Emporium selling this human being like they're a toy or a tool, so he picked them up to get their head replaced with something proper. Hongwon's got more than enough resources for something like that, right? Oh well, you're not wrong here. It's real easy to swap out your whole body as long as you've got the cash to burn. What, a new head for me?
그렇죠? 그래서 보옥 도련님의 세력원은 저
See what I mean? That's why they told you that young Master Bao Yu only has 12 people in his faction, including yours truly. I see your point, but we can't just
곤란하시다는 건 우리 도련님도 아주 잘 알고 계시죠.
let all of us aboard, yes. Our young master fully understands the moral conundrum you find yourself in, so we'd like to offer you this tiny token of appreciation. Dad produced some bills from her pocket and smoothly slid them onto the palanquin bearer's own.
에헤이.
Lady, you really shouldn't do this. I mean, I really shouldn't.
그리고
Oh, I don't need to tell you this, but if word this gets out, things get messy for both of us. That doesn't have to happen, does it?
복잡해지잖아요.
Indubitably, man. I'm doing this purely out of the goodness of my heart. After all, what's a free ride for the downtrodden? Eh?
이번만 그냥 태워드리는 거요.
Why are we starting with bribery? What is Saud trying to pull?
너는 놈이 왜 돈은 자연스럽게 주머니에
Seems to me this bloke's doing this purely out of the interest of the fatness of his wallet.
짜자. 거기서
Alright, stop gossiping. Get on board. Wait, are we leaving Pilot alone here? Pilot seemed to have noticed me staring in his direction. He stopped fidgeting with the radio and waved at us. Oh, don't worry about me. Have a safe trip over there. I got some stuff to handle on the outside. As long as we don't get any more bad contacts from him. This design is more akin to an extravagant limousine than a palanquin.
이 샴페인
Ooh, a
마셔도
bottle of champagne. Can I chug this? Of course not. Drinking while on a mission is... Alright. With a quick clap, Saud promptly put an end to the hubbub the unexpectedly flashy appearance of the palanquin caused. Her demeanor shifted entirely to that of a calm, collected strategist, a far cry from the person who was chatting up a storm with the bear just a minute ago.
일 얘기하죠. 일 얘기.
Time to get to work, everyone. Dude, there's like a mini bar here. There's like 20 glasses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus another 6. Alright, time to get to work, everyone. Can I look at this without the, not too many more details. Alright. The shifting city. Okay. Disruption. So what's gonna happen to Saud? I don't think we're gonna be having Saud the whole time, right? Oh yeah, it actually does indicate where we're gonna bring 7 with 5 backups. Interesting. If this wasn't a Hong Lu story, I'd bring Ishmael. That'd be cool. Cool. Alright.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
그리고 그 후엔
And then you'll...
잠깐
Wait.
학교스러웠군.
Something's going on outside. Not too long after Saud passed over Otis's remark, a grating speaker whine rang out, followed by the worried voice of the bearer on the other end.
습격이요.
We're under attack.
평탄하다 했더니
I thought things were going too smoothly.
관리하고 싶은 후보가 여러
No surprise the other candidates are trying to eliminate us, just in case. Yeah, I'm not surprised either. I'm not surprised either. Just these guys, same as last time. Iridescent flame. I keep being surprised by how low their attack is, and then I remember that's probably a S3 from them, right? That's an S3 from them. And they're only 8 levels below us this time. Things will get spicier soon. They're slowly turning up the pressure. Oh man, that guy's rolling well. Okay, last minute. Good job, Hong Lu. Yes, I will attempt the magic bullet fire. But we have no magic bullet, so it should be safe to fire. Right? It should be safe. Ish. We'll save Sunset Blade. I try to save Sunset Blade for when like we got an opportunity to do some big damage. 14, that shouldn't hit anyone friendly. Dark Blade. Yeah, that's a pretty good animation. That's pretty good.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각했더니 오산이라 말해주고 싶군.
Iridescent flame palm. Damn, we can do some serious damage. Melting people? Yeah, seems fine to me. While we don't have high sanity, we just keep going in. Till we have high sanity, and then we can maybe afford to run some cheap. Yeah, this Honglu slays. So good. Theoretically only good for so many. Theoretically only does like 1 billion damage for so many turns. He does a good job overall. He does a good job for so long. I don't think it matters most of the time. Brown, blue, blue. Still no clashes for Philip. Philip needs his clashes. Yeah, the damage output for the new Dawn is pretty good. Not providing any support, but she's doing some good damage. Especially considering she's not got like the spiciest weapons ever. Detonate magic bullet, detonate magic bullet. Yeah, sign me up. All the detonates. Sure, we'll go that way. Yep. Oh yeah, we're finally getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Fire Fist. Now let's go. Oh, 14. That's not a good one. How about 20? 20's pretty good. That is a huge clash for a counter. Oh my god. S3. So I love the voice line for that S3. The actor did not need to go that hard, but he did. I appreciate him for it. Thank you, Gregor's voice actor. Who's probably on speed dial like most of the other voice actors, because they use the same voice actors for so much. Unlike your average gacha game, most of the voice actors are probably on speed dial. As they get called up for every single event, no exception. All the content. Alright, flash counter. Yeah, do something. We finally unlocked the ability to AoE. A little bit late though. I'm curious who will get the crown here. I think Honglu did the most damage. We're fighting less enemies than we number, so a lot of people are not getting clashes. In addition to staggers, we also have like 2 people. We have 2+ attacks more than them, so at least 2 people don't get a clash. Yeah, 30%. I was expecting that. Yeah. Yeah, full stuff. Another, just straight into the fight. Okay, more disruption. Sure, sign me up. Let's go. Let's go. More disruption. Just another fight. Same level. Alright, a filler. We're calling this one filler. At a certain point, it's just a filler fight, right? I don't know how many we're theoretically or canonically supposed to be fighting. So, feels like filler. Fine though. It's better than a one line of dialogue. Oh no, more enemies! And then also doing the same filler fight.
가감지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
Looks like we're so close. Philip, please roll well. I believe in you, Phil. You can do it. Honglu's at 0. We gotta roll that.
해체어가 진행하겠습니다.
I'm starting to like Think Don Quixote's animations more. Or I guess this is Sync East Don Quixote, since there's 2 Don Quixotes for the sync, right? I'm starting to like the animations more. My first impression was that they're kind of okay, but the outfit was fire, but now I'm starting to like them. They're growing on me.
원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는 없지.
They're actually pretty good.
해체어가 진행하겠습니다.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무
Are you finally transforming? No, he's not.
녀석들도 처형한다.
Philip is insisting on staying and on remaining a basic bitch. Someone needs to bonk some sense into him. Come on, buddy. There we go. Transformation up. Assuming no one drains his sanity here. I don't think these guys can do that, but you never know. Extra passive showing up in like the 3rd fight. Not unheard of. Yeah, so far, story's getting off to a decent start. Nothing crazy deep though. Definitely feels like we're still in the opening act, where we shouldn't expect anything like too crazy going on. We're still getting our bearings on what's happening, right? 6. There's only 5 people left on screen. Two magic bullet. That's not too bad. Yeah, we can do that. Fire Fist. Yeah, keep fisting, Gregor. Yours is the fist that will pierce the heavens. You just gotta believe. Finally starting to do some okay damage. My only complaint about Magic Bullet is that her S3 is damage even when you AoE tons of people. It's not that high. That's an S2 that dealt like over 80 on its 3rd coin. You dealt 80 with the entire attack, right? Feels a little bit anemic. We haven't yet gotten an opportunity to use this. Hold up. Time for stall. Time for stall. Game isn't gonna stop me from using this, right? Surely. And this could hit everybody. Alright. Let's go. This probably kills and then moves on to this guy who we evade and then counter. Yeah, okay. We'll see how this goes. Obviously, damage numbers might be skewed. We'll see. It's not hitting its max target capacity, but that's okay. It would have been nice if that was actually a detonate magic bullet for the 4th bullet, but okay. don't think we're getting a lot of benefit from that anyway. And against trial, let's see. We're low on sanity, so this isn't gonna hit that hard. It'll likely roll low. We'll see. Uh-oh, that's not good. That's a big 100? That's not too bad. They're both staggered, right? One's staggered, one is not. That's some good damage. 75, one of which is staggered, so... It's probably 50 and 100 then for damage. 50 per target is pretty good for ego. Especially if it's applying burn. Like it's a effect ego too, right? That's not too bad. Petals. Like we traveled the limo and now we go petals, we're at the entrance. Okay, let's go. Entering Dagyeon now. Despite some troubles on the way, it seemed we managed to arrive at our destination mostly unhurt. The Guanyuan Honglu's old home? We're running out of time. First, I'm sure you understood the most important part of my plan, right? It is unlikely to be a pleasant sight to behold. Remember everyone, the plan hinges on your patience. You have to remain calm and wait, even if they freak out and actively try to kill you. There's a chance they might panic and immediately order for the sinners to be executed on the spot. However, it's unlikely that the person whose responsibility is to judge the next family hierarch will make such a hasty response. Exactly. Everything will be fine as long as the decider has the capacity for patience. Execution? What? Great, I'll follow up with a subsequent contact once you're safely completed the first round of the evaluations. After that cryptic exchange with Faust, Saud leapt gracefully off the moving palanquin as Heathcliff murmured in his half-sleep. We watched her grow smaller and smaller as the distance between us grew, but what really caught our eyes were the scattered humans the restructuring day had evicted from their homes. They were trying to drag their broken bodies off the road, sobbing and writhing. Horrible. There isn't anything we can do to help, but such sense of futility and powerlessness will negatively impact the efficient performance of your professional obligation. Repeated exposure to similar stimuli is recommended to desensitize oneself to this sensation. Guess we'll have to see every single moving day. Thanks, Sinclair. How do you feel about going back home after so long? Hopefully it's a good thing. Sinclair changed the subject. I don't know. Don't need to ask him, lad. I know it can't be easy. As for me, blimey, I hesitated about 1,000 times, wondering if I should just turn around and leave. What if I knocked on those gates, but she... Heathcliff came to a suffocating stop, his voice trembling lightly as he did so. The other sinners stared at him in confused silence. What is it? Why'd you stop in the middle of it? Oh well, look at these cool windows. I think we could swap them out with some other images. I quickly tried to swerve from the subject again, but all I got was Ishmael's scolding glare that seemed to wordlessly tell me, not the time. Oh, I remember. I remember what happened each time one of us returned to the part of the city that held our memories. Memories of happiness, anger, sorrow, joy. And as we traveled, I remember they were all looking at sceneries only they could see. Rhodia, you awkwardly tried your best to crack jokes. Sinclair, you tried your best to hold back the welling tears again and again. Isang, you shut your eyes for a long, long time. Ishmael, you couldn't stop talking to yourself while glaring down at the lake's surface. Just moderate distaste for the lake. And Heathcliff, I saw you scared and anxious, shaping your hair over and over again. You've really been watching us closely, haven't you? Sweet, huh? Spring leaves, petals scatter, and all shall turn around to find the doors to which they belong and return forever. I think everyone has a small amount of petals they've gathered for themselves. Why would anyone collect something like that? Metaphorical petals, Heathcliff! It's a metaphor! You simply haven't discarded them yet. There is still a transparent smile on his face, but I think I saw a burying, sinking shadow behind it. Oh. Flashback? The moment I felt that, a familiar light came into view, and I immediately understood what was going on. The golden bow is close and resonates with Honglu's fathoms. They watch the flower burial of mine and mock away. It lays me to rest once I die. Can I? When spring passes, youth passes as wrinkles shear it all away. I feel like the voices are slightly quiet. I think I should turn the volume up a teeny tiny bit. And then turn, like, SFX down a teeny tiny bit, and PGM a bit. Flowers pass, people pass, and ignorant they remain to where they hie. Why do you always recite these strange, complicated poems, Dayu? There are plenty of ways to remain young, aren't there? I'll turn it up a little bit. Because we needn't see the snow in our hair to know that spring will pass. Why are you cleaning up those fallen petals? Just float them away downstream, you'll get dirt on your hands. And be so wasteful. How will we hear the sound of falling rain once we sweep all the petals away? This is a remembrance of a rainy day. So I'm going to treasure it. Actually, I really like this piece. I like the way the water is drawn. I like the little island pagoda. Gazebo? Maybe? Gazebo is probably more appropriate. Flower packing. Yeah, it looks nice. Besides, these beautiful blossoms, they'll get so dirty in the stream if we let them float away. Please don't scatter all the petals from your embrace, big brother. Oh, you? Honglu. Is there anyone you miss here at the Guanwan? No, there isn't. How is that possible? Isn't your family here and a bunch of other people who are so important to you? Well, as long as I believe them to be doing well, there isn't any need for me to yearn to see them again. You still treasure your petals? No, I scattered them all the day I departed my home. So my rainy days are now silent. You saw that, didn't you, Dante? You saw my memory? Good. Honglu laughed. He wasn't surprised or angry I peered into his memories. You want to tell us about your parents? Or, yeah, you talked about your grandmother often, right? What kind of people are they? Sinclair added carefully. Maybe he was trying to commiserate, tenuous that connection might have been. We were headed to his home to meet his family anyway. Oh, they are both very wise in the ways of the world. Grandmother always treated me preciously. So did my mother and father. Oh, we're almost there. I can see the garden. Look at the size of that hall. And this building. Is this a large building? Is this a wall or another building? This is one massive garden. We still have time before we get to the main buildings. I remember the days when deer and hares would frolic out here in the garden. I can see myself taking a long walk around here. It'd take a whole day and then some to cover the entire ground. Oh, I usually lingered only around my own room. It's dangerous to stray too far after all. Wait, dangerous? Why? stranger danger, getting lost, getting targeted. Besides, it's very dark at night. Do they not light the place? That ain't a big deal, is it? Kids run around, scrape their faces on branches. They trip and eat shit on pavement all the time. Oh, I'm sure you would have run freely around the garden, Heathcliff, but it's important to always be careful. When I was five, someone lathered a deadly poison on a random tree branch. Poison? I had a little brother who liked to frolic like you do, Heathcliff. But by some coincidence, he happened to be running around the same tree that had its branches lathered with poison. What did transpire thereafter? Oh, I'm sure he got better. Shiren told me he'd be fine after 100 nights rest. Because Shiren was always so smart, I'm sure it happened exactly as she said. She's smart. Surely no one would die from a deadly poison. Yeah, about you. Alright. Story node only, let's go. Let's go. Entering Dahwating. Now. Yeah, Grand Flower Hall makes sense. This is large, this is flower. I don't know what this means. I guess it means hall. It wasn't long before our arrival to a new place within Dagyuanwang was made known by the palanquin bearer's sonorous announcement. More buildings? What's Dahwating mean anyway? Grand Flower Hall? You'd call it a place for banquets. You host banquets in this village-sized venue? Is that a lake over there? Nope, it's a pond. A pond? Damn. Once we arrive, we will find ourselves a welcoming party for Shichun and me. Oh, Rhodia, you should be able to stuff yourself to your heart's content this time. It's been a while, hasn't it? I don't think I've been this excited in a long time. Wait, is that a ship over there? You have a ship? Yeah, sometimes we'd go out boating. Oh, and Shichun's building's right across the pond. Wait, you each get a building of your own? Yeah, we do. So when I first departed from Hongyuan, I found the concept of an entire family living under the same roof so fascinating. It would be quite the challenge for thy family to see one another. And that's exactly why we each get a building. Are we even talking about the same thing here? Like for woe. We could have been merrily enjoyed our vacations at young Honglu's residence all along. That wouldn't have worked, Don Quixote. When I left home, grandmother and the elders really impressed upon me that the footsteps shall eventually bring you home when the time is right, and thus witness and only witness as much of the world as you may before you make your return. I was wondering when it would be, but time really slipped through our fingers, and just like that, it brought me here. Most sinners did not welcome their turn. Some of them were even terrified of it. Sometimes they had to confront what they'd been avoiding all their lives. And for some, important things that were once forgotten or lost were waiting for their return. But their reluctance is not surprising at all. I don't think I'd welcome an opportunity to get my memories back with open arms if I was thrust upon me out of nowhere, especially if I was getting dragged there against my will. But despite the fact it couldn't be more obvious his turn had arrived, Honglu was as tranquil as he ever was. He'd always be able to remain aloof no matter what happened, and maybe it won't be different this time either? And so, can I judge that so hastily? They're like, yes, this is the writer telling us that yes, he will still have something happen to him, he's not just going to be aloof the whole time. Young Master Bao Yu of the Jia family has returned! Again with the palanquin bearer's deep, full-throated pronouncement of our arrival, the door opened.
필요하실 텐데
Here we are.
어서
You must be
들어오세요.
tired. Come in, come in. Leaving behind the sinners who were still reeling from the astronomical levels of opulence on display, Honglu bounced lightly off the palanquin and moseyed into the building.
그거 참
Quite the
설렘도
light-footed steps he takes,
차분한 걸음걸이구려.
unhindered by excitement or trepidation.
그러게요.
좋은 집에만 살아서
Rich boy's got nothing to fear. He used this kind of poshness.
것도 없다.
Oh, it is.
그래도 홍루군의 마음 한구석에는 가족들에 대한 그리움이 남아있을 것 같지 않은가?
Barely, this may be a subtle expression of that teensy part of him that longeth to see his family again. Once we all left the palanquin.
모든 것이
Ah, here we go.
널
We're at the beginning, at last.
거대하구려.
I find myself beset by overwhelming vastitudes and objects of great magnitude.
하인들도 대체
How many servants do they have?
아,
How many?
술시가 되면 할머니가 방문하신다네요.
Ah, grandmother will visit us once Shu hour arrives.
연애는 그때 시작될 것 같아요.
The banquet will start then, I think. Wow.
술씨는
The Shu hour refers to the time between 1900 and 2100 hours, which you might also read as 17 or 17. Like, is this like 7 and 9? 7 and 9. It's a unique time system used in certain regions of the East.
추가로
In addition,
홍씨의 조모인
it's best to remember that Honglu's grandmother, Jiamu, is hierarch of the Dagyuanyuan. It would not be an incorrect assessment to see her as the ruler of Hongyuan.
친인척인 날개의 대표.
Your relative is the head of a wing, I see.
네. 이제 곧
Yes.
다음 후계자에게
Though she'll be handing that over to the next heir pretty soon.
이제 와서 가주의 자리를 넘기려는 이유가 뭐지?
Why now? What does she seek to achieve by abdicating at this precise time? Otis, as she probably saw an ulterior motive behind every move, inquired.
언제나 때가 올
Well,
거라고
she's been saying her time would eventually come. She'd carried this responsibility for too long.
오랫동안 맡으셨다며 말이죠.
갑자기 나타나서 가주 대전에 참가한다고
I
하면
bet she'll be shocked to hear that you'll be taking part in the family hierarch war.
글쎄요.
Oh, I don't know about that. She might take it well.
모르겠어요. 구태여 나갈 이유는
There's never been a reason for me to bother participating, but there wasn't a reason for me not to either. Hey, there's Shichun way over there. Looks like they both arrived safely.
다행히 무사히 도착하신 모양인데요.
Via Shichun, who arrived before us, shot us the briefest glance before looking away with exaggerated disinterest.
방금 시추님이 저희를 보자마자
She turned her back on us.
그 잠깐 사이에
Well, didn't take long for things to become super awkward.
오, 우리도 시춘군의 옆에 가서 앉는 것이 어떤가?
Ooh, we must take this opportunity to seat ourselves adjacent to young Shichun. Too late. We are forever banned from getting anywhere near her.
어째서 온 말인가?
Yet wherefore?
저희는 이제 가시춘 씨의
We are
세력이
no longer
아닙니다.
Jia Shichun's faction.
적으로 취급받는
Her
것이
hostility is to be
당연한
expected.
일이죠.
분위기가 바뀌었다.
Things have changed.
이쪽과 저쪽. 우리
Like someone's arm has changed. Us versus them, in-group versus out-group.
전장은 언제나 모략과 배신이 두사리는
Deception and
것이지.
treachery are natural parts of war. Thanks,
오늘의
Otis.
아군은 내일의 적이 되기도 하고
An ally of today may well become an enemy tomorrow.
친구가 없다는
That's a
말은
funny way to say I don't have friends. Yeah. Wait, what did you just... You don't have friends, Otis. Ah, there are my parents.
갑자기 바로 간다고?
Hold on, we're just walking right up to them?
모르는데.
Blimey, at least tell us their names.
아, 아버지 조남은 가시.
Father's name is Zheng of the Jia family, and in Dong Guanyuan, they call my mother Lady Wong.
출가 이후 처음으로 인사 올립니다.
I greet you for the first time since my departure. No comment.
가시 보.
Value of the Jia family has returned home.
벌써 왔느냐?
You're early.
보가
Dear Bao Yu.
이게 몇 년 만이니
It's been too many years.
오랜만에 얼굴을 보니
See you again after so long.
정말이지.
It's so good to see your face.
그지없구나.
I don't know what I should even say. Father, Jia Zheng's eyes dart nervously between us and Honglu. Meanwhile, his mother gingerly brings him in for a careful embrace as though she was in the presence of something so utterly deeply moving. It was more than the pure joy of reunion. for their Honglu's parents.
격진히 환영해 주시니 감사해요.
Oh, thank you so much for your hospitality. You've certainly spared no expenses.
그런데 같이 온 분들은
Who are these people you've come with?
대단한 숫자는 아니지만
Wow, there aren't too many of them. They are my friends I made out in the world.
부하라고 소개하던 누구보단 낫네요. 그죠?
At least he's not introducing us as his lackeys like a certain someone I know. Wait, that's... Honglu's mother slowly turns around to look at us. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but somehow it almost felt like she was looking down at each of us one by one.
반가워요. 우리 보기가
I'm so glad to meet you all. Bao Yu has always been such a stubborn child. I'm sure he's quite the handful to accompany you on your journeys. I hope you can still embrace him despite every...
게이 고집이요?
Stubborn? Honglu? Whatever it was she said, they don't seem all too happy to hear that.
보가
Dear Bao Yu.
왜 친구분들이 너를 그런 이름으로 부르게 두는 거니? 선인들께서 점치해 주신 너의 고귀한 이름을 두고
Why do you allow your friends to call you by that name? What of your noble blessed name bestowed upon you by the revered Jianren, our elders?
뭐야? 왜 갑자기?
Wait, what's going on with her? Honglu reached out and gently yet indifferently held his mother's violently trembling hands.
당연하잖아요, 어머니.
Of course I would, mother.
그 고귀한 이름이니까.
Because the name is too noble indeed.
그렇지. 아무나 입에 담을 만큼 가벼운 이름이
It is not a name any rabble should so heedlessly speak.
아무렴.
Of course. Of course. The copium.
이쪽도 원래 이름이란 게 있었어?
Oh, do you also have an old name and a new name?
그거 있잖아. 피사에서 홍루 보고 보옥도련님이라고 불렀었던 거 기억 안 나?
Don't you remember back in P Corp, Wei called Honglu Young Master Bao Yu? Young Master Bao Yu.
지난번 홍원에서 결투할 때도 가시 가문의 보옥이라고 이름을 밝혔었죠.
Also, remember how he announced himself before that duel on the day we arrived at H Corp? He introduced himself as Bao Yu of the Jia family. I thought it was a pseudonym back then, though, given the circumstances.
뭐 우리랑 다르게 고귀하신 이름이다 이거냐?
Well, it ain't like us calling you your real name. It's gonna cheapen its nobility or whatever. I'm kind of with Heathcliff. I assumed that he was traveling under a pseudonym so we wouldn't get assassinated. Like, he picked Honglu. He's just like, F it. We'll go by Honglu to not cause trouble for people.
고작 이름인데 부른다고 닳진 않아요.
It's just a name. You can say it as many times as you want. It won't depreciate in whatever value it has.
계셨던 것 같네요.
Oh, but some people do actually believe it does, I suppose.
그 이름을 여기저기서 쓰고 다니지 않은 건 잘해.
It was wise of you to refrain from using that name. I mean, I think it was a good idea. Right. To let your precious name be known amongst the plebeian populace is to encourage knives in the dark to strike, even here.
당장 이곳에서도 모친의 말씀대로 홍루 씨의 본명은 H사에 한 번이라도 연이 닿은 자라면 충분히 홍원의 일원이라는 걸 알아차릴 수 있는.
It's as your mother says. Were your true name to be made known, any individual with a passing connection to H Corp would have easily connected you to Hongyuan.
대부분의 이름에는 그 근원이 담겨져 있다고 하오.
It is said most names are repositories of their keeper's origins.
가령 동부에서는 부모가 자식에게
In the eastern region of the city, when the parents name their children, they imbue them with meaning.
세상에 쓰일
Carries their wish for their children's place and use in the world.
내놈, 이름의 뜻이 뭐지?
You, what's your name mean?
제 이름은 부모님뿐만 아니라 많은 분의 소망을
My name is a culmination of wishes, not only those of my parents, but those of many more.
태어날 때부터
It means I was born with a precious jade.
바보,
Yeah, about you.
끔찍하군. 홍루가 낫겠어.
Awful. Honglu's better. Ryoshi's just like, cringe name, moving on. At least try to whisper. Note that Ryoshi actually asked that all in plain English. Like, she actually wanted to know enough that she dropped her abbreviation gimmick. She's like, I actually want to know this guy's name. I have to ask him a straight question.
나도 부르던 대로 부를란다.
I'll kill the rich boy however I want to. If I'm ever forced to call him Young Master Bao Yu or some servile shit like that, I'd rather take a punch or two from the guide.
몇대 후려 맞는 게 나을 테니까
I could feel the horrified gaze of the servants staring at us.
네. 계속
I don't mind. Please continue to call me Honglu if you'd like.
귀빈들께선 자리에 앉아 주시겠습니다.
Please sit yourselves, honored guests.
곧 음식이
Food will be served soon. There we go. Nice bang. Oh wait, what's all this? That's a lot of food.
뭐냐?
Do they actually expect us to eat all this? I don't think I've ever been intimidated by food before. There was quite literally a mountain of dishes on the table. I was starting to wonder if the purpose of these dishes was more to flaunt their wealth than to feed us a reasonable amount of food. Yes, that's exactly what it's doing. You don't eat everything on the table, right? You eat as much as you want and maybe sample all the interesting dishes? I think that's all you're supposed to do, right?
이거 말이야.
A feast.
리필 되는
I
거지?
can ask for refills, right? Yes. Anyway, what's up with those empty seats over there? Are we still killing time for some guests to arrive?
그건 아닐 것 같아요.
I don't think so. They're probably seats for my older siblings somewhere in Daguanyuan. They probably just didn't want to attend.
오늘은 저를 환영하기
This is a banquet to welcome me after all. I'm sure they believe it's a waste of time to attend.
시간 낭비를
Yeah, just gorge it. I mean, that's what Rodeo's gonna do, I assume, right? So, she's gotta eat double, right? She's gotta make up for the fact that Dante doesn't have a face. He can't eat. Dante doesn't eat. We don't even know how he's still alive. Man, they better be on some real busy schedule to miss this.
가보께서 당도하셨나이다.
Jiamu, venerated be her presence, graces us.
가보께서 당도하셨나이다.
Jiamu, venerated be her presence, graces. With the announcement, utter silence quickly devoured the busy hubbub of the banquet. Those who were sitting quickly rose to their feet and bowed, while those who were standing knelt down on all fours, their backs bent so low their foreheads were nearly touching the floor. Oh, that's a fancy upgraded Heisho. Alright. Are these the snake themed Heishos? Outfits that they just released the snake. They just released the snake guys, so maybe these are what they're supposed to be. And the woman walking up in between them, the crowd itself parting down the middle from her sheer presence. Or they're another type of Heisho.
할머니가
Oh,
오셨네요.
there's Grandma. Was Honglu's grandmother, the family hierarch of H Corp and its chief executive director. Jiamu's presence was at once warm, gentle, yet immense and overwhelming, like a personification of an insurmountable mountain. We are graced by your presence, venerable Jiamu.
가모님을 뵙습니다.
We are graced by your presence, venerable Jia.
뭐야? 우리도 숙여야 해?
Should we bow too?
이미 접시에 고개를 파묻고 있으니까 괜찮지 않을까?
I don't think you could bow any lower with your face halfway in the bowl, so you should be fine. Probably.
이 옆에 흙수처럼 보이는
He's surrounded by Heisho too, I think. Everything will be fine as long as we don't do anything stupid. As everyone was bowing before Jiamu, awed and humbled. Only Honglu looked straight at her without bowing. Then he got up from his seat and walked towards her.
할머니, 오랜만에 인사드려요.
It's been a while, grandmother.
보옥도련님, 가까이 올라오시죠.
Please ascend, young master Baoyu. It seemed that a special permission was needed to even stand next to her, as Honglu was allowed to approach her only after the servant gave him the go-ahead.
보가
Little Baoyu.
얼마나 고단하고 여의치 않은
You
여정이었느냐.
must have walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey home. He certainly fought his fair share of battles. And died.
그렇지 않아요, 할머니.
Not at all. I was able to learn so many things thanks to everyone who treated me so nicely.
새로운 걸 많이 배울 수 있었는걸요?
배움을 통달하고자 했다면 어떤 학문이든 다 빼어난 선생을 모셔 글방에 앉혀놓을
Had you
수가
sought to master the
있었겠지.
art of learning, no master, regardless of pursuit, would have been out of your reach. You could have learned much in the halls of erudition from them.
글방에 앉아 아무리 학문에 능통해졌다 하더라도 그저
Yet the world taught from sheets of paper are simply that, words on paper.
우리는
We wish that you, dear Baoyu, would learn more of the secular world, not let flow betwixt your fingers the time that is given to you.
네, 알아요, 할머니.
I know this opportunity was more than I deserved, grandmother.
그래도
I appreciate your return all the same, that you've deigned to return before me, ere my abdication of the great responsibility.
아무래도 홍루건의 림버스 컴퍼니에 합류한 것은 일종의 그란 트리스머였던 모양이군.
Don Quixote, are you eating? Still eating? Barely it appeared that young Honglu shined onto the Limbus company. Asha Grand Charisma of shorts. Grand tour. He's touring the world. He signed on to Limbus for that. Oh, that seems alright.
그란 트레이스모? 그게 뭔데?
Grand Charisma? What's that?
너희
Can you stop babbling with your mouths full?
좀 삼키고 말할 수는 없나?
유명한 집안의 도련님들은 본격적인 대외 활동에 나서기 전에 집안에서 여행을 보내기도 한다네.
Young masters of families most eminent are off sent out to the world on a grand tour. Thus coined was this practice, Grand Turismo, thou wilt, before they are to commence their public activities. Purpose is to learn varied experiences that cannot be gained from books, to grow familiar with the world outside. Yes, Merceau. Thank you. I hear you've met with Shi-chun in the world not long ago?
그럼요.
I have. A bright child, she is well prepared to take on the challenges of the family hierarch evaluations, I presume?
맞아요.
I agree. I'm sure Shi-chun will wisely overcome the trials. Indeed. Have you paid a visit to the revered elders, then? I will soon. Lady Wong, ascend here as well.
송구합니다, 가문님.
With your mercy, Jiamu, of course. She seems more scared of her mother than anything. Honglu's mother hurried up to where Jiamu stood.
하나뿐인 아들이 출가하여 강호를 떠돌고 있으니 마음이 편치 않을 것이다.
It must cause your heart great distress to have your one and only son depart his home, to wander the world beyond the hedges. She has such a nice hairpiece.
아닙니다, 가문님.
Of course not, Jiamu.
저는
I'm simply glad, so glad my son Baoyu. He's returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight, and unharmed too.
그것만으로도 더 이상 바랄 게 없습니다. 그러니
Thus, dear Baoyu.
재촉할 생각은 없지만
I don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
출가 날짜는 언제니?
And we finally come full circle. Alright.
정해진 건 없어요.
Nothing's been decided yet, Mother. I'm simply concerned.
나는
For your stay here to be prolonged, perhaps you might fade before your duties are completed?
네 소임을 다하지 못하고 저물까봐.
I feel like, given more context, this is more... She is saying this because of Honglu's grandmother beside her, rather than it being her actual opinion.
어서 소임을 다하고 돌아와야 가문님께서 맺어주신 그 약조도.
Complete your duties and return soon, so that the agreement Jiamu has so graciously made for us is fulfilled.
그래, 잃지도 말고.
Indeed. Lose not, forget not.
너는 우리 가문의
You are our family's one and only Jade.
우리의 둘도 없는 진귀한 보물. 이 속세에 남아 있지 말고 때가 되면 다시 떠나 그 가치를 다.
Dear Baoyu, our peerless treasure, tarry not over long in this mundane world. Leave when the time is right and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요.
Okay, grandmother. Mother? Just accepts it, moves on. Fair enough. I figured he knew what he was getting coming home, right? I feel like he kind of knew that was coming. Shu Bao Chai. Right? Up next. I mean, this is where we get the dialogue for a while. We're gonna do a bunch of dialogue before we get to a fight, right? That maybe ends the act. Because this is split into two or three sections, right? I thought the sinners were doomed to chew uncomfortably through this incredibly awkward meal, but Jiamu and her retinue of Heisho left the banquet hall quite promptly after that exchange. It was as though they had no more reason to remain here. It's odd they should inquire Honglu of his departure plans on the very welcoming of his return. Yeah, one moment it appears they really care about him, then the appearance of that care for one's own child was also quite distinct and unusual compared to the typical display of emotional intimacy expressed in average households. I mean, Shi-chun didn't even get a conversation with her grandma, so... Hey, Baoyu! And that's when an unfamiliar chipper voice hopped jovially into our conversation. Didn't you come see me first? I've been staying in the same building ever since you departed here, you know? Ah, big sister Gatcha, it's been so long! Come all the way to my welcome banquet to fill a seat? I appreciate that. Had I known you'd be coming home today, I would have summoned everyone I could from the Jue family. Jue family to see you. Big bro Pong's been really itching to know how you've been doing. Yeah, sure he was. Chichun, who'd been sitting in complete silence for the entire banquet, muttered quietly to herself. Who else have you greeted since you arrived today, Balyu? My parents and Jiamu. Really? I'm your first then? Made a cheerful remark before leaning close up to his eye. Jade is always so glimmering and pristine, Balyu. And Chichun hates this person. Look, I made myself a necklace in the same color as your eye and wore it every single day to constantly remind myself of you. Huh? You see it? Is this person like a hanger-on trying to get prestige by getting close to Honglu? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Either that or she's just simping for Honglu. I can't tell which is which right now. Oh, you have? Thank you for remembering me. So are you going to introduce her to us, or...? Why couldn't we just let the nice reunion play out? Come on, man. Rhodia stepped forward, unable to stand the curiosity. Ah, she's... I'm Baochai. Baochai is you? I have a very profound relationship with dear Balyu here. Stressing the profundity of the relationship, but not specifying exactly what it is. A very profound relationship. He's my betrothed and I to him. It's pretty profound. Is that official or is she deluded? What? Nothing to be surprised about. These profound relationships can be established effortlessly in a simple exchange of agreements between elders. You could have at least given us a hint. But I won't be married until I leave Limbus company, though? I just thought it wasn't relevant enough to share. Sorry about overhearing earlier, but you guys are Balyu's friends, right? I've been so curious to hear what kind of life Balyu lived out there. Care to share some tales of your journey with me? I guess, well, since they're betrothed, I will take this as genuine interest in what he's been doing. I don't have stories for kids. Shoo. Ryoshu, immediately hostile as the person doesn't seem confident? Competent? That's what I want to say. I feel like if it was some grizzled veteran asking the same thing, or, you know, she just like, I don't know, let's see, what's her name? If what's her name like carried a sword, or like had some more muscle, like looked more intimidating, I think Ryoshu would respect her more, right? Why? But I love stories about bloodshed. One of Big Sister Baochai's pastimes was curating creepy stories for urban legends. Maybe I'll share some then. See? See? It was entirely in her appearance. They're just like, nothing for... What about everyone else? I love adventure stories. Don Quixote. Don Quixote shaking in the corner. Be careful what you wish for. Don Quixote is here. You can see the face. He's right there. She's right there. Obviously, she did find a seat for I should now regale thee. With a tale in which an adventure of the most wondrous valor unfolds. Brace thyself for this particularly old and terrifying tale features a big scary bear lurking in a cavern. If you're finished with your meals, why don't we all go back to our residences? I thought, well, isn't this what you're supposed to do? Talk over the meal? So angry again, Chichun. Last I heard, you lost many of your followers in a large battle, didn't you? Oh, I'm sorry.
어찌나 안타까웠던지.
I used more than 3 handkerchiefs, wiping away my tears upon hearing that
상상이
news.
넘었지 뭐니?
Damn, 3 Kleenex.
벌써 설씨가의 귀에도
The Shu family's heard it too, hmm?
맞아? 하지만 그런 건 가주대전에서 보여줄 활약과는
You're not wrong, but that's irrelevant to what I've brought to the family hierarch war.
시춘이는 언제나 자신감 있어 보여서 보기
Always a fan of your confidence, Chi-Chi. It's a good look, you know?
그리고 보차 언니도
That reminds
조심하는
me.
게 좋을걸?
You better watch your back, big sis. Like, Bao Yu's learned how to sink a knife into your back with that same carefree smile.
못본 사이에 재주가 된 것 같으니까. 갑자기 뒤통수 치는 게 재주가 되었다니.
What you mean by you knifing people in the back?
시춘이랑 사이가 조금 틀어졌거든.
I had a small falling out with Chi-Chu, and that's all.
아하, 시춘이가 너를 포섭하려고 했던 모양이구나.
She must have been trying to get you on her side, huh?
만 했을 거야. 보기는 옛날부터 언제나
And no wonder.
해만 했었는데도.
Bao Yu always excelled at whatever he does without stressing out or losing that happy smile.
그냥 하다 보니까 잘 되었어.
It just kind of worked out that way.
좀 재수없는 스타일이긴 했었다.
I guess he can be a bit irritating like that, hmm? Some people, though rare, are indeed like that. That's Hong Lu for you. An airhead. But he's good at everything. That reminds me,
혹시 치우 오라버니를
did you by chance run into Big Brother
만난 적 있어?
Chu? She pronounced it Chu, so I'm gonna do that, alright.
나는 못 보았지만
I haven't, but they have.
다행이네.
That's good. She placed her hand over her chest as though she just survived an incredibly dangerous accident before eyeing us anxiously.
그래서 어떻게 되었어?
So what happened?
사이와를 포섭하려고 했던 건 알아. 포섭이라고 믿는 사람은
I do know he was trying to ally with Shi Yihua. I mean, it didn't seem like anyone else was viewing that as an alliance other than Shi Yihua himself, but it must have been a pretty open secret among the candidates. Xia Chu was trying to ally with Shi Yihua.
같이 있던 이화 형님의 목이 잘렸어.
They cut Big Brother Yihua's head off when he was with us.
어머, 팽이 언니, 종이 언니?
Oh my. Horizontally or vertically? H.
이번이 세 번째인가 그럼? 이화도 참.
This is his 3rd time, huh?
버릇을 못 고친다니까.
Yihua's really incorrigible. He never knows when to zip it and sit down.
치우 오라버니는 가주대전이 다가왔으니 곧 올 거라고 생각은 했어.
Well, I had a feeling he'd be here when the family hierarch war begins. Everyone in Daguan Yuan's heard that creepy song from the back streets, you know.
소식이 들려올 때마다 대거는 분위기가
Things get so awkward and hostile here at Daguan
정말.
Yuan every time there's a mention of him.
그리고 다행이지. 치우 오라버니는
Well, it's fortunate he won't be coming after me once the competition begins.
아닐 테니까.
And why is that?
당연히 곧바를 죽이기엔 제가 지나치게.
Oh, because I'm simply
사랑스럽죠.
too charming and adorable to kill outright, of course. Confident, are we?
그리고
Don't say things like that in Act 1, lady.
모르겠지만
Don't say things like that in Act 1.
저는 아닐
Besides, whatever Big Brother Chu's goals are, they probably have nothing to do with the Xue family.
그럴 수도 있겠다.
I can see that. Bao Chai took a step towards Hong Lu and leaned close to his face.
여전히 내게서 좋은
You smell my fragrance still, Bao Yu?
보천 누나에게선
You have never reeked, big sister Bao Chai.
한 번도 없어.
향고 나는 쭉
But always been and always will. Residing at the Ginger Plant Camp Port. Promise to pay me a visit before you leave. Hangwu Yuan. With that, she gracefully walked out of the room.
저희도 이만 돌아가는 게 어떨까?
Well, how about we start heading back? This place can get dark around high hour. Why did you leave?
별거 아니랍니다.
It's nothing, she's just a big sister I used to play with when I was a child.
대관원에서 제게 친절을
One of the very few in Daguan Yuan who was nice to me. Where should we head to next? Heathcliff is jealous because he's like seeing Catherine in her, right? That's what Heathcliff sees? I feel like that's where he's at.
그러게. 이런
Good question. Just going by the scale of everything in here, it should be safe to expect something real ritzy, right?
제 손님으로 오셨으니
For my guests, you should be able to stay at my building within Daguan Yuan.
그리 멀지 않아서
It's within walking distance from here. You should be here in no time. You get on foot, right? That'd be quite the banquet. That'd be fun. Assuming that there's no poison food there, that'd be good. We met Bao Chai. We don't know how many chapters there are. I assume it's coming out in the whole thing's coming out in thirds. Yihong Yuan. Actually, we could probably check the previous chapter. Let's see. If I go to Dream Ending, I'm just gonna check. There's 36, so we'll guess 12. I think so. I think someone mentioned that there was 12. Oh, this part is 19 nodes. Maybe it's 19. I was gonna say I'd guess 12. But our good friend CG here said 19, so maybe it's a 19. Recharge my enkephalin. Yo. Actually, are there any... We're fighting one enemy, one type of enemy with pride, gluttony, weakness. Okay. Oh, we're kind of committed to the burn team. That's our only level 55, so.
자, 여기랍니다.
And ta-da! Here we are. It was a long walk. Technically within walking distance, but like...
이 홍원이라고 부른답니다.
Now this place is called Yihongwan, also known as the Joyous Red Court. This room was made from the most aromatic flower tree within H-Corp. Try taking a deep breath and... You can smell the lovely fragrance of flower aroma pervading and spreading from the very tip of your nose. It's unique to this building. Very much so. It's an unseen and invisible thing, yet it retains much of its pleasant redolence. This place is huge. You've been living here alone all along? Yes, I was told to stay in a larger room, but I prefer this place more. Been a long time, young master. Shiren reporting. Oh hey, is she? Have you doing well, Shiren? I am, as I have always been. Shiren watched us emotionally as our rowdy crowd poured into the yard. Her expression didn't change even when she saw Hong Lu, who presumably hadn't been home in quite some time. Are the young master's guests? I will guide them to their rooms. Follow me. Now that we're here, I've got to pay a visit somewhere. I'll be back soon, though. To where dost thou journey? Allow us to accompany thee? Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Hong Lu. A long way to say hello and pay respects to the elders. It'd be better if I go there alone. Well, I guess I could say this about every operation, but the weight of our mission doesn't really sink in until we're actually there. I like the weight of this one hasn't sunk in yet either. Hasn't even sunk in yet. Like, we haven't gotten like a desperation fight or anything yet, right? Relatively speaking, it's just been like some random assassins, some random thugs try to kill us. So for the crew, they're kind of just like, oh yeah, business as usual. Talking about the family hierarchy, right? I think when we figure out what the first trial is, that's when it'll start sinking in for people. Which presumably, plot-wise, will be tomorrow. Like, the plot-wise... Like, they might announce it, or start us on the first trial. Like, the next relevant day. I don't know if they'll make the... I don't know if canonically they'll linger for a few days, or if it'll just immediately start. We'll see. Yeah, the other candidates have been preparing for this for years. Well, we have what? One overnight? Oh, I don't know. I'm a procrastinate till the last minute kind of gal. I'm pretty sure we got a handle on this. This is not the first instance in which we've been demanded to work through a task in an unfavorable, inequitable situation. Why does it matter? Our goal is to claim the throne of the family hierarchy anyway. Or isn't, sorry. That isn't. A few hours ago. Isn't it such a relief? Our goal isn't to come first place in the family hierarchy war? Oh, we don't need to win? Dost thou mean us to say we needn't be first? Yeah, obviously. Why would we want a sinner to become head of H-Corp?
회사 소속의 인물을 날개의 대표로 앉혔을 때 안정적으로 조종할 수 있지 않나.
Would it not provide a much more reliable means of control to plant an individual of this company at the highest seat of a wing instead of letting an unaffiliated individual assume it?
일이 그렇게 간단하게 굴러가지는 않죠. 그리고 LCB는 LCB로서
There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, guys. Besides, LCB has much left to do as the LCB. Then would I be right to assume this isn't a winner-take-all kind of situation here? Do the other candidates get something for participating? Guess maybe, right? Anyone who places within the top 10 will gain the right to take one item of their choice from the family treasury. Of course, the one who places highest goes first.
하지만 2등 안에는 들어야 안전하게 저희가 원하는 물건을
But we're gonna have to come in at least second place in order to ensure we obtain the item we're looking for. Oh, so we don't need first. We just need at least second place. That's weirdly insulting. Why don't we just shoot for the top anyway?
못 보던 사이에
Your confidence has gone through the roof since our last operation together. We did go through a lot of crazy stuff. Gregor's not wrong. I feel like you're overconfident if you're going in saying, oh, why did I just get first?
그 홍원에
But I kind of agree with Keithcliff, right?
어떤 것이 있었게요?
Anyway, care to guess what's deep inside Hong Yuan's gargantuan treasury? I kind of agree with Heathcliff though. If you're like showing up to a tournament and you're like, my goal is to get second place or higher, like you're aiming for first. Unless it's literally a competition where two people are involved. This is second. We're going for second. You're going for first place. Like you're not gonna throw. You're presumably not going to throw, right? The golden bow. Right on, buried in the middle of all kinds of other treasures, along with any knowledge of its true value.
그래서 파우스트. 아까 소드 과장이 말한 1차전의 작전이라는 건 뭐지?
So Faust, what did Manager Sound share with you as our strategy for the first round? Do we even know what the first round is? I should know as well, for the suggestion of mutual understanding seemed to exist exclusively betwixt Miss Faust and Sound.
가주 심사 1차전의 내용은 지금까지 후손들이
The first round of the family hierarch evaluation tests what the descendants have prepared and brought for the elders of Hong Yuan. You always go for first. Right. Always go for first. But when you show up to like some event like this, like presumably you have like a target in mind, right? Like if you show up to a random major, like your first majors, right? Like your first major tournament with like several hundred people, first is always ideal, but like maybe you're looking to just go even overall, or like go positive. Like you want to go 4-2. Like you're not expecting to go like 6-0 or something, right? Like it would be nice, and you always want to push for that, but like presumably you're not expecting. Expecting second is really weird because that's basically like, I want first, but I'm not willing to admit it. Like, yeah, my target this time is second. Unless you like very specifically have someone you know that's probably going to be up there. Like, you're like, okay, this person I probably lose to, so it's like I lose to this person, they're probably also going to be close to or first, therefore I go for second. Like, who do you have in mind that you specifically think will get first over you? Like, if it comes down to like a 1v1 in finals or something. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, second just seems weird. Second seems generally weird. Is that a very specific reason? Like, I have had that. I played a few monthly 40k tournaments, and I was pretty sure I could beat almost everyone but one person, and that was simply because it was a terrible matchup for me. And they were really good, so it was like okay. It's like I ran into them in finals 3 times in a row. No wait, twice in a row. I ran into them twice in finals and once in the first round. I lost all 3, unfortunately. But if you're running into someone, like if you're like, okay, I could probably get everyone else, but yeah, it is what it is. The first one, the one where I ran to him first round was kind of funny though, because I think my registration got screwed up. And they were allowing grudge matches, and they had an extra person, so the grudge match with him was with the tournament organizer. So when I showed up, and like my registration got screwed up. They they were like, all right, you're taking over he's fighting. I'm like, oh, who'd you grudge against? And he's like, oh, this guy. I'm like, well, all right, let's do it. It's like, it was all right though. Like, you go into that fight and you're like, okay. You look at the tables and you're like, you know what? The hardest fight I'm gonna fight is the first fight. If I lose, it's just gonna be a fun time hanging out, playing some games. In losers, that's fine. It was a small tournament, so it's not like double elimination. It's not double elimination. I'm just gonna play, end up going. I think it's a 40. It's a small 40k tournament. Usually 3 rounds. So I went like 2-1. Lost my first game. Not the end of the world. But hey, it was fun. Like, at least I have all the energy, right? I feel like sometimes, like, you play, once you're in, like, hour 7 or 8 on a tournament, sometimes you're, like, low on energy and have, like, no energy for that. Like, doing it first round's fine. And the rest of them, you just gotta play them out like normal, have an alright time, not worry too much. I thought it was funny anyway. If I had to pick a rival, you know? Like, if I beat him there, I feel like I would have just won anyway, right? Like, I would have won the tournament there, so, you know? In the world. It's like, I might have gotten first in the tournament if I beat him, but like, hey, at least we got the fight done. Like, you end up with a very similar result. Either you get like that result, or you get like, either way I'm going 1 and 2. It might look slightly better if you lose when you're like tied for first, but oh well. You know, from like a player experience perspective, I feel like it's very close to the same. Might even be easier because you have a bit more energy. If you're awake, it might be a bit easier because you're not worn out. Oh, alright. Well, yeah, those are some good games, though. Those are some good games. Playing Space Marines. Iron Hands? Iron Hands versus Craft World. Yeah, so the first round, yeah. You test what they brought. What the Descendants prepared. So this must be what Shichun's been referring to this whole time? Yes, to be free from aging and death, immortality. And we suspect we're bringing vampirism. Each candidate is to present an answer before the judges to demonstrate their idea of true immortality. I mean, doing something legendary could also count if you were really cheap, but I feel like you might get smacked for that. Imagine they knew when you're going to sign up and purposely entered. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. No. I'm pretty sure they would have showed up either way. The only reason I stopped going was COVID, actually. Tournaments got canned for COVID. You can't fill up a store with people playing games and eating safely. Like that. Right, so what's our answer to true immortality then? Do we just look at Don Quixote? Not even Faust can answer that. So everyone's been suspecting Don Quixote. What does Hong Lu's answer contain? That was like the ultimate anime rivalry. Ah, he's a pretty chill dude. We go out for dinner at Texas Roadhouse after the tournament. He's a pretty cool guy. But with him, the other guy who's a contender for top, and who else? I think it's Chaos Space Marines player, I think. And yeah. I mean, are you not going to want to eat? Like, 40k tournaments are really long. There's 3 rounds, but each round is 2.5 hours normally. The round itself, not the break in between. You're like done, and it's like past 5. Yeah, it's pretty chill, pretty fun to do that. I think dinner is before tournaments at fighting game locals right now. At my fighting game locals, as they start at like 6 in the afternoon. They start at like 6 in the evening though. So, you know. Start at 6 in the evening in a pub, so presumably, and so people usually eat beforehand. Yeah, if it's held on a weekend, you know. Then again, fighting game tournaments also aren't like 7 hours long unless they're like 16 rounds or something crazy like that. What are we doing here? Well, we may be able to demonstrate a facsimile of immortality, or at least pretend as though we're close to the answer. Given they're the ones seeking the very answer, they will not disqualify us, Honglu to be exact, from the competition. And see, they'll cling on to whatever clue they can get their hands on, so we'll be using that desperation. Precisely. That important looking old bat, Jiamu favors him, doesn't she? Maybe she'll give him bonus points or something? I'm leaning towards impartiality, actually. That's what we'll be using Honglu for. Did you enter the tournament against the Korean server on counter side? I did enter the tournament. I lost in the first round. Like, first round of qualifiers, that is. I did prep a team. It wasn't super, it didn't end up being super spicy. I have a lot to clean up in terms of like what my 120s look like, I think. I put Jake to 120 because A, I like Jake and want him to be good, but B, because that's what the ban list was like looking good for PvP at the time. I had to run him anyway. What team do they have? Oh, I can check. I don't think it was anything too crazy. I'm just gonna launch counterside in the background and check because I don't remember. I don't think it was anything like too crazy, but it was a reminder that I should probably like, I need to get a specific 120s, not just get like 120s that are appropriate. Oh, this game needs to be muted in the background. Hold up. It's not playing audio. Okay, I'll launch it in the background and check. Those are your results. Okay. Yeah, you lost in like third qualifiers, right? I think I've been playing some games in Counterside and I've been getting my ass kicked. I actually had like 7 losses in a row to players, and then the game started feeding me NPCs for the battle. That said, you know when I posted that I fought like number 5? Do you know who I fought next? Number 4. I fought number 4, 5, and 6 back to back to back. I was like, why did this happen? I was like, it happens, but it was like, okay, that was brutal. And then I fought this next guy and I'm like, damn, that was insane. I got absolutely crushed. I look at his gear. Oh man, this gear is cracked. I look at his rating. I'm like, that's a really high rating. I go to the top 10. Oh, he's on that list right below. Oh, feels bad. Kind of feel bad, but like not the end of the world. Can I see? Yeah, I lost to, what did I lose to? I think they just had better gear than me. I think they just had better gear than me than my comp. Like I was running this with 200k. Like I have 3 120s, but I only have 200k. He's got vastly better gear than me. Here, right? It's like, okay. Like I'm also running Rivet, presumably didn't get out. This is the opener I need in order to get the trigger for this. That seems okay. He's got like Lake Superior 130. It doesn't necessarily help him that much. And a Felix build. I guess Felix second counts out, but like you don't know if you're getting Felix second. Yeah, the sniper guys are pretty good. We'll see. It's not like the end of the world. And then you had your video redeem for what your tournament results were. Alright. Yeah, like I said, I think the team was suboptimal. Might have been suboptimal for what we were trying to do. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, but like I had generally like levels give you a lot of points weight. So if he's like 10% over me at least, that means he must have some insane gearing. Presumably he's like hugely overdoing me. He's hugely overkilling me on that, but I can check. +9 tier 7 cooldowns. Yeah, he's outgearing me pretty hard here. Full volcanic. Full volcanic. A full volcanic set. I don't even have. I have one piece. No, wait. I have 0 pieces with the appropriate latents for that. I have a set like that. A skill haste sword. Nice. I could make the flame set. Oh, full wild relic. A full wild set? All outgoing healing? Damn, he's got full wild. He's got full wild, full flame. Yeah. Full wild, full flame. That's pretty good. These are tier 7 maze. I only have tier 6 maze. Yeah. I have tier 6 maze. Most of my stuff isn't upgraded because it doesn't have really good substats. Tier 6 across the board there. These are like okay, but they're running like suboptimal stuff. At tier 6 pieces, yeah. Absolutely getting crushed in the gearing department. I actually decided to start re-rolling. I'm out of gold, but I decided to start re-rolling latents because it's getting so tiring running into people who have like literally perfect sets. Like I don't even know what I'm supposed to do when I run into someone who unironically has an entire team's worth. Like this guy's missing a couple, right? This is not all tier 7, but like when you run into someone who's running all +10 perfectly optimized gear, you're just like, I'm not sure I'm supposed to win this. Like they have more 120s than me. They have this. They have this. It's a ways to go. I got a ways to go. Trying to get full wild for the soldier. Nice. So I'm thinking I'll just start using the latent rerolls to try and force some better results. Because like I keep getting double grays or like offset stuff. Alright, so your turn results. What do we got? What's this? Mavka versus... Okay, Mavka Felix first. Interesting. This is on auto battle, right? So you didn't get the choice. It just plays what it plays and you hope it works out. Using normal ranked units now with 120s? Yeah. Normal ranked units is 120s? Yes. I have seen a lot of normals with 120s. Yeah, that's why the only comment I had when fought Shita was that I only commented that I fought Shita because he had gear that I didn't expect on what's her face? Lucia, because he was running this is too loud. The guy like Shita was running Lucia with full built-in gear, and the reason that was noteworthy was because he's the rest of the guy's gear was so insane. I was like, there's no way in hell he doesn't have a tank set. Like why? Like there's no way you don't have a tank set, right? Like a counter tank set. There's no way you don't have one of those. If you're running like a completed blaze sets, like if you're running a completed blaze set and like multiple completed range DPS Britra sets, like there's no way you don't have a tank set somewhere. Run on Lucia. I feel like at this point you've won, right? Like you have a whole team. You have a whole team out. And this guy's just got the dino. This should be easy. 20 stacks, 10 stacks, dead. Okay. Clean victory. Yeah, these are autobattles, you don't get to actually see them. They might have been experimenting. Maybe. Next guy. Felix first? You made Felix lead? Or just really lucky? Okay. Alex, Felix. Yeah, dude. I'm impressed that this soldier lasted so long against this thing. This thing does like 1 billion damage. Like, it's unholy how much damage this thing does, and somehow this soldier's not dead. I played against a couple with this guy, and it's like this will kill like Jake. This will kill Lin Shen. This will kill Alex, Jake, Lin Shen, all by itself, with like some random tank in front, and like if it won't even be close. They'll just get slaughtered. Yeah, I'm impressed how durable that guy is because he lasts like 5 seconds. Like usually ASSR tanks last like 5 seconds there. You can see him getting chunked, but that's still pretty good. Not a great spot to be in. I guess the auto shield's gonna give you a second. Oh, you bought just enough time. Just enough time. Very nice. Didn't quite get any kills. Is this a Doom remix? This is presumably Doom, right? OST is from Doom. Oh wow, Felix lived through that. Alright. You facing the mech build? Yeah. It's pretty disgusting. I was thinking I'd have an okay time against the mech build because I was running Jake this week, but it wasn't even close. The giant ass mecha just absolutely hoses him and you can't even get close to it. Oh, this is the Nikkei OST. Oh, okay. Like, what's the point of having anti-mech units if the anti-mech units can't do anything because they're all dead before they get close to you, right? Oh, is it Chatterbox? I don't know most of the Nikkei soundtracks very well. Funnily enough, I'm better with the... I feel like I'm slightly better with the Stellar Blade soundtrack. Yeah, I was guessing this was Doom Eternal. As I know, if I had to guess, this is leaning towards like a mix. This is leaning towards like something like BFG Division, but it's not BFG Division. So from the first soundtrack, so it can't be that. It's also not the first game. It's Rip and Tear, so it's not any of the tracks from the first game. So it could be the second, but I guess you answered that. Nikkei OST. Okay, this is a long one. Going to time? Going to time on this? Okay. 36. Close. This one looks a lot shorter. And since this is your tournament run, I don't have high hopes for this. here. Rating 6K. Eve drop first. Yeah, okay. Eve dropped first. Oh man, the damage you didn't get to put any damage on Eve before she started eating everything. That sucks. Oh, then she's running what's her face? The like tanky lady that's super expensive. Rip. Kills everyone before you get a tank? Yeah. You're hugely behind and they only have like 8 worth of units on the field. That sucks. Or 11. You're down and awakened? A 6 cost awakened. A 5 cost awakened. You're down 11 points. 14. Yeah, you aren't coming back from this one. Couldn't even significantly injure the Eve. That's rough. Actually, none of their units got damaged. Damn. The Eve got healed, but she did take like 20%. Never would have expected Eve first drop. Yeah. That's a rough third round. Unfortunate, but it happens. Thanks for sharing. It was an alright run into qualifiers. We'll probably vote for AB, but we'll do that later. Thanks for sharing, my dude. Back to our regularly scheduled Limbus company. Ah, it's not Limbus, that's Steam. Alright, that is
맞아요.
You're right, it's my turn to be used.
차례가 돌아온 거죠.
When'd you get back? That must have been a short trip, damn. Honglu nonchalantly chimed into the conversation, having slipped between us unnoticed. Did you try the danger close? I have not yet. I might give it a go Sunday, we'll see. Hey, you're back pretty soon, huh? Unfortunately, what Otis just said could sound quite crass depending on how you cut it. Honglu, you don't have to... Don't mind what she said. Why would I mind it?
필요가 없었는걸요? 저의 쓰임새는
My use is to be a ticket to participating in the Hierarch War, the only option for obtaining the Golden Bow in H-Corp. You didn't say anything wrong. Or use?
이왕 쓰이는 거
Well, if you'll be using me, hopefully it'll lead to an outcome we can all be happy with. Yeah, I did see that it's the, it's Nibble, right?
모두가 기뻐하기에는 시춘군
Surely such outcome would be best, yet young Shichun hath already exhaled with great gusto out of her nostrils before turning away from our party when our eyes met. The real crime, we hurt Shichun's feelings. I understand, Don Quixote. Is this the shipping line we're looking for?
시춘이하고는
Well, Shichun... Honglu's eyes twinkled briefly as though he was shifting into a dream.
다시 사이가 좋아지게 될 줄은 몰랐어요.
I didn't think it was possible for me to be friends with Shichun again.
비록 지금은
We're back to not being on speaking terms again, but...
잠깐이라도
It was as though I'd gone back in time, back to when we were both children.
이제는 까마득하고
But we can't go back to the past.
방금 뭐라고 했죠?
Did you say?
지금 제정신으로 그 말을
You
나한테
drunk
한
on
거야?
something? Did you really just say that to me? Oh, this takes place elsewhere. What a stupid thing of me to ask.
오빠는 평생
You've never been drunk in your life. Your mind's always so damn clear.
맑은 정신이었겠지.
That one hits you against hard, but I figured out after many trials in air. You only got 5 attempts. How many trials did you...
어차피 내가 이렇게
None of this matters to you, does it? Even when I get angry at you or when I shout at you like this, none of it gets to you, does it? Actually, wait, can you do trial attempts? Can you do trial attempts on Danger Close? I thought you could only do regular attempts. So what happened to you that day? How can someone become so...
무슨 일이 있었길래 사람이
Yichun, I...
됐어?
Forget it, I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. It's my fault for expecting to have at least one normal sibling in this messed up family.
기대하는 내 잘못이지.
In that memory, Honglu was wearing a quiet smile even before her hushed anger. You abandon it, it refunds the attempts? Really? But don't you want to be friends with her again?
결국 사람과의
At the end of all things, these connections between people are just moments, ephemeral things.
찰나일 뿐일 텐데요.
If you do it before the mission ends or you lose. Ah, okay.
그러니 저의 뜻이 어떻든
And some of the bosses are incredibly volatile and can one-shot you. Yeah, that makes sense. What I want doesn't matter. Honglu. Honglu, a sinner so aloof, so detached, it feels as though he's always floating through the clouds. I once thought that was just the kind of guy he was, someone who happened to be above everything that's happening around us instead of another messed up person with messed up problems of their own. But slowly and gradually I've begun to realize there's something off about him under the surface. Honglu, about participating in the family hierarch war. Do you really not feel anything about it? Have you completely excluded yourself from it?
네.
I don't, and I have. It's just the way things worked out, right?
관리자님, 애초에 저자의
Executive
가치
manager.
판단이
It's true his value
사이에
judgment will have no
의미를
tangible
느낄 수
influence on this
없을
company's
겁니다.
direction.
파우스트도 동의합니다.
Faust is in agreement. Sinners do not have the right to refuse their mission.
거부권은 존재하지 않으므로.
그건 사실일 테요.
That may be true, and yet
그에 따르는 마음의
I find it
상태는
unnecessary to turn away and neglect the suffering
무시할 필요가
conditions of their heart,
없다고 보.
stemming from the obligation to their mission.
마음의 상태라.
Ah, the conditions of our hearts, but perhaps unnecessarily peering into them is how we beget suffering?
아닐까요?
Just ignore your own suffering, and so you won't feel it? Seems good.
그것이
What
무슨
manner?
이곳 대관원에서 머물고 있어서
Back then, back when I lived in Daguan. Yuan?
제게는
So many choices
생각보다
passed before my
끊임없이
eyes.
지나쳐가곤 했어요. 다른 가문의 그 아이를 죽여야 하는지 제가 살아남아야 하는지
Should I kill that child from a different family? Should I even survive? Should I walk past the dying boy? Should I stop to help him?
도와줘야 처음에는
When they were first presented to me, I tried to make a choice.
하지만
But it didn't take long for me to realize my choices meant nothing.
그래서 저는
So I
어떤 것도
decided not to choose at all.
그게 지금의 저예요.
And that's me, as I am now.
림버스 컴퍼니
There are so many wonderful things about joining Limbus Company, but
제가 무언가
I think my favorite part of the experience was I was never given a choice.
좋았던 것 같아요.
That's definitely kind of weird.
이상한 것 같은데요.
I'm with Ismail. Yeah.
분위기가 조용해졌네요.
Oh, things have gotten weirdly quiet around here.
사람은 여기까지 하도록 하죠. 해야 할 이야기가
That was enough
많습니다.
discussion of private matters. There's much ground for us to cover.
그럼 1차 대전의
Let's begin by
진국에
discussing our plan for the first
말씀해주세요.
round. Fade to black, end of scene. We'll find out later. The next morning. Yep. There's still some time till we have to leave. Oh, I thought those were books for a minute and not training dummies. I was like, the heck is this pile of books? Wait, why are they on wheels? Now I don't know what they actually are. Okay.
밤에는 잘 보이지 않았지만
Well, maybe the horse of these scarecrows? Veiled in nocturnal shadows they were at yesternight. Training dummies, right?
아, 아직도
Oh, wow,
있었네요.
they're still here.
이곳에 자제들이 거처하는 건물 앞에는
There are training courts next to every building where children in this place live. Yeah.
걷고 뛸 나이가 될 쯤엔 누구나 이
Here, every child of walking, running age, I'll get to play with these dummies.
놀이라.
Play. Early education's important.
중요하지.
호수아비랑 어떻게 노는 것인데?
How does one play with these dummies? It appears this dummy is adorned with the most dashing piece of fashion for its head.
모자를 쓰고 있군.
아, 그건 제가
Ah,
7살 때 처음
That's the
받았던
first dummy I
옷인데
received when I was 7.
그때는 말이죠.
Back then, I thought even dummies could feel pain when struck.
하는 줄 알았답니다.
Such was the blissful rumination of all those who were once children.
있을 것이요.
Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. In a quick trip to the bathroom. We'll resume this lovely story in a couple minutes. Alright, and I'm back. So we return? So we return to the sad tale of our best boy Hongwu. Such was the blissful rumination of all those who were once children. Was it like tradition for kids born here to formally learn how to fight?
아, 그건 아니에요.
Not exactly.
이번에 할머니가 형한테 선물로 주셨다는 게.
Oh, so this is what grandmother gifted you, big bro?
맞아. 그런데 아직
I don't know how. Yes, I don't know how it works though.
옷 같은 걸 입혀주거나 장신구를 매달아주는 인형 아니겠어?
Must be a doll or an effigy for dress up. Perhaps you could adorn it with some trinkets?
형 집을 지켜주는 수호신 같은 걸지도 몰라.
Maybe it's got like a guardian spirit that protects your house, big bro value?
얼씨구.
Oh. Oh boy.
이건 말이지. 이렇게 쓰는 거라고.
Let me show you how it's done.
할머니가 준 선물을 때렸어.
Why did you punch grandma's gift?
그렇게 하면 아파하지 않을까?
Don't you think you're hurting it?
아파해?
Hurt it, really now, this wooden thing?
이렇게 자라나야 살아남을 수 있다는 게 더 정확할 거예요.
That's this one, right? It's got a headpiece. And a face. More that they have to grow up this way if they want to survive.
생각보다 제대로 된 수목인이군.
This WTD isn't so bad. Some weapon training dummy? Or wooden training dummy? This wooden training dummy appears to have been designed and crafted with some precise engineering craftsmanship.
사용해보는 것도 나쁘지 않겠군.
Still have time before departure. Why don't we try using them as a warm-up exercise?
땀내는 거 싫은데.
I don't want to get sweaty though. Not like these things pose us any danger. I think we can try them at once just to see how we're doing today.
들었나 제군들. 지금부터 우리는
Give our orders from the executive manager.
전력으로 허수아비를 상대한다.
This moment forth, we put our all into laying utter ruin into these training dummies. I didn't give an order. Oh well, it won't hurt to get our blood pumping now. All forces charge. It's gonna be a fight. I didn't actually check if we were doing a fight here.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최선이군.
The training dummies have counterattack. I understand that. But how are they attacking me in general? Ow, why? I guess we'll find out. Maybe at a later point. Since there's so many people, we're just gonna try and drown them under weight of attacks. So, you know, no need to play tactically. Oh, they're weak to pride, right? Don Quixote taking the first L.
잘했다. 마무리까지 끝나면 너희 안가품 장부에 특별히 한정판 고양이 스티커를 붙여주지.
4 levels of attack down. Ouch. They do nerf your attack if you... Oh, fair enough. (14 to 17). Unlikely to succeed. Unless he rolls all heads. Yeah, we'll evade. For the best, maybe? There's one weapon carriage down. I like how they're adding training dummies as an actual enemy. Some weird mechanical enemy variety doesn't really go wrong, right?
나 참 주먹질만 한다고 능사가 아니야.
One
발길질도
staggered, one
섞어야지.
dead. You need some sanity. They keep attacking, no worries. You have 12 sanity. I cannot just fire off bullets that drain sanity like that. That'd be.
당신의 판단을 따를게.
I'm starting to like that level 3. That level 3 is kind of nice. A new soundtrack in the background if you can't hear that. Right, I think my favorite new soundtrack is still like the Keeper Fight soundtrack, but this one's not too overwhelming. It's nice. We already hit them with this. Yeah, I guess we can just do Fire Fist as well. Sure. At 0 sanity, we'll need to. minimum, we can guarantee victory, I guess that. Yeah. Only one magical with those, isn't it? Do that one. F. Going to 7. I screwed up my math somewhere. Decided instead to shoot her own teammates. After winning the clash, of course. Just a minor friendly fire incident. Happens all the time with rifles, I assure you. That didn't kill. Oof.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
당신의 판단을 따를게.
Can't stun herself with the fire, I believe. Oh, she has Dark Flame because oh, I feel like an idiot. Alright. That fire's gonna stack, that's annoying. Only 2 damage though. Good thing we changed using the Midnight Blue cards so early, or so late. Don't do shit for damage, right?
아픔이다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
And off to the stratosphere you go. Alright. I think that one wins with Kyoto doing the most, right? Kyoto, you're on loop.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가? 아니야, 넣어두게. 정말 2배로 받을 거라고 생각했는가? 그런 건 정의롭지 않지.
I wouldn't really charge double. Duzo would be destroyed from the way of justice. Training yards, story, and a fight. We're fighting more training dummies. They wouldn't just use them for one fight, right? The team's probably gonna be like, the hell are the— oh, we're going right into it. Upgraded training dummies. These ones got spikes. Or studs. I think they're studs. How did these training dummies get themselves written up in the Book of Vengeance? That's what I'd like to know. After all, we don't just— the middle doesn't just randomly attack training dummies. That would be silly. These training dummies did something to deserve this. I don't know what, but it must be serious.
안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신. 최상이군.
A luscious day
이렇게
today.
혹시나 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
I guess I can just hit them with the red.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
그 삶에 마침표를
Lu carrying.
반쯤 죽여.
He doesn't even have a buff like Heathcliff did. Heathcliff got a sick buff. Lu just carrying on the force weight of full force. Good stuff, man.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어갔고.
Alright. 32, you're not at max.
단번에 끝낸다. 괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플.
You get sanity for killing those? I have no clue. They're inanimate objects, they might not count. It might be like destroying terrain, you don't get sanity for it.
방금의 공격. 푹신.
Oh, he got 10 sanity for that. Never mind, you get 10 for it.
하, 웃기는 자식들.
Oh, she got nothing.
그래서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
Curious.
긴장하셨나요?
Sanity.
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면
After winning a clash, after defeating an enemy regardless of level.
어우, 안 뜨거워? 멀리서 말해도 들려.
Defeats enemies levels higher or equals. Higher equals. Ah, she only gets sanity when it's higher or low or more. I see. Her sanity doesn't increase if she kills enemies if they are too low level, and these guys are considerably lower than her. Alright. Confusion resolve. She needs to win clashes. Damn, that's a lot of red. We have a huge red chain. Can we do something cool with that red chain? I feel like it should be possible. Lu doesn't have anything crazy to do. Six attack weight, that could be cool.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
I didn't check if that would actually corrode her. Oops. Probably should have. Oh well. Oh well, that's for tomorrow. That's for 5 minutes from now. Next turn's ethereal. Well, no, next turn's ethereal. They'll have to care. The worst part is she doesn't get any sanity from this, so it's really not worth it. Ooh, a whiff on both coins. I spent 15 sanity for this. Sinclair is still not transforming. He doesn't get sanity from that either.
이런 그새 정신을 잃었네. 형제의 원한이다. 정부의 추가에 두고 조만간 갚아주지.
Magic bullet is too high. We cannot be using actual magic bullet. It will friendly fire. Yeah, what's a little friendly fire between friends? What's a little friendly fire between our rivals? Not the end of the world. I did magic bullet fire first. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, good, good.
움직임의 어설퍼요.
Alright. Gregor. Burn teams, the natural enemy of training dummies. Ones that are wooden, at least. How refreshing. Guess morning workouts really do wake you up. Enjoying the Canto, yes I am. It's starting out chill and slowly building up, but it's got the right atmosphere. I feel like the previous Canto was very on the nose. This one, you still know what like the bad things about Honglu, but the like mild horror, I don't know if I call it horror, but like I guess we can call it like the psychological horror of Honglu's life. It's slowly unraveled for you, but it's not obvious. You know, like they slowly reveal it to you and you're like, oh man, this is probably pretty bad. And he's like, oh, it's just like this, it's like this. And like they're just giving you the pieces slowly of like how awful life is in H Corp. Which I like. That's more like the previous chapters. Really been good so far. The aesthetics have been pretty good. We're playing around with the newish Don Quixote. The sync one. You like to see the character model of the Heisho that were next to the grandma earlier? They look much better when not shit. Dude, those guys looked sick. I commented on them. I thought I was wondering if they were like the snake themed Heisho or if they're a different animal theme. We got new snake themed guides, right? Okay, let's see this. These are the guys next to grandma. Oh wait, are the animal underscore chicken? Wait, they're chicken themed? I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. Roosters, rooster Heishos. Oh, nice. They say rooster, but all this means I can say they're cock Heishos. They're dicks. They're cock Heishos. They also got their ego portraits too. Yeah, these guys look sick. Also carrying swords. They look like long and narrow ones. Long, narrow, straight swords. Presumably that's a sheath and not a square blade again. Did Greg FT call them cockfighting roosters? That's about right. Nice stuff though. Thanks for sharing, my dude. Don's ego. Oh yeah, they put this in the trailer, right? The new Dawn ego. Dude, that shit is weirdly cute. I like the Dawn ego. It's weirdly cute. It's like really good though. Ishmael ego. I don't know. He's got like the Zhanshi or like the Chinese zombie Zhangshis, I think, right? You have the Chinese zombie vibe with like the centipedes from Sekiro. Sorry, it makes me think of like those, you know, in Sekiro, the enemies that are immortal but have like the centipede in replacing their spine. You gotta like rip the centipede out and kill that thing. Reminds me of these guys. Yeah, the immortal centipede people. They just like lounge around and try to kill you. Oh, the Sinclair ego. Wait, I don't remember the Sinclair ego being this. I was thinking, okay. I was thinking Honglu. Oh, right, it's the wings one, where he, like, fires the projectiles above his head and then stabs you with the wings. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, the Immortal Centipede guys. Sekiro is pretty good. Always like the part where they pull that shit with the gorilla. You know the gorilla scene. You kill the boss and the boss gets back up with a second health bar and you're like, Like, I decapitated the boss. He's definitely dead. Gets back up. Excuse me, what? Oh, that was such a sick game. That's actually my favorite Souls-like. Right now, I don't think Elden Ring topped Sekiro. Sekiro is so much more playable. Replayable, I should say. The Elden Ring was alright, but once you beat Elden Ring, you don't want to sit down and do it again. I feel like Sekiro was the opposite. You beat Sekiro and you're like, shit, can I play this again? And then I proceed to do exactly that and beat Sekiro like 5 times in a row. Good. They show Shiren? Is that your maid? That's Honglu's maid? I think we saw that. His fiance is like Bao Chan or something, right? Bao Chan or something? I'm not great with names, so the answer is maybe. Gotten used to getting in touch before the real meat of the mission. That mornings feel incomplete without some action. Nevertheless, a meaningful warm-up activity. I'm meaning to ask Honglu, why did you never consider participating in the family hierarch war before? Oh yeah, it is the maid. Okay, check her arms and legs on the sprite. Oh damn, she's got like a vine for an arm? And hooves for feet. Hooves for feet, a regular hand, and then like a tentacle or a vine? That's pretty cool. Alright. She's a little bit messed up. Hong's maid. Hopefully that other arm's kind of functional. Yeah, why never pursue the war? Because it could get you killed and there's no reason to do it if you don't value the rewards from it. Seems to me all your other siblings have been waiting and training their whole life for the event. It's simple. I never once thought I wanted to be family hierarch. You're not truly most fortunate? Maybe she was a horse Heisho before? Maybe. A goat Heisho? Lots of hooved animals. Yeah, if you'd not been born with Jade, my son, you would have had to toil all your life preparing for the family hierarch war like all your siblings. Would explain how he survived this long. Having a Heisho as a bodyguard. You needn't waste your strength on those things. To win the favor of the elders in Jiamu. Venerated repeat their blessing. Simply witness as much of the world as it has to offer, Jade of our family, my precious son, value. Not goat. Wei is goat? Ah, I see. What's wrong, you saying? You seem kind of distraught? Is it ought to do with the plan, Miss Faust? It ought to do with the plan, Miss Faust explained to us last night. I find the plan rather detestable. Yeah. Honglu said he's okay with it, so we wouldn't call it a plan if we're being honest here. Wei is the earthy branch representing goat. I see. I didn't see Wei. I haven't looked at Wei's feet, so I don't know if his feet like that. Bodyguard. Oh, Wei is the branch representing goat, therefore it's not. Ah, I see. Just bodyguard named Wei must be a Heisho. Ah, okay, okay. Matches the definition of a plan given it illustrates certain instructions to be followed for the purpose of achieving a defined goal. Remember that there are no second chances in the family hierarch war. No second chances. Wake up with some training dummies.
아,
Honglu ain't broke today.
재산으로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Be free from aging and death. No noticeable changes to him physically, though. I guess that's sort of good. I thought they had said that like the physical changes were a side effect. Like the physical changes are side effects, right? Of like you overdoing the drugs. So if you're no longer a Heisho, you probably don't want them, right?
입성하십니다.
His socks, I can't see his feet. Young Master Bao Yu and his 12 companions arriving at Tubitang, the elevated Virescent Jade Hall. We entered the hall where the first round was to be held. As always, the servant by the gate announced our arrival. With the resounding holler we'd grown to expect. It seems they forced mutations. But like, I thought they could undo them, so like, if you're not broke, and you don't want them, and you leave the Heisho, like presumably Wei has, you can get them undone. The snake IDs purposely put boluses on their arms? Yeah. I see. I don't know much about the snake mutations, I only saw the trailer. I wasn't so rich in shards that I could just get the 2 new characters immediately after getting my currency halved. You're saying that was not easy to leave? Yeah, sure. He works for H Corp, like they're pretty wealthy, so if they deemed it necessary, he could get his normal ass body back, presumably. Alright. An arena or stadium, I see. We have many eyes on us, executive manager. I looked up to see that the audience seats, which were brimming with people, were divided into stair-like terraces, and on the platform at the opposite end of the hall, 3 shadows of chairs could be seen, cast on the obscuring curtain fabric. It means they're backlit. As for us, we followed the attendant's guidance and stood next to the other participants at the circular area in the center. They're brainwashed to follow whoever owns them, no matter what, yeah. Yeah, that's covered in the other Heisho's sets. In the other Heisho's descriptions. The rabbit Heishos. Ads, lovely ads. Don't you love ads? So, are the evaluations happening past those curtains? No, I think the evaluation happens in this center here. Yeah, I think that the Heisho are brainwashed to follow someone, but I don't know if that means they're brainwashed to follow them permanently or if they're under contract. Could be like one of those contracts that you can effectively never break. Or you can just maintain your ownership for someone and then never change it. Presumably someone can buy you out that you could never be bought. They like, when your old master dies, there's like someone else can buy you, right? You're like a mercenary if you're a Heisho. You're not like permanently contracted to one person. Anyway. So evaluations past those curtains? No, likely in this circular arena that nobody's standing inside. Let's go. Dayu? Is someone you recognize?
아니요, 괜찮아요.
No, it's nothing, Dante.
다시 만나도
Even if we were to meet again, we don't really have anything to talk about anyway.
인연이 있다면
Maybe we'll have another chance later. Should fate will it? Oh, hey, I think it's finally getting started. The curtain slid open and the old woman we saw from yesterday's banquet walked out onto the platform. With your father on the other side? Welcome back.
나는 운이 따라주어 오래전 가모의 자리에 올랐지만은 장관 세월이 지나 이제는 이 자리를 내려놓고 산하를 흘러다니려 한다.
Alright, many scores ago I ascended to the seat of Jiamu with a stroke of fortune. Yet a lifetime has passed since I assumed this great responsibility, such as it is. I seek to abdicate and walk the path of mountains and streams as a river does. When Wei was fighting the Mao, they put a talisman and changed something to brainwash him. With the seat voided, the responsibility seeks the one with the qualities of the family hierarch to fill it.
카씨,
Let's hear it. Dogwan Yuan? A
왕씨,
collective.
사씨가의 기둥들로 이루어진 이 대관원에
A collective upheld by pillars of four. Oh, she's still talking.
하나의 질문에 대한 답을
Upheld by pillars of four great houses of Jie, Jue, Huang, and Qi. We once again ask you the perennial question. I don't know if they did to break him free, but it wasn't easy. You'd probably do your own brainwashing on someone if you rented them, because they're like mercenaries, right?
그대들은
Have you brought us aught to prove that the answer indeed exists? There's a woman next to her.
아, 제 첫째 누나인
My oldest sister,
누나예요.
big sis Yuanchun. Already it's up to you, it's
아주
depressing.
높으신 분과 혼례를 치른 후
She married a very important person in Q Corp and spends most of her time there. Looks like she's visiting for the event.
비록 다른 둥지에 머물고 있던 몸이지만 고륙의 정을 나누고 전륜의 지성을 다할 수
Did her kill a child? I
잠시
see.
자리하였으니
Though I have resided long in a foreign nest, I now return fleetingly to share the love with my flesh and blood, to fulfill my duties as observed by order of filial piety.
최선을 다해 진리를
I return that the truth shall be observed to the best of my abilities.
누군가는 순조롭게
Some of you may have walked a laid path, gentle to your feet. Some of you may have struggled through an unlaid, brutal path of cragged mountains 1,000-fold to find your answers.
하지만
Yet regardless of the severity of your suffering, all of you equally have but one opportunity for the first round.
그럼에도 그대들은 모두 이곳 대관원의 후계자들이었습니다.
Even still, you are all once prospective heirs of the great house. Even your failures shall bring power and prosperity to Dagwan Yuan.
이제부터 호명하는
Come forth in order you are summoned, and demonstrate the invaluable answers to the question of the three freedoms. One from aging, one from death, and one from the brevity of life.
시연이 불가하다면 거짓 없는 증거를
If the
내보내
nature of your answer be indemonstrable, present iron-clad proof.
놓치지 말고
Lose not and discard not. Yet fresh youth be let fresh youth be unending and eternal. She's like, the chance of immortality? Yeah, I'll be here. After their respective speeches, Jia Yuanchun and Jia Mu disappeared behind the curtains atop the platform.
번째 참가자
First candidate. Seemed Honglu's father assumed the role of the host for the first round.
왕씨 가문의
Ren of the Wong family. We gotta have someone screw up, right? So we can see how badly the first round can go. They call it a serious conflict, so we'll see. Wong Ren, first to be summoned, walked up to the platform. Behind him was his faction, who were dragging somebody by a rope towards the platform.
빨리 와라, 멍청한 것.
Hurry up, foolish thing.
누구를 데려가는 거죠?
Who are they dragging up to the stage?
저 정도의 움직임이면
Whoever it is, they clearly don't want to be here.
것 같다만.
The mother was talking about the answers. She mentioned to Jianren. Jian means immortality. The Jianren? Right. Be free from aging and death.
태어날 때 주어진 몸뚱아리 이상이
Suppose every wing dreams of escaping and rising beyond the body they were born with.
어느 날개나 가지고 있는 수건인가 봐.
H Corp's pursuit of immortality probably isn't special in that regard.
홍원에 불록을 써도 그런
소장
He hath brought a blood bag. That's when we were finally able to recognize who the candidate dragged up to the stage. The eyes unfocused in red, mouth slick with drool dribbling down through the mouth guard, meaningless, snarling. It's a mindless blood bag. How does a blood fiend become an answer to immortality? They live forever. Could be immortality seekers or perhaps who took the theories of immortality for themselves. Ah, yes.
일반 사람들의 시선에서는
In layman's terms, blood fiends may appear to have truly attained freedom from aging.
저희는 이미 알고
Of course, we're all aware blood fiends can grow old and weak after a prolonged period of blood deprivation.
늘 침착한데
Thus, it's unlikely to provide the answer they seek. After some struggle, the blood bag was dragged, kicking and growling, past the curtains atop the platform. The more cringe thing is, this guy brought a blood bag instead of a blood fiend. Like, bro. Like, I'm like, I think it could be a good answer, but like bringing a blood bag is like the worst choice, right? You're like, I want to prove you can be safe from aging. Okay. So he brings like the worst example he can find. That seems like a bad choice. maybe he couldn't find any better, but it's like, okay, you bring him and you're like, hey, like you go to like, even if you go to like some low tier blood fiend, you try that and you go, look, I'll bribe you with like, you're like this crazy H corp guy, right? Yeah, bring a mindless zombie. Like, why bring the mindless zombie? You could do the same thing and be like, find a nest, find like some blood fiend nest and be like, look, I'm gonna bribe you with like 100 corpses, like 100 people or something like that. Like, you just sacrifice, like, because these guys are like, you know, mega wealthy, life is worth nothing in the city. You say, look, you know, I'll give you like protection for like 2 years and you just have to give me a witness and be like, yeah, life as a vampire is great. And like act mildly sane, right? Like, you don't even have to be a top tier vampire. It's like, oh wait, I'm getting H corp protection. Like, I'm sure some vampire will buy that shit. Like, look, you know, I'm here because what's her face? Like the Fixer Association has a blood fiend and H corp. Yeah. But like the Fixer Associations, you know, assigned you like an urban nightmare classification. They're all coming to kill you. Look, you can come with me. You ain't gonna die. I'll feed you plenty. You just need to say how great life as a blood fiend is. You don't have to say answer any other questions. I feel like that's possible. Like, there's someone who's gonna take that. But like, bringing a blood bag just feels bad. It just seems like a bad answer to that question. Randomly get smooshed under a building and spend a month in there waiting for it to move again. Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying there's like not problems living as a blood fiend there, but like, if you're working with like some H corp guy, especially if you're like, think of it, this guy, the guy who's hiring you is trialing to be the next head of the family. Like, if he gets to be head of H corp, you are not going to be in a shitty position unless he wants you dead, right? Like, you want body, you want blood, you want blood fresh from the source, you're gonna get that shit. Although there's like a decent chance he has you killed like 5 minutes after he gets the throne, but you know, who cares? Like, it seems like something that you should have a better example for. We'll see. That's the fabled blood fiend then? I doubt it'll do the job. Blood fiends would be indeed quite the esoteric knowledge, but to the judges of this contest, I doubt they're anything more than lukewarm trivia. Would they be trying to regen the whole time, or they have to wait to feel the pain until it goes away? I don't think they can turn off the regen. It's very rare that anyone can turn off their regen. The Wong kid must have been pretty desperate, huh? He's gotta have some trick, right? He's either lazy as balls or he ain't right in the upstairs. Can't do much under a building? Nope. Could be like that. Could be, I mean, a month isn't that bad. Could be like that one immortal guy. What's the... Oh, not the Neanderthal race. What's the other fucking race? The Jagoot? From Malice and Book of the Fallen. They can't kill the Jagoot. So, like, some of the Jagoot, they literally just put under a boulder. Like, we can't kill you. Crush you under a boulder. And it's like, yeah, he escaped after 1,000 years of, like, moving his finger inch by, like, millimeter by millimeter to scrape away, like, the rock. Could be a month? Not so bad. I know there's at least one of those in Malice and Book of the Fallen. That was cool. It appears knowledge of blood fiends is oddly common amongst this ilk. Indeed, blood fiends are present in every nest. 'Tis little surprise that those privy to arcane knowledge aren't well aware of their existence. After a brief moment that lasted less than a minute, Wong rang, and his faction emerged from behind the curtains that descended from the platform. Wong Ran, candidate of the family hierarchy evaluation, stand upon the podium and await your judgment. Then they ascended the round podium behind the platform as ordered. Thus announcing Wong Ren's results for round 1 of the family hierarchy evaluations. Elimination. No. All they need is blood. As long as you supply them with enough blood, they'll be eternal and everlasting. Venerable Jiamu, please. Nay. What awaits them is no eternity at all.
심사하는 자들의 비원. 진정한
Clearly, I know not the shape of this true immortality the evaluation seeketh to maintain, yet
피에 종속되어 영혼을
longevity of a blood fiend shackled by blood and endless suffering is unlikely to be one. What?
하지만 기억은 그대로 가지고 있다고 사냥꾼 놈들이.
But those hunters told me they retain all their memories.
모든 욕망과 감정의 방향이 피로 귀결되어 비틀어질 거다.
To become a blood fiend is to surrender all the desires and emotions that exist within thy being for a singular hunger for blood and only blood.
끝없이 불행한 삶만이 남았다.
Perhaps that is an acceptable condition for those who expect nothing but fathomless torment for the rest of their lives. Yet for those with so much to lose, with much in life they cling on to as those present seem to, the fate of a blood fiend is no freedom from aging and death. It is but a sanguine shackle to enslave their minds. What king would want an eternity serving under the one below them? Also true. A member of Value's faction has given an excellent reply. No further elaboration necessary. You have failed to bring us a high kindred, let alone a blood fiend at all. This creature is but a miserable blood bag. I can't even well commend your efforts. Ren of the Wong family.
진작 탈락한 자에게 걸맞지 않은 이유를 친히 알리셨으니 이를 생애 마지막의 은혜로 하시게.
They've spoken and mercifully given you the full explanation of your mistake, a privilege that failed candidates do not deserve. Let this be the final blessing of your life. The full explanation of your mistake. Okay. Ah, I saw that coming. No one's in the middle for a reason. We got the trap door. Alright. Pull the liver, Kronk! The podium suddenly opens under their feet, casting Wang Ren and the blood bag to its depths with a blood-curdling screech. That's what happens when you fail to pass. That was for dramatic effect, right? There's gotta be like a side path leading back upstairs, right? Right? Of course not. Can't you smell the stench of festering pain rising like heat from the depths? You've been honing your sense of humor. Those are some pretty nasty jokes, though. Where does that hole lead? Judging by the time between drop and sound of the fall, I presume it goes quite far down. Probably to a place with lots of old family secrets. Oh, and not treasures. But trying to figure that out might get you a visit from the Hay Show, probably. We fall and use the sinners as cushions. I'm sure that's safe. They went all out with the theatrics. And we could very well be the ones screaming and falling down the hole later. Are you intended to bring a singular answer to all three questions? Or are you intended... I guess it's one of those things where if you find one, they're happy, right? Like I'm gonna say, Hong Lu could say, I brought this, but it's not really worth it. I brought this, but it's not really worth it. So my conclusion is no. Like, he could do something like that, right? Where he's like, yeah, I don't know. Does Hong Lu actually try to seriously answer the question or just say he doesn't give a fuck? I don't know. I know who you think will win. I'm curious what Hong Lu picks. Oh, the next candidate was summoned before we were even able to shake off the initial shock. Second candidate from the Jouet family. We sat through a few more names and subsequent failures. We couldn't hear exactly what they were talking about beyond the curtains, and unlike the very loud and obvious blood bag, the answers the other candidates brought were less obvious, so... all we had to go on were the shadows of their desperate attempts to explain things before the judges. Another one? Ugh. Means boring as hell. The longer we watched the death toll rise, the less shocking they became. Are they planning on failing everyone? 8th candidate, Bao Chai of the Jouet family. Oh look, we know her. She was technically our competition, but it seemed that she managed to give the sinners quite the positive impression with yesterday's brief encounter. Some of them were even cheering her on. We couldn't see exactly what it was that Jouet Bao Chai brought, but she was also holding something as she entered past the curtains. Chai of the Shuka family. After her brief meeting with the judges, which, according to going by the shadows cast from the curtains, appeared to have gone better than we expected, she emerged. And as soon as she did, she immediately turned in our direction, at Honglu to be exact. How you were watching me! And began excitedly waving her hand. She passes. Podium beneath her remained shut. Passing connection it may have been, yet I ill wish to see a face, familiar face claimed by the abyss. Thus I'm glad. Yi Sang's happy. Happy Yi Sang! Success. 17th candidate, Jia Shichun of the Jia family. Shichun's turn. She slowly ascended the platform, unaccompanied. She held in her hands a tightly sealed gourd bottle. Looks like she found it. Found the water from the river we saw in Don Quixote's memories back then? Impossible. She reached the lake? The lake? You don't trust her? She's too bubbly for this game? Yes, we don't have to trust her. But, you know, she's been nice so far. In character, they probably shouldn't be too paranoid about her. The possibility she actually reached there in person is infinitely minuscule. There is an infinitesimal statistical possibility she could have reached the river yet. Not even Faust can conceive how someone of their capabilities could reach the fountainhead of one of the deepest fathoms. It becomes even more impossible when considering the relatively short passage of time since then and now. The fiancé for clarity. Yes, yes. The bubbly fiancé. I wouldn't describe Shichun as bubbly. she's kind of angry. I don't know why, but the fact she specifically likes the stories or sinners also like is sus. Well, Honglu said she already liked those. Like, that wasn't a new thing. Right? Like, Honglu already knew that, and he hadn't gone and talked to her before. So, that was a trait she had before Honglu left. I don't think that trait in particular is suspicious. If that's a trait she already possessed. Unless she, like, mind controlled the Honglu or some shit, but, like, I don't think that's likely. That said, the bubbly personality that's very interested in the sinners either means something bad's gonna happen to them, and it's gonna be sad, or she's gonna turn on us. Like, it's unlikely that we're just like, oh, bubbly person, oh, I didn't succeed, see you next time, bye. Seems unlikely. The only possibility of something like that happening would be if she wins and Honglu gets second or something. More likely explanation might be that she obtained the waters by collecting its due or a portion of what seeped out. Alas, that river's waters serveth only to put to slumber one's memories. Pray, doth it truly hold a link to the immortality they seek? It's likely connected to the immortality of the mind they pursue. As there are but an extremely small number of people privy to the knowledge of the rivers, the contents of the bottle are genuine, Faust expects her to pass. Ishun of the Jia family passes. Dropped for us a priceless treasure. It must have taken an unparalleled effort to obtain this given the meager size of your clan. Thank you, big sister Yuan Shun. As Faust expected, all three judges appeared quite satisfied by what Jia Shishun brought before them. I guess up next is our scene. If it includes combat, we're gonna... I feel like we're getting an uh-oh. I think we're failing, guys. Oh, it's called N-Corp. Are we getting interrupted? I was gonna say, if it includes combat, we're getting interrupted, but it is. But it's also titled N-Corp and not something else. I don't know why it's called N-Corp. What is the Nail Boys doing here? What are the Nail Boys doing here? Oh yeah, are these any unique types? They're not weak to piercing this time. Actually, it looks like we're fighting training green and like blue training dummies? Next, 18th candidate. Bloody hell, how many people are in this household? I did forget. Everyone forgot. Juan of the Jia family. Oh, right. from like chapter 1, right? Our first meeting with that man was less than amicable. I had a strong feeling another one wasn't going to do anything to improve it. Gia Huan walked up to the platform. We all fell silent hearing a familiar name. Oh, this bad guy. I felt some sinners were growing tense, some of them even gritting their teeth. The other man closely following Ji Huan, holding what looked like an egg of an abnormality, was also a familiar face. I'd seen him many times in Yisang's memories. Don't you're seeing what they're wearing? Ego gear. Yeah, the brother in Herman's group, the one who killed Yuri, yeah. It can be speculated they've either developed their own method of extraction or have scavenged them from Lobotomy Corporation. Hugo carries what appears to be the egg of an abnormality? Are they planning to offer them an abnormality egg? How is that an answer to anything? It is technical immortality. They wanted true immortality, freedom from death. They have aging, the mind, aging, brevity, and death. Death is separate from aging. Therefore, this is a solution. This is a potential solution to death. He's wearing Spiral of Contempt. Gubo's wearing Felbow. I see. Well, there's room for interpretation. Some might present a reasonably argued interpretation that abnormalities are entities that neighbor immortality. So the linchpin of their success hinges on which abnormality's egg that ends up being. If it's Brig Brother Jia Huan, I know he's never going to risk his life for something he thinks will fail. One of the Jia family passes the first evaluation. Oh, it is the, it's the annoying guy. Yeah, this is Awe and Contempt, right? This is the annoying guy. Yeah, I recognize the outfit design. Like the crisscross patterns of gold. Yeah, I get that. Alright. Many more candidates came and went. One of them carried a massive, mysterious coffin. Long Dawei. One of them brought a thick book. One of them presented a cage so tiny we couldn't see what was within it. Some of them passed. Some of them were sent screaming into the mysterious abyss. Oh, I see it. The red fire and the brown cloak, yeah. I'd love to hear all their explanations. I wish I could too, but they'd have to get really creative, so they're not going to do that. They'll let your mind fill in the blanks. As we waited and watched the candidates come and go, people from N Corp, their turn complete, approached us. Yet early it is for Twilight to arrive. Thus, early too is this meeting of ours. What more info on the coffin guy? For all you know, the coffin guy is dead. Is this to prove his own words back at the LCE that he's come to accept certain things as they are? Yisang coolly regarded his old friend who is now working for N Corp. You must find this small and barren respite of yours quite enjoyable. I've not seen you jest as you do now since the league fell. What do you now approach me? The rift is too great betwixt us to chatter on with any affection to speak of. Do not mistake my intent. If it was not I who desired to approach you, my teammates simply wished to have a look at his brother's face. And I thought I might, well, see how you're faring. Might die later as an oh look how strong this guy is moment. Yeah, possibly. I'm actually hoping they don't do that. I'm hoping they don't wharf Sancho at all. We got Sancho now, and this is the first major chapter. I hope they don't do any Don Quixote takes off his shoes and then instantly loses to show how big and tough the next bad guy is. Randoms are okay, but I feel like it'd cheapen it if we just have Don Quixote playing Lieutenant Worf. Yeah. I was idly thinking that before I started the chapter. Figured since you brought it to Worfing someone, that I'd point out I didn't want to see Don Quixote do that. I don't think Don Quixote do it on purpose, but the story writers might. Looks like everyone's come back to Don Guan now that the family hierarch war has started, brother. This is our first meeting since then, right? You won't just take anyone. If it isn't the doltish fool who has eyes, but knows not how to see. Well, if it isn't the doltish fool who has eyes but knows not how to see, I know you well enough. You normally turn purple with aversion upon hearing even a brief mention of the word hierarch, so why are you here? You think she could 1v1 Ricardo? Probably. Probably. Specifically because in the previous interlude, we were losing to her, but we beat Ricardo with backup. The only reason we beat Canto 7 was because they were all starving? Yep. I think Dawn can win, because in the previous part, we needed Virgilius to bail us out after Sancho kicked every single sinner's ass. Then we proceeded to go do the next interlude, where we beat him, the 12 of us, and he had backup. Like, we got interrupted, obviously, by the sweepers, but, like, we were doing okay. We got interrupted sweepers, but, like, we were doing okay, whereas you have to do, like, nothing. You can't actually beat Sancho either, and she's solo. So who are you and your stinking entourage working for this time? Is it that Jue girl, blinded by your looks to the revolting rot within? Or is it Shichun, who still defends you in your meaningless, foul profound spiel? Deluded in her belief you're still the same boy from her childhood? Hard to know if we're doing okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard. The thing is, we still had people standing at the end of the Ricardo fight. We had people standing when the sweepers arrived, which presumably means we weren't, like, taking a colossal L. But everyone dropped fighting Sancho, and we got bailed out by Virgilius, which tells me it went much worse for us. It makes me think it went worse for us. Why didn't you save him? Now, let me ask you a different question. Why did you save her and only her? Giabalio. Brother? Humans die, it's what they're born to do. The next candidate will be judged soon. Candidates must return to their seats. Your servant, you're barely even a living thing. Let us return. This discourse will not bear any fruit. Power Dom would definitely fuck about just anyone. What's this? A reunion party? That sure soured thing. Those shameless bastards. It's obvious they're here to nick our things again. I thought we were teching it. Well, that was the plan, but this came out today. That was the plan, but this came out today. I gotta check if the next part's coming out tomorrow. I think it's next week, though. We'll live. Maybe, but something about them feels different today. Whichever is the case, the safer option will be to place higher than them. Imagine next Canto when we find the real Dawn, they mind control and force feed him. Wait, is he? I thought he was dead. Did you see their gear? Oh, these guys' gear? Yeah, one of them's wearing the spiky gold abnormality, the other one's wearing fell bullet, right? Or contempt and awe is the other one. Another one falls. The other one's just wearing a walk casually. Maybe his, but P-Corp check their body. Yeah, maybe they can raise the dead? I don't know. His family has to be watching, right? I wonder if they'll be okay. Sinclair mutters, watching another candidate fall down the trapdoor. Can't imagine how anyone would be okay watching their own fall like... Sinclair, the people sitting behind us. Their parents, the guy who just fell. There's parents. You raise that failure as her own son? A pathetic disappointment. Maybe he's at the cusp. Either way, it's not going to be pretty when Dawn goes back. Maybe? Depends on how much Dawn actually cares. Don't worry, I have faith in our third child. I mean, not like we expected anything from this one, right? Sinclair just cringes. Now I see what it means to dedicate your whole life to becoming family hierarch. Many people desperately vie for the seat of family hierarch, of course. Some of them, like his parents, hope to have their friend or a close blood relative become the hierarch instead.
직접 가주가 되지.
They seek to seize a lifetime's worth of riches, power, and recognition by planting someone they can control in the family hierarchy without becoming one themselves.
있다는 심사니까.
Yep, either have a connection to the family hierarchy or become a... feel like desecration of your father without your knowledge and permission would get you mad. I don't know Don Quixote's opinion on corpses. Especially how strong the family bond is. I don't know Don's opinion on corpses. If Don's opinion is a body is a body. Especially because actually resurrecting people is illegal, they may not care, right? That kind's got a low shelf life. Like I finally got to know how my long-lost siblings are doing thanks to this unforeseen opportunity. 27th candidate Pan of the Jouet family. Oh, this guy has an actual design. So wait, no. He might not die? Pan? Have we heard that name before? Oh, Bao Chai's older brother. Pan walked up to the platform holding what appeared to be a large jar with multiple talismans plastered all over it. Is it just me or does that guy look like he's totally up to something? Let's be honest, who here doesn't? This guy looks extra sus though. Yeah, that Sod's different. He's... instead of ascending to the platform and into the curtains, he walked up to the podium. Mate, it looks to me like he's completely lost the plot. Candidate Jouet Pan, you will ascend to the platform and enter the curtain threshold. Where's the fun in walking down the straightforward road? Yeah, he's got a cool design. I was like, he's got to be doing something interesting. He only writes something so precious and entertaining should be shared with everyone. Wouldn't you agree? He places the jar on the ground, and from within, a desiccated hand emerges. Ugh, pathetic sorcerer's trickery. Ryoshu muttered with palpable distaste. Why is he... that? Corpses, their desiccated flesh, covered in a light, sparse layer of old papers, crawled out of the jar and began to shamble. Ryoshu hates mage builds, just like cringe. They're neither distortions nor abnormalities. Their behavior reminds me of blood bags or sub-entities enslaved by abnormalities. Any semblance of consciousness has been stripped from them and they'll attack indiscriminately. Alright. But it seems they're just intent on maiming and killing whatever whoever they can get their hands on. Manager, prepare for battle, your orders? How did he bring so many corpses in without anyone noticing? The jar monsters set up on the audience, stuffing the struggling, still breathing victims into their jars. Oh, I guess that's how they reproduce. Why aren't the organizers doing anything? Is this event hosted by a wing? There isn't any rule in the family hierarchy war that prohibits bringing harm to other people. So they're gonna sit back and twiddle their thumbs because no one specifically told them to step in? What the hell? What do we do now? Do we step in? We should probably survive and ensure our safe participation in the family hierarchy war. Oh, get away from me. As the monsters began to swarm in, some candidates scattered and ran, some stood their ground and fought back. Those who did neither were the ones getting slaughtered. I was simultaneously reminded of Saud and the confident smile she flashed at me as she reassured us we should be able to pass the first round with little to no trouble. Looks like we have no choice but to take them down. Alright, new enemy, number 3. Well, 4, I guess. Is this 5? There's multiple variants. We got Claude variant. This guy's got all red coins. This guy does not. Looks like there's a few variants. Yeah, we got a few variants here. Cool. We got the Talisman Jar, the Nailed Monster, and the regular one. Okay, we got 3 variants. That's cool. We have a few things about these origins. Oh? Are they not just this game's interpretation of Zhangxi? Using the ab nodes we know. Ah, okay, fair. That guy's gonna be annoying. Oh shit. Real annoying. Honglu evade. Evasive action, Honglu! This is the first semi-equal fight we've had. Let's see how this goes. We're winning 3, 4, 5. We lost 1. And 1 or 2. Okay. Poison. Oh, extra. Oh, these guys are okay. We staggered 1. That's a good start. These guys are level 50. They're lower level than us. All right. You got some sanity out of that. I guess you just take this hit anyway. Don't care about it. Just got 4 to 8. The heck? That's like nothing. Alright. We'll go. With a mix of Jiangshi and Chinese bug pots. The idea is you put 100 venomous insects in a pot and have them fight. And Survivor would be the most venomous. Clearly they don't understand how battle royales work. Anyone who's actually played a battle royale knows that it's not killing everyone that wins you the fight, but you know. I'll put the big one's name. Yeah, maybe. Alright, Fire Fist, Air Off. Jar of Loneliness. Magic Bullet, Fire. She's got 10 sanity, going up to 20 might be. We just keep swinging. No, don't worry about it. Oh shit, that's not good. That's not good. Did you win this with like Hex Nail? Good luck. Assuming it's not something we have no idea about. They do like to do self-referential stuff, so that could be the case. Do we have to go, do we have an abnormality, or I suppose we don't have an enemy page index, right? We have abnormality index pages, right, where we can read lore? Staggered. I don't know if we have one for all the enemies we encounter though. On the wiki. No, I meant like in-game lore, because we don't know anything other than speculation here. Do you have Magic Bullet Ego? Yeah. I haven't had the opportunity to use it because I haven't been getting fights. I haven't been getting fights or any sanity with Otis. So she's been running around with like 15 sanity and just can't actually do any magic bulleting. Bit annoying, but it's what it is. This guy might actually be dead already, so it's gonna be like a counterattack hitting another guy. Alright. Hitting this guy probably, who's not going to die. Well, Faust is taking a decent chunk of damage, but I'm not too worried about that. Actually, why don't I just start boosting sanity? How much do I need for magic bullet? Hold up. I need 2 orange, 2 red, and 4 blue. Alright, I need 2 orange. Fuck it. Heal sanity. Oh, it drains my blue. My blue! That's annoying. I will need more blue after this, regrettably. The sanity or the potential for magic bullet. I only have magic bullet 1. It's not even gonna AoE on magic bullet 1. You need magic bullet 3 for that? 3 to hit all of these guys. I don't remember. We need to hit some of them. Minimum 3 to hit everyone, right? The theory seems sound. Giving the Abnodes a bunch of centipedes and talismans. I mean, we have the ego for that, right? Like, we're getting the ego for it, the Ishmael ego. So it's presumably an Abno. It's presumably whatever Abno that ego is based on. Oh, that didn't kill? Damn, alright. Seems a bit wasteful, but I guess we'll live. Another kill. That the whole... Oh, there's one guy left. Okay.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크.
I got staggered by... Oh, she got staggered by poison? Oh, bullshit. That sucks. Alright. We got like 4 turns left on you, lady. She'll be conscious next turn, so we just gotta survive until then. If she survives till then, we'll be able to fight pretty well. Let's see. Stigmatize. Oh shit, we are 2 combats off. Uh-oh. Might be in danger. I have the urge to Indicant's Trial immediately, but I'm trying to resist it. I'm trying to resist it for the chance to magic bullet someone. Dreams of magic bullets. So I thought the ego especially look at this thing as similar themes to the Canto. Ooh. Yeah, that's true too. Unstaggered, good. That's what they did for Canto 6 anyway. Yeah, Yearning Merkala wasn't anything. Yeah, I'm really liking that blue now. I still don't know DJ if they'll do a dungeon. Dungeons are optional. Why not have the bottom of the pit be a dungeon, or do we actually get thrown down there? They've already suggested the place where a dungeon could be. Merkala was all throughout the dungeon. I mean, he's Canto. No unopposed counterattacks. We did enough lethal. Oh, they're all staggered and the fight's... Wait, is this a one-way fight? Okay, the fight's over. That's okay. Magic bullet anyway. You only live once, baby. Let's go. Magic bullet. There will be time for regrets later. The winner is Herman's brother. Then we have to go fight them for the extra drama. Ah, bummer. We're only Magic Bullet 2. Magic Bullet 2 does not have big enough AoE to hit everyone. It's unfortunate.
조금의 우연도 없이 일발 장전.
Getting actually had a meaning. Yeah, but it wasn't an abnormality. Gibbons first place takes the bow from the treasure, and they have both the bow and the wing in their control, and that's the end. It could be the end. They have walked away with the bow before. The thumb? The thumb's up next? Have we even encountered the thumb in this game? We've encountered the middle. I don't think we haven't encountered the thumb yet, right? We only encountered the middle. And the ring. Yeah, the ring, right. Because that was like the guys who were supposed to be the Ophi Association, but they're actually ring members, right? Yeah. You're gonna love this? Alright. This isn't the thumb. This isn't the thumb. Where's the guns? Thumb and index for another games with the pinky. Give me the pinky, please. I would say the pinky dresses in pink, but you know, we actually already have guys that dress in pink in the form of the middle, so it doesn't quite work there. It's not quite as funny. It actually works. Great. Go. Could be worse. The thumb is the thumb is annoying to fight with their always strikes first rifles. Although guns don't give you always strikes first in this game, so
넌 왜 갑자기
It's probably not too bad.
그런 건 미리미리 털어내고 다니라니까.
Yikes. Alright. Price down more. Burning passion. Okay. No egos, we do this the hard way. Fuck.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
That was not a lot of damage, Dawn. Gotta work on that, Dawn. Work on those rolls, Dawn. That's better. Alright, we lost the only roll that was risky.
무력 행사뿐이라고 생각해. 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는 없지.
He still hasn't transformed. My friend, you need to get activated. She's not dying here, right? I should probably evade. I should turn to, it's only 10 guys again, right? Gas up and melt them, maybe. No, we can gas down here because it's not that scary. Oof, that's a bit annoying. Can you evade? You cannot. Oh, that's not good. An unbreakable coin that we can't evade. Alright, we'll do our best. The enemies do not have low enough health that will reasonably escape it either. Bit unfortunate. Oh, we got the stagger. No, we did not. Is that a suicide attack? That was a suicide attack. Did you see that? That was a suicide attack. Hold up. Which guy was that guy that had the suicide attack? Dies after dealing 10 damage. Oh, they all have suicides. Oh shit, okay. Some worse than others. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I didn't realize he was offing himself though. I was like, shit. Did we take a ton of damage? Did I miss something? It wasn't that bad though, honestly. Like, that's fine. Gonna do this. Otis doesn't have shit for magic bullet. Flame fan, let's go. We have 0 magic bullet, there's no point magic bulleting. Could be the last passive on each type, yeah. Oh, the whiff. The whiff, uh-oh. Yeah, that hits the whole team with defense down, that sucks. Where's that offense down? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it was defense down. That's a lot of defense down. We'll live, but that's a lot of defense down. Let's see. Set this guy on fire, unopposed attacks. Fine. Ignition? I keep going. Going. Try again, Otis. Possibly fail again, Otis. Fuck. Finally, an attack. I think the brother who unleashed this is wearing ego. He's wearing ego and just happened to get these things. He's corroded. Probably. Or he's affected. It's either a cancer or an ego affliction. Dude, how's this guy getting so many free attacks? Holy shit. 4 free attacks? We have 4 people! Go! Oh my goodness. Well, that sucked. I can't even get a single magic bullet off with Otis today. Yeah, she got insta-killed. She didn't even get any of her attacks off. Holy shit, the initiative. Oh, they don't have a... Oh, they do have visible initiative. Okay, 4. Yeah, alright. Well, that sucks. Otis. Otis, despite being absolutely mandatory for burn teams, not making the cut when it comes to clashes. A bit awkward. Alright. Let's see. Not making the cut when it comes to clashes is a little bit awkward. I guess we just hit these guys with like the regular attacks. Not worry about it too much. Maybe get 1 Fire Fist for the burn passive. Let's see. We're likely to lose this 23 rank. Can I do this? Get a win? And an AoE at the same time? Value. Heal sanity because our team is still struggling on the sanity front. Alright, let's go. His damage is low. I need to reload with him, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize it was so low on bullets. I wasn't counting. Oh my god, that hits really hard. Alright. Take the shot. They used all melee animations, I didn't notice that. Did you guys notice that? All melee animations instead of gun animations for his take the shot when he's out of ammo. Take to both Wrath and Slash, that was pretty much quadruple damage. Yeah, it's rough. These guys have 23 clashes, and they're not the same level as me. This is going to be brutal when they get to the same level, right? In Mirror Dungeon, these guys are going to be the same level or higher than you, at minimum. So that 23 clash is going to be like... That 23 clash is going to be insane. It's a 23 all reds clash. It's 23 all unbreakables. Floor 10 Heisho. Yeah. Oh, you're already egoing everything on floor 10. Have I done floor 10? I did floor 9. I did the event on floor 9 before. That was rough. That was kind of rough, but like I had my setup, so it's just like mostly the first couple turns that were rough, and then when new guys spawned in, it was rough. Like the recent event, the not the LCE one, the next one. The sweepers. I did the sweepers on floor 9. Right inside the hall after the battle was devastating. Many in the audience seats had fled, as the seats that were once brimming with people were only half filled. The candidate zone down here was littered with the bodies of candidates who were mauled to death. Meanwhile, the jar monsters, having eaten their fill, had already crawled back into the jar. I looked around and saw some candidates still holding tightly onto treasures they had brought to the contest, even as they drew their last breaths. In the midst of all this destruction stood the cause of the chaos, watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence. The trio flight afforded 10k health on each of the trio. You mean the vampire trio? That's nasty. How we argue freedom from death with minds so dull and bodies so free. What say you judges? I present you not only the clue to immortality, but also a treasure that brings ruin to those who would dare deceive you. Here's my answer to the perennial question. You brought us the clay of the jar. Can be said those who failed to survive this do not qualify as family hierarchy candidates, yes? On the Jue family passes. Gets to pass when he got almost everyone in here killed. All that matters is that what he brought meets their standards. A rhetorical question. So his answer was verbal. He didn't actually have a solution to their questions. He's like, how can these people claim to do this when they haven't achieved it themselves? Looks like he managed to get 2 birds with 1 stone, eliminated the distracting rabble from the competition. If we run into him in round 2, you better let me take more than a few swings at him.
28번째 참가자.
28th candidate, Shi Da Zhen from the Shi family. No one walked up to the platform.
모습을 드러내지
Failed to appear,
않았다.
illuminated by default. Jia Sheng called a few more names thereafter, but 29th candidate. 30th?
언뜻 보기에도 인원이 줄었고.
The number of candidates has clearly been called. None appeared.
너들 같은
Disappointingly, MB.
확실히
Yeah, all the mediocre bunch got wiped out from that attack,
남은 것들도
and the leftovers are exhausted. Yoshi looked as though she was doing some sort of critique. Oh, that lug?
저 덩치는 이런 개새.
That motherfucker.
어디다가 흘렸는가 했더만 이런 데서 늦자고 없이 나타났지.
Alfie, I thought you'd gone and vanished into the earth. The hell you doing crawling around here?
야, 눈 마주쳤잖아.
Girl, I saw you giving me the evil eye. At least have the decency to say hi, eh? I would like to point out that his cigar is not attached to his face. A bad southern accent. A bad southern accent, maybe. Like, dude. That ain't happening. Ryoshi, this guy's talking to you, right? In a very rare display of raw emotion. I realized she was anxious and furious.
알던
Do
분이세요?
you know him?
뭔
What an absolute unit.
뜨거.
Bloke's got to be an absolute unit. Bloke's got to be at least 2 meters tall.
사자를 바라보지 마세요, 단테.
Do not look at that man, Dante. And everyone, avert your eyes as well.
아무 말씀도 하지 마시기를.
It is strongly recommended we do not say a word to them.
아재, 나한테 말 걸라면 너희들이 급이 되는지는 한번 생각해보고 씹으려야 할 것 아니냐.
He looks like he's wearing Rose Banner Workshop colors, but I don't think he's a member of the Rose Banners. That's right, Shrimps. You gotta first rack them teensy brains of yours. Think real hard about when you even come close to my rank before running your mouth, yeah?
저 새끼.
That shithead Li Hang. He's a finger. Oh, he's
내
thumb. He's thumb.
엄지는 손가락.
The thumb is a syndicate with the strictest adherence to rigid hierarchical structure, even amongst the fingers.
그리고 저자는
His placement in the hierarchy is the highest, even among their capos. His rank is immediately beneath the position of Sotocapo or underboss.
자그마한 실수가 큰
A small mistake could drag us into a battle we don't want to fight. Please order everyone not to say a word, Dante. I don't know what's going on, but I get it. You're saying we're this close to having another Ricardo hunting us down? Yeah, let's avoid that. Do as Faust says, everyone. Li Heng began stomping his way through the crowd towards us, casually but forcefully shoving everyone in his way to the sides. His gait was blasé and brutish, but I noticed his eyes were fixed intently on Ryoshu. Seemed among the crowd there were some people in higher positions as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of his way. He marched confidently through the frozen crowd as though he was familiar with this kind of reception until a cry rang out from the crowd.
너 지금 어느 안전이라고 남궁현아 도련님의 자리까지 와서 시야를 막는 거냐? 이 자리는 장차 4대 가문이 될 우리 남궁.
I guess it was called the thumb. I don't know why I jumped to the rose spanners instead. Maybe it's because I thought the thumb wore red and black. I thought the thumb wore red, or like a pale red, not rose colors. This is a different color than I thought. All right, yeah. I guess the cloak should have given it away. Wait, Rose Banner also had cloaks. Yeah. I thought the thumb was more red than this. They had a pale red, not a pink, but alright. How dare you block young master Nangong Xianhei Zi. I'll have you know that you stand before the retinue of the Nangong family, the house that shall soon be one of the 4 houses. Instead of a reply, we hear a blast of gunpowder and saw the right arm of the man who spoke out catapult into the air. The scream muffled as Li Heng forcibly shoved his giant hand down the man's throat. Then with the sound of wet meat being pulled apart, he ripped the entire length of the man's tongue out through the mouth. Young master Nangong Xianhei, ain't you? You owe me an arm now. Mighty sorry, but you should have kept a tighter leash on your boy's John. Young master of some prestigious house presented his right hand as though it was clear he was utterly terrified. Li Heng proceeded to grab his hand and break it off his forearm like snapping a twig. Can't lift your own hand without dislocating your jaw. I went easy on you boys. Seeing a friendly face put me in a good mood. Anyway, I don't reckon you missed the spider's house. I can't imagine why anyone would. Gives me the heebie-jeebies too. Whenever I gotta swing by.
나중에 얼굴 좀 보자. 그때처럼.
We got some catching up to do later. I'll teach you how to hold your sword real good, like back when. Feel like your cheeks would rip? Probably. Guy's probably dead, but weren't mine the best of them all? Thought I taught you how to make every cut real effing delicious. Ryoshu, now is not yet the time. Best whisper to Ryoshu in a low voice without raising her head. Up for a damn second. Let's trust that you still remember the promise made prior to your employment.
어깨 힘 좀 빼라. 네 데리러 온 것도 아니고 그때처럼 뭘 가르쳐 주려고 온 것도 아닌게.
Get that stick out of behind, kiddo. I ain't here to pick you up. I sure as hell ain't trying to teach you a lesson either, like back when. Your baby's still at that house, ain't that right? Ryoshu was grabbing the hilt of their sword like she was about to unsheath it. Same sword she refused to unsheath for the duration of our entire journey. Am I wrong about that? Just what in tarnation happened then? I ain't exactly nose deep in them fellers' business. You gotta understand. Guess something sure as hell went down though, didn't it? Now ain't that something? You really fixing to unsheath that blade? Miss Ryoshu? In a quiet but coldly stern voice, Faust calls Ryoshu's name. Ryoshu? Dang it, when gosh dang. My bad. I really gotta take this. It's the underboss calling. Y'all gotta understand. Alrighty then, I'll meet you later. You can talk about your daddies or shoot some other shit then. See you around, Yoshihide. Strange man turns around and stomps his way through the crowd again, his booming voice reverberating across the entire hall as he loudly and boisterously answers the call. He's gotta be here for the Hierarch War, right? Yeah, he's not just hanging out for fun. Come on. The outcome of the family hierarch evaluation determines the immediately foreseeable future of H-Corp, which brings parties of varying, possibly clashing interests here. Heathcliff. Notice you didn't rush ahead this time. I was worried it was going to be like the time with the middle. I know a thing or two about the thumb back from my syndicate days. About what happened with the middle, like I said. I had no bloody idea whose those things belong to. Besides, that's odd. Is more powerful and violent than Ricardo, an individual we have encountered in the past. Some commands its own manner of terror and violence, unlike that of the middle. As we were sharing our impressions of Li Hang, I found Ryoshu frozen in place in the same position she'd been when Li Hang walked past her, spacing out. All the way to the pinky, huh? Ryoshu muttered something to herself. Pinky reference? Pinky reference? You were asking for it. As even further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates. 32nd candidate Jia Zhang called upon the next candidate. And at the mere mention of the name, the chaos that swallowed the hall immediately settled into a hushed silence. Right. I feel like this is budget purple tier. Am I crazy? We got the purple and black. We got the the trench coat. But she's not in all purple. I guess she's missing the headband too, right? Hero's headband. Oh, wait, this guy just straight up looks like Alan. Right? This is Alan's outfit? He's even got the sword. Right? Am I crazy? Pull up, pull up. No, wait, he even has the scar. This is Alan, isn't it? Look at this shit. Look, we got the exact same sword design. The scar on the front of the face. This is the Night Owls, my dude. He's wearing the same jacket in the exact same way. We can't see his legs. Oh, is this the Debtors group then? Hold up. This is one of the other groups then. Okay, these are both Ruina groups. Alright. I forget which group. Is she the, like, collectors? I don't remember. GQ walked up to the platform. Unaccompanied by his own faction, but not alone. Who are those people? I've never met them. Oh, that must mean their big brother GQ's answers to immortality. Could they possibly be? Neither appears to be particularly skilled in combat. That's wrong. They're both constantly looking around like they're nervous. Best believes they are survivors of the library. There we go. You recognize both of them. Survivors. The only ones who survive the impossible, inevitable odds, and insurmountable force. The only survivors who may be able to explain that very force? Possibly. Jiang office? Yeah. I knew what office they were, I just don't know what the name is. And it Chu of the Gia family? He didn't spend much time behind the curtains. He walked out soon after, his steely expression unchanged from when he entered it. They're both survivors of the place that soared beyond a star of the city before it vanished? It is a shame we were unable to procure ourselves an invitation then. He passes. His expression did not budge. Anxiety's gotta be a foreign concept to that guy. He's a technical death and revival. They didn't die though, they got put in stasis. They didn't, I guess death of the mind? Like, belief of your death? I haven't actually finished the library. I'm in the last couple fights. I'm at Nazah for the for like the final fights where you get like locked out of your teams. I think they still die. No, they don't die. What's his face? Hawkma tells you specifically. It's the emotion that gets put into books. Hawkma tells you specifically that people don't actually die. The second they step through the portal and go to the library, they get put into stasis in the physical version of the library. The only thing that's in the library is digitized. Like the library itself and the entire game takes place in a non-physical realm. That's why Angela is able to casually teleport anywhere she wants to. At least that's my understanding of it. Yeah, the realization for like the last couple of floors makes it very clear that they're not in the real world. Because they specifically say like that's what happens. Because he's talking about how him and is it Chesed are talking about how the people think they're dying, but they're not actually dying. Then that covers all the candidates, it seems. With the first round complete, all 4 families have graced this hall. Excuse me? Unlike Jiachu, whose appearance plunged the hall into utter stillness, Honglu's sudden interjection roused the room to a roaring chaos of confusion once again. Value what? I think you might have missed a candidate. You mean I believe we have covered every candidate presented in the list? Is it gonna be the Herman team brother or the fiance and turns out she's horrible? Oh, for like the end villain? Yeah, probably. You missed me? Chia Baoyu of the Chia family will partake in the family hierarchy evaluations. For the winner? Declaration of participation. Let's go! Everyone's suddenly very upset. That's Chia Baoyu. What's he doing here? What did he just say? I had a feeling this was gonna happen. We really kicked the hornet's nest. Oh look, it was me! It was me! Or oh look, I win. Upset is the default state. Mark 1 and all gives upon our glory in the 11th hour. Did the final band of heroes arrive? Song, don't pretend you're not with us. At least give the audience a wave. Guys, I don't think they're taking the announcement too well. A large portion of the audience is vociferously expressing their collective confusion, wrath, and concern. These emotions are expressed by their jaws that have been opened past a certain degree. I think it's kind of funny. Hong Lu has access to several kinds of immortality where he's standing right now. Like, I wonder what his answer is going to be, because like he's gonna say like, look, I got he can totally roast him. He could be like, look, I got vampirism, no good. He's like, I got a second kindred here. It fucking blows. Don't do that. The second kindred totally says don't be a vampire. I looked into this. And, like, I got my own form of immortality. Look, I'm just gonna blow my head off and, Dante, revive me. Boom. Yeah. Is it gonna be that one? Is it gonna be Dante reviving people? What's he gonna pick? Or is he gonna say it doesn't matter? I'm curious. Like, as for so observed, I realized the chaos wasn't restricted to the audience. The candidates were starting to get agitated, too. And there he is, that disgusting, duplicitous bastard who brings annihilation to everyone around him with that silly, innocent smile. Wait, what's going on? I thought Balyu wasn't participating in the Hierarch War? That dumbass. Zink. Ever gonna completely? Would K-Corp be an option for immortality? Is that waiver? It's budget waiver, yeah. It's X Goatman waiver. It's Goat X waiver. They still, yeah, K-Corp still ages, so it's not really immortality. And you still die if your head's crushed, so I don't think it's a winner. Or a hint to it. Plus, I believe the argument is that boluses, at the start of the story, they talk how boluses are basically an alternative to K-Corp's medicine, and it's not necessarily. Be a librarian. Well, that's how, what's his face one, right? You can trick your brain to thinking you're true. You as a younger you can't use the ampule to make yourself that. Maybe in theory, but they don't know the inner workings of how the capsules work. Nobody knows that. Dante knows, right? Dante is the only person who knows that. So I don't think, unless he specifically told Hong Lu how it worked and how you could do that with like mind tricks to make yourself like functionally immortal, I don't think he's gonna present that. Like in universe he can. It's a reflection of yourself. Yeah, you might also say like it's really hard to do that because you need to like erase your memories of like your older self so that you think you're younger, so that when you kick the K-Corp ampule you actually become younger. Like it might, the shenanigans might suck because it's like it might be like similar to like the vampirism where it's like, oh, you have to lose everything valuable so it's not worth it. Become an abnormality with sentience. I don't think we have what with like we have several, most abnormalities of sentient, but I assume you mean like sapiens. Most of them still breach though, like that's pretty hard to do, and I guess you live forever. If you're one of the ones people can talk to that isn't crazy, you're kind of okay. Which abnormality would be the one you most likely to want to be though? Because they can't tweak it that way, because they turn you to bugs, the modified vial. Yeah. Shooters are Red Hood, yeah. Red Hood is obsessed with the wolf though, like he's completely obsessed with that. It's like 100%, it's like, that's like vampirism tier obsession. Like if the wolf shows up in your facility, he like instantly breaches to go kill it, right? Like he's crazy about the wolf. His entire fight in library is about him fighting the wolf and just using you guys as collateral all the time. And if you kill the wolf yourself, he kills you for not letting him kill the wolf. Like he's obsessed. There's a question of how you control what you're going to turn to. Yeah, I don't know. Let it be Funeral of Dead Butterflies, but I can't handle that. I have the perfect sync with Madness mod. Oh my goodness. Speaking of Funeral of Dead Butterflies, I was looking at mods for Guilty Gear. There is a mod for Guilty Gear that replaces Happy Chaos' entire model with the Funeral of Dead Butterflies ego. I just thought I'd point that out. There's also a mod that gives you the microwave sounds for the guns. Yeah, someone apparently was commissioning or requesting a bunch of Project Moon mods for Guilty Gear. So there was that one. Then there were a couple other ones that I didn't think were as good. They had Spice Brush Yi Sang. I forget who that was modded onto, but they completely replaced it. They had Spice Brush Yi Sang replace somebody. I forget who. I know they replaced someone else. Oh, they replaced... Who's the guy they replaced? They replaced Sin with Don Quixote, but I didn't think it was a great skin. He plays FGO's Jack the Ripper. No, I don't think so. And I think I also saw a mod for Red Mist, but I think it was Biken. I was like, that's kind of meh. I think the best mod I saw was the Solemn though. I was like, oh, that's whack. Like the whole thing. 0 out of 10. I think I saw a mod. I saw a mod for Wait, was it Tekken? Was that a Tekken mod? I saw a Mysterious Heroine X mod for Tekken. Oh, sorry, Double X. I think it was Double X, right? Yeah. That was cool. That was cool. I think that was for Tekken. I was looking at a whole bunch of mods. I was looking at mods. I forget why. Oh, the other day, but that was cool. Explain yourself now. Miss Soud told me to grab onto your sword like my life depended on it. If you said that exact phrase. Blimey. Can't we just... She mentioned you too, Heathcliff. She told me if you ever say something like, can't we give him a good beating and be done with it? What a throwback. Ordeal Call is going mad, by the way. Not a fan of Ordeal Call? Oh, the town because are easy. Whatever. Decorum. I demand decorum. It's his own son. He's going to demand decorum. I hope you do not mean to risk having your body marred. Try your name. It isn't too late. Now! I'm heading in, Father. 33rd candidate. Oh, you of the Gia family? Come forth. Ready, Dante? I don't know. And? What about you, Ryoshu? A mission to get shopping. Need to vent this shitty feeling. Are you sure they're gonna be okay, Faust? This is something that must be done regardless of the soundness of its participants. They did Ordeal Call just to have players do daily quests, otherwise... Keep making blue balls. When Yoshi said all the way to the pinky, that's the opposite of the thumb. I am aware. I'm aware. Thumb and pinky are opposite. When she says all the way to the pinky, she wants to go cut, chop, 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 chop. All the fingers to the pinky? Yes. Yes, I do. 100%. Because the pinky, if he was a member of the pinky or brought up them, then it would have been like, oh, okay. And like news, you could have thought maybe like news travels fast or something like that. Like, he, you know, some word got out and she's pissed the word got out about something. But yeah, it doesn't feel like that. Okay, I don't think Ryoshu is strong enough to pull a Roland, but she can try. she could try. It might be fun. Faust spoke sternly. I still quite detest this plan. Let's be honest for a sec. Are any of us actually happy to go through with this? I guess there's the one. Ryoshu's like, oh, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. Honglu, Ryoshu, and I walked up to the platform. Up close, it was much larger, grander, and more imposing than I thought it would be. Enter the fabric threshold. Once we walked past the curtains as instructed, we saw Jia Yuanshun, Jia Mu, and Jia Zhang waiting for us inside. I know not what in your life beyond the hedges could have wrought this change of heart. But to see you aspire to the seat of hierarch is indeed a sight most curious. Oh, it'd be funny if he says, I don't want the seat, I actually just want second place. Like, I just want one item from the vault. I figured I'd take it by this way. It would be even funnier if he's like halfway through the ceremony and they find that out and they're like, we love you, bro. We'd give you whatever you want from the vault if that's all you wanted. And he's like, well, whatever. It's been a while, big sister. Has life in Q Corp been treating you well? I've seen and learned much. As you must have, Baoyu. Now I see your true reason for returning home today. I'm sorry, grandmother. I thought better than to let this be common knowledge. Oh, you did. Now that you've revealed your intent, withdrawal is no longer an option. Very well. Present the answer you brought here today. I'm sure you've already sat through many people standing in the same place I am now, explaining to you what it is that they brought. I suppose you'd prefer a straightforward visual demonstration than make you sit through another 1,000-word lecture. Honglu gave Ryoshu a nod. Yes, I'm okay. Apparently, we may be able to demonstrate before them. Is resurrection via Dante's power to show them that to us, death is but a temporary setback. And a most dramatic demonstration of that ability would be too. No, it was pretty straightforward when he invited Ryoshu up, and I'm like, well, he's dead. The famous words. Indeed, you have certainly demonstrated something. You're truly the least dreary part of today, Baoyu. Greater split vertical. True. Oh, we got some ego skills going on. This most effective way to do it for me to get killed in front of them? Without any room for ambiguity at that? Yep. Horizontal, Gojo doesn't approve. Then, does that mean one of us has to make sure Honglu no longer lives? Oi, no need to beat around the bush. Remember what we did to each other when we first met? Artistic split vertical? You mean AVS, artistic vertical split. There is ordering to this. We have proper translations. We don't do literal translations. There's an ordering in English. All of our pronouns go before the noun. Or all of the descriptions go before the word. Alright. Implication is that you are still willing to murder Honglu without hesitation? Murder, mate. Did you really have to put it like that? It's more like a temporary setback. I do not wish to hurt my good companions more than I already have. It may be a stretch to say it's fortunate, however. We seem to have an individual among us who may be able to carry the task in a most painless, swift, and unburdened manner. I'm replacing all of your water with soap water? I guess I won't be taking that drink from my glass. Never mind. Everyone immediately turned to look at... Oh. How would you like to be cut? Where's that fucker Lee Hang? Who's he working with? Seemed that slicing Honglu in half did nothing to distract Ryoshu from her own thoughts. Jiamu watched us in silence, motionless in her seat. You have split his brain in half? You have irreversibly ended this child's life. Not even life insurance will be able to bring him back now? Oh, you? Well then, what will you do now? You have no means to restore this jade of the family. For your transgressions, you'll... Block spin it. And so it turned in one of the most high-intensity situations I'd ever turned it. The muscle fibers, the nerves, the flesh that was split all began to reconnect like rewinding videotape. Wait. Why doesn't this hurt at all? Ryoshu's skill with the sword was no joke. I didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. I doubt Honglu even realized he was dying. Oh yeah, I truly realize it's been a while since we've met. He's grown quite bold. I smell beasts. Dark shadows had appeared outside the curtains, surrounding us before I even realized what was happening. Bull, rooster, dragon, monkey. There we go. We have a few more names for the Heisho packs. The shadows are easier to see. Link relevant? Okay. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Alright, rooster we've seen before. Dragon is probably the horns. Monkey is this one, and this is the other one, which is bull? Yeah, it's the pointy horns is bull. Alright, pointy horns is bull. We got the dragon with like the Chinese, like the weird Chinese horns that look like sticks growing out of someone's head. We got rooster because we've seen them before. And we got monkey. Very nice. Bull uses a club. Ah, yes. Pointy club. Stick. We got quarterstaff, pointy club. I think that was a straight sword here, and I don't know what dragon uses. It's hard to tell. So thanks for the instant link. Dragon has no noticeable weapon, probably because their silhouettes surrounded, but they might not have something. Orb? Possibly. There's a circle here. Thanks for sharing, my dude. Task was to find the answer to freedom from aging and death. Not break a taboo and precipitate the destruction of our home? No. Not been long since the family that once led H-Corp was brought to ruin. No arbiter nor claw shall ravage a family of Hong Yuan again. Yuan Shun appeared ready to command the Heisho to kill us all, but Jiamu silenced her with a wave of her hand. You await, Venerable Jiamu. Once the resurrection is complete, the head will... We must end this before they... Hold for one moment. To be rash in judgment is to judge incompletely. We are not yet ready. I wish not to lose either our treasure and a clue to immortality. And Hong Lu was whole again. Oh. Thanks, Roshi. It really didn't hurt at all. And you too, Dante. P. Grandmother, big sister, Yuanshu? Did you see that? This is the immortality I've found. Are we safe? If aught be owed, a swift vengeance shall arrive in time. It's simply yet to return. Ads. Everyone's favorite. The head to come in like the FBI. A Corp, open. B Corp, open up. Wait, is it C Corp is the claw, right? Arbiters are A Corp? I don't remember. Yeah, it's just in time for you to work. Alright, take care, my dude. Have a good night. Or I guess a good day. Right. Very nice. A swift vengeance arriving time. So what is... Alright, that is presumably a Chinese proverb. Don't beat your wallet chain too much. C Corp is the claw, but it may not be their main thing. Yeah. Alright. Oh, the top three letters. The top three letters are all working together to manage the city, right? So... One of them. We don't have FBI Corp isn't a corp yet. Alright. Jiamu's quiet utterance seems to dissipate the forces that surrounded us outside the curtains. You bow you in the first round of family hierarch evaluations. You pass. F Corp is fair. Bow you, the Jia family passes. Trickery is this? I thought he was off on some sightseeing tour away from Hong Yuan like a jobless rich kid. When did he even manage to find his own answer? Thus ends the first round. Those who passed must prepare for the second round, set to commence tomorrow. Are we going to do one round per part? No, they do part 2 and 3 next, right? Remember, candidates are barred from harming one another between the now and the commencement of the second round of evaluations. Okay. This is your one and only rule, thus remember it well. Anyone who dares break it shall immediately be disqualified. That is all. As soon as Jia Zhang announced the end of the first round, everyone in the audience seats began rushing toward the first floor. Getting mixed up with the crowd's probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here. Indeed, let's immediately return to Honglu's room. B Corp, known as the Beholders, watch like the NSA. Hurry. We decided to slip out of here before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turned to leave, man with the Heisho and the sus boy, did Jia Chu in our path.
아, 치우 형님이시군요.
Oh, Big Brother Chu, congratulations on passing the first round.
축하드려요.
B Corp is the US the entire time.
도련님도
B Corp is us? Us, the players, are B Corp? Oh, that's why we're so successful. We're one of the top 3 corps already. I see. I hear you passed as well, young master. Congratulations are in order, it seems.
평생토록 가주 자리에는 일말의 관심조차 보이지 않으셨던 도련님이
How is it that you, young master, has not shown an inkling of ambition towards the seat of hierarch?
어쩐 일로
Suddenly emerged as one of the candidates positively stealing the show.
가주대전에 나오셨을지. 뭐 갑자기
Oh, you
욕심
know.
날 수도 있는 거 아니겠어?
Sometimes you just get swept up by a random surge of ambition. Thank you for the drink, my friend. Is this soap water now? He hasn't got to this water yet. I see.
욕심을 낸 건 도련님이 아니라 그대들의 회사가 아닐런지.
Data miner's got a pick that shows the next, if not just an abnormality that's possible later. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we can check that out. We can check that out when we run out of story stuff. Wasn't that surge of ambition your company is and not young Master Baoyu's? Well, if our last meeting didn't confirm it, it seems like they know us well.
테두리 안에 있자.
Have we not impressed upon you enough that you are nice to remain within the borders? Instead, he sparks such disorder at the fringes of his perimeter.
가시춘의 뜻에
I thought his only role in this design would be to be played as a pawn by Jia Shichun no more.
죽은
Ah, my lord, perhaps you've overestimated this young master.
게 아니신지요.
아직도 너는 아무것도 하지 않으면 아무 일도 일어나지 않을 거라 믿는 것이냐?
Are you still of the belief that inaction is a path without consequence?
전에 인사도 제대로 못 드렸는데.
I didn't even get to say hello to you earlier, Brother Chiu.
가시 가문의
Value of the Jia family formally extends his greetings to you.
성인이 된
I realize it's the first time we're meeting face to face since I've reached adulthood.
그나저나
Speaking of which, did you manage to stitch Big Brother Yihua and Mr. Qingtao's heads back onto their bodies? Heathcliff was the first to let out a flabbergasted gasp before the other sinners followed suit. I guess that's just how siblings of Hong Yuan greet each other, They'll probably tease it tomorrow morning anyway. No spoilers to anything you haven't seen. Ah, okay, what do we got? Oh, okay. Snake. Is this Heisho Faust? Heisho Faust is the leak? Interesting, okay. Zilu Faust? Oh, I thought that hat went Heisho. Alright. Oh, Zilu is in like the dude who's next to the big brother. Oh, okay. I see. Could be cool. New Faust? I could use a new Faust. The big Mao Heisho? I see. Yeah, the top tier bunny Heisho. Alright. Seems like Miss Baochai was just a particularly nice exception. Here's how she's different from the others. I mean, one was on unopposed, one was on Clash, and ironically they worked as opposites, which was kind of funny. The one that does unopposed is better in combat, and the one that does on Clash is worse in combat. We'll see. They both had speed up. If you look at the character model, I didn't look too closely. No sword is immediately visible. Huge red pillar thing on their back. What are you looking at? A huge red pillar thing. Are we looking at the same picture, bro? I don't see a pillar, I see a sash. Oh, the Zilu. Oh. You mean like the actual sprite for Zilu. Oh, okay. Yeah, she has a giant fuck-off sword that's red instead of green. Upgraded sword could be cool. You never seem to use the pillar. That might be skill 3, maybe? Copium? She uses the yellow sword to her right. Yeah. Skill 3, Copium. Skill 3. You ask a question that deserves no answer. You arrived here unprepared, yet ready to cast yourself into the flames, all for the mere reason that your turn had come? Your mind hasn't changed. It would have been wise to remain unseen and unnoticed as you are. Yes, thank you for your concern. This facade of wisdom and pensiveness worn upon your speech is truly intractable. Maybe we fight her part 2 and she unsheathes it? Maybe? Do I do that? Noticing Jia Chu's hands tighten around his weapon, Ishmael quickly jumped in.
아, 1차 심사 통과한 후보자끼리 죽이면 안 된다던 규칙. 저만 기억하는 건
Guess you forgot there's a rule preventing candidates who pass the first round from killing each other. Hopefully I'm not the only one who remembers that.
계속 위협적으로 나오신다면
You're gonna continue bullying us. Don't be surprised if there's consequences.
수단을 쓸 수밖에 없다는 점을 알아주시면 좋겠는데요.
There are consequences. Are you trying to threaten him? I feel like that's silly. Otis, you finished preparations, right? Reinforcements are standing by at the front gates. Wait, what reinforcements? If I'm warning you, taking any rash action prior to the start of the second round would result in a pointless skirmish for both of us. A loud boast from an illusory army and an empty fortress, though. I believe that sheer might's hardly the quality one should flaunt. I'm not intent on fighting you here. You will beget great suffering by endeavoring to embrace beyond your abilities. Yeah, maybe there's a phase 2? Ryoshu hasn't used her sword yet. Ryoshu's never had a phase 2. Yet if he still wishes to challenge and be broken, perhaps that outcome is simply meant to be. And with that, they turned around and left us. It seemed they were only here to give us a warning. What a relief. I thought we'd have to fight Chiyo and his Heisho pack. They did see right through this in the end, but hey, nice teamwork, Otis. What unbelievable inches. You should have just said, yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, we're ready. And not said anything. She gave too much information away that made it clear that it wasn't true, right? Did you notice how they didn't even glance at the rest of us through the entire exchange? Jue Baochai peeked out from a pillar before walking up to Honglu. You passed the first round. I'm so happy for you, Baoyu. Seriously, what's going on here? I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams you'd be participating in the family hierarch war. She does look more... She feels more suspicious the more she talks. Congratulations to you too, big sister Baochai, for passing the first round. Dawn's a free weapon, right? Maybe. I don't know how strong he's supposed to be. We don't know how strong that guy is supposed to be. We haven't fought him. Dawn might be a free win. Maybe not. Also, they shouldn't overuse Dawn as a free win button. That seems like a bad strategy. Or it seems like a silly thing to do from a writing perspective. Could have gone straight for Dante. He could have. Gathering from the fact you hid it even from me, you really didn't want anyone to know, right? He knows the ability, yeah. I imagine that must have kicked up quite the ruckus with everyone. Now I'm starting to feel bad about this. Somehow we ended up lying to everybody. Hey, don't beat yourself up over it. Own it instead. Well, if it's all the same to you, I want to say I'm so happy you decided to take part. I was worried you might have already left the Guan Yuan so far away from me again by the time I was finished with the family hierarch war. That would have been too bad. I like her pouty face, that's cute. I like this smiling face much less. It feels suspicious. It feels more suspicious the more she talks. I'm glad we get to spend more time together, even as contestants.
마주치길
Don't forget to say
빌어.
hello and give me a wave, even
반갑게
if we ever run into each
인사해주기야.
other. Yeah. Wait, Baochai left us to rejoin her faction, waving sweetly as she did so. Where? Up and on we go. Oh, that is the next one. I was thinking, I was like, whoa, we need to... Oh, BB with the
Ether
resub.
51 veg.
BB with the resub. 51 months? Damn. That is a long time to be here. And it is super late for you. But you're here. You missed our solution to immortality. They went with the well, I don't know if you want to spoil it. Immediate spoiler, but they went with the Dante solution. Good read so far. Good read so far, I'd say. A sub sound just for you. The BB channel. Extra special tonight. Yes, Shichun. Alright. So we don't know anything about anyone else's solution to immortality. We have a vague idea of what Jia Shichun tried for, and that's it. We managed to pass. Got our last minute declaration in. Oh, that's a cool piece. That's a cool load screen. Oh, and there's the mutant lady, right? Oh no! I was trying to click the log. You've returned, young master. Yep, good evening, Shiran. There you go. You got a split second of the scene. Split second of the scene I was mentioning. Shiran bowed wordlessly in that same detached coldness we sensed earlier. Yeah, she's reptilian. She's cold and detached. Oh, yeah. She did not seem at all excited about Master's success today, nor did she appear to be concerned about him. Was she even aware? A letter has arrived for you, young Master Balya. Didn't even try to hide the fact the envelope was tampered with, did you? My responsibility was to deliver the letter. Protect its integrity was not one of my obligations. Honglu, are you sure she's your maidservant? It's okay. He's not wrong.
스빈, 일로 와봐. 가령이랑 비석치기를 하기로 했었는데 왜 계속 보이지 않아?
Can I ask you something? Jieling promised to play a rock tossing game with me, but I can't find him anywhere.
그게
That's a...
그러니까요, 도련님.
Let's see, how many numbers have you learned so far, young master?
그때 나랑 스빈이랑
You and I learned up to 10! He'll be back after 100 nights sleeps.
백밤까지만 자고 나면 돌아오실 거예요.
Sleep 10 nights, 10 times? That's 100 nights.
10번 반복하면 되는 거랍니다. 와, 그렇구나.
Wow, that's so cool, Shiran.
엄청 똑똑하네.
You're so smart.
자라나면 다 자연.
It's nothing, it's something we all learned growing up.
수빈, 10밤을 10번 넘게 보냈는데 가령은
Shiran, I slept 10 times, 10 nights, but I still don't know where Jieling's gone.
제가 가령 도련님이
Did I say that Jieling was to return? He said he'll be back after 100 nights.
돌아온다고 했어.
Oh.
백밤 가지고서는
100 nights is hardly enough, young master.
한 밤은
It will take at least 1,000 nights,
꼴을 당했는데.
given what they did to him.
그렇구나.
Oh, I see.
수빈은 역시
Smart as always, Shiran.
가령 도련님은 수년이 지났지만 여전히 몸이 썩어 들어가고 있대요.
Young master, it's been years, but young master Jieling's body is still decaying. He lost control over half of his body.
저번에 내가 시킨 대로
Even after he was fed the boluses I'd sent him?
그러니 도련님이 주신 환약은
I was told to relay that your boluses were useless, young master.
뇌까지 같이 썩은 거라. 원래대로 회복될 일.
The decay reached his brain, and I overheard the other servants gossip. It's impossible to recover from such a wound. The body is functionally dead. Death would be preferable, in fact. Give up your naive hope. Forget about him. You're always so smart, Jiren.
관리자님.
I'll now read the letter, Executive
편지를
Manager.
읽겠습니다.
I just realized. He's the guy that got poisoned by running around, right? Right? Yeah? As I stood there pondering... Ends at 19. Oh, we're close to the end. Okay. Otis walked up to the front with the letter in hand. This is from Manager Saud. Hello, everyone. I heard you managed to pass the first round. I wrote this letter before I heard the news, actually. You wouldn't be reading this letter if you hadn't passed. The level of the confidence. The heck? Well, let's save the celebrations for later. The real game starts in round 2. The other candidates must have been making alliances, strategies, sharing information about the next round. Meanwhile, you guys stumbled around aimless and alone before returning to your lodging, and here you are reading my letter. Is she watching us from somewhere? I was thinking we wouldn't get to the second one tonight. That makes sense. Don't worry, for your team specifically, round 2 doesn't require much strategizing. Because it'll be messy and continuous. Battle after battle. I guess we know what we're doing next. The battle on, as you always do. Huh? What you do best, right? Wait, whoa, hold on. I'd like to go into more detail in the letter, but I'm sure this letter will be, and has been, most likely intercepted by someone from the other candidates' clans or coalitions. So in order for you to obtain our objective, you'll have to rely on what you've learned and gained so far, your intuition and fearlessness. Like I said earlier, we have but one purpose. Contextual clues suggest the one purpose is implied to be come in second and obtain the golden bow. What kind of poison would cause total decay like that, especially on just a small branch? Crazy. K-Corp ampules do a lot of work. Well, that wraps everything up then. Oh, and one last thing. Although, you don't strictly need K-Corp ampules to like, deliver lethal contact poison. It is possible. I want something. Shameless curs who've rested their eyes upon the contents of this letter without authorization shall be struck down with a curse of misfortune that lasts generations upon generations. Ne'er shall they ever be successful in any endeavor regardless of nature. Took them 1100 nights, so it was a slow death. The bottom part of the letter's been torn off. What a way to end a letter. So, does anyone know what to expect in round 2? The letter didn't help at all. Fights. We're possibly fighting other candidates. It'd be better to learn the exact rules on site and hear from the organizers themselves. It's likely there's forces who already have their eyes and ears on us. Manager, there's someone near the door. Yoshichu? Right on cue, eh? I don't think that's what this is. Damn it, you. Grab your weapons. Prepare for battle. Despite our rush, the person by the door was none other than Jia Shichun. He wore an expression that we had grown quite familiar with by now, an interesting combination of annoyance and disappointment. Why do I ever expect anything better from you anymore? You're opening the front door to anyone without even checking who knocked? Just like that? I thought you were done talking with... I thought you still hated us! Yeah, we can be pretty heedless from time to time. But I don't think anyone who's intending to kill us would have the decency to stand and hesitate in front of my door, wondering if she should knock or not. You can see. Earlier in round 1. You had yourself killed in front of Jia Mu and Big Sister Yuanchun, didn't you? And revived yourself in front of them too, I presume? Righto? Righto. Why even go that far, What's gotten into you, brother? Family hierarchy, really? Why now? Why all of a sudden? I can tell just from that look on your face. You couldn't care less about becoming something like family hierarch. Is that really it? That they told you to do it? Jishin, imagine for just the sake of it, what if just like what if our actual goal isn't first place? You seriously expect me to believe that? Right? Totally. Heck, I wouldn't buy that either. Anyways. I'm not here to ally or parlay with you. I never am. I'm never ever doing anything like that with you again, brother.
두 번 다시는 안 해.
It'll be nighttime soon, you know.
찾아올 거니까. 달빛도 제대로
And your room's always been so dark because you barely let so much of as a ray of moonlight in.
곧 초대받지 않은
Seems she's warning us we'll be visited by some uninvited guests soon.
이 상황에서
Yeah, no way they're letting you, a sudden unforeseen variable, spend the night in peace. Didn't they warn us that round 2 candidates are prohibited from hurting each other? Ah, only the exact wording of the law, not the spirit of it.
맞아.
Right, they won't intervene as long as the candidate's not trying to kill a fellow candidate, literally, with their own hands. Nice and stuff.
그러니
Don't trust anyone, even your maidservants.
잊지 마.
직접 여기로 와줘서 고마워.
Thanks for coming here in person, Shichun.
내일은
Tomorrow we
정말로
will really be
즐거운
enemies.
거야. 이제 와서
I know it's too late to change anything, but tomorrow? She stumbled over her words, trailed off, and turned around and left as though she swallowed what she wanted to say. When she expressed a wish to visit you herself, I made 3 attempts to talk her out of it. It was highly impertinent of someone in my station to advise against her 3 times, yes, but I implore you to know the choice to come here was not an easy one. Oh, that's not what I wanted. And I can't see this man's feet. I know, the question can sound nosy, but are things okay over there?
상황은 좀 괜찮으신가요?
We'll face the trials to the best of our abilities. I wish with all my heart our paths will not cross tomorrow. And I share his sentiment. Wish not to ever bring harm to them, nor they to us in turn. Don't wish things like this towards the end of a chapter. Well, when's anything ever gone as we wished, eh? Heathcliff sounded just as uneasy. Stop wishing things like this. You're tempting fate. I guess we have like a few more to go. Sorry guys, I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. Alright. I usually wrap up around the 6-hour mark. We've been going about 5.5 hours, so it looks like we won't make it through the entirety of the chapter today. I think the chapter ends at 19. So I'm thinking we'll see. I gotta check when this actually unlocks. I think it's next week, right? We might not continue until next week. After this. Yeah, next week. Yeah. Alright. 22nd? Or presumably next Thursday. Alright. We'll probably continue on the 22nd then. We might be a section or two behind. But let's not worry about that too much. We'll probably have a little more time doing content, so I think I spent the first like 30 minutes leveling up a couple characters and going through their like up-T dialogue. Get to it. Alright, intruders. Well, we knew we weren't going to have a quiet night. We're going to be a little bit busy. It wants us to bring Slash. I could bring a Slash team, or I could keep going Burn. I'm just going to keep going Burn until it stops working, I guess. There's plenty of characters we could bring for Burn. We got both Kurakumas. Oh moon, once it waxes, it wanes. Oh water, once it fills, it overflows. For all lights must go out, the night is still. Time. Sharpen your senses. What are some known infiltration routes in this building that our enemies could use? Anywhere really, as long as the assassin's willing to put their mind to it. There was one time one of them suddenly appeared from under my bed. Wait, that sounds kind of terrifying. Ryoshi, who was leisurely puffing her cigarette as the sinners were looking around in full alert, suddenly pointed up. Up. Ceiling, someone landed above us. Oh, they're hiding in the ceiling. There must be more waiting for us just out the door. Hongwu spoke casually as though he was expecting them to have them join us for tea or something. Impressive, you're pretty sharp. Sinners all whipped around and swung their weapons toward the voice, but the assassin dodged back and began chugging from a gourd in his hand. It smells like... Is he drinking on the job? Give me a break, I'm an old guy on a night shift. I say I deserve a drink. Our target's young master Jia Baoyu. Let's kill him quick and call it a night. With that, the enemies began flooding into the room. Let's see how bad this encounter is going to be in Mirror Dungeons. Alright, new mobs? They have so many new mobs. Random murderers in ancient Chinese garb. Alright, got the hats and everything. Wait, how are we losing? What's the base of this? 4. How are we losing this? Oh, it's because we have a lower base value. That makes sense. Relying on coin power. Alright. Actually, a lot of these are a bit questionable. We'll see. I have no reason to attack into that. It's one of the last attacks. Let's go. Oh, whiffed on all coins. Bummer. He rolled max. We whiffed on all coins. Not a great start. Don Quixote. I need to wake the hell up. These guys all targeting one person? Oh, I thought this was a chain battle. What's going on? Chain battle my ass. These boys be cheating. I said 62. What's he break at? 40? Unlikely we get 3 of the 4 coins. I'm not gonna go that way. We'd won the previous fight? Possibly. As it is now? Nah, not feeling it. Oh, please stop whiffing. He's rolling max every time. Oh my goodness. That was unfortunate. For us, I suppose. Please, can we stop rolling minerals? Oh my goodness. The amount of minerals I'm seeing on 3 coins is disgusting. This fight's going to be brutal. If we keep rolling so poorly that we can't win favored runs, it's going to be rough. A bit rough. I'm more confident we can blast through their health and they don't get a turn. Alright. That guy's got 28, a little bit risky. Oh. Fists, and then...
해체어가 진행하겠습니다.
Nil, nil. Oh, come on, bro. Nil. Oh, we roll our first heads. Okay. Couple big rolls that could have activated Sinclair. Didn't quite work out. Oh, Don Quixote also lost her fight. Damn. Don Quixote throwing about as hard as it's humanly possible to throw right now. Hong Lu actually unironically carrying us, even though he has no passive buffs, he's still carrying. Alright, Hong. Turns out consistency is pretty handy when no one else can do anything that even remotely resembles consistency. That is a lot of bleed, oh my goodness. Okay. I'll just take a swing, let's go. 35, okay.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
Max rolled again? Oh man, okay.
이런. 그새 정신을 잃었나?
Yeah, we're still at 10 sanity, that is a rough one.
정부에 추가해 두고 조만간 갚아주지.
We get a banner this week and no banner for part 3? Carolina? We got a new banner. We just got a banner. Literally yesterday, a new banner. Literally yesterday, and you want another one already? Pace yourself. Pace yourself. We'll get a banner. Yeah, they did that for Canto 7. Oh, yeah. You don't need a banner for every single part. Think Marcel part 1, Barbara Otis part 2, nothing part 3. Yeah, there's the Fuse Canto. Yeah. They release their characters very consistently. It's every other week there's a new banner.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
This drains sanity but could also be really fun. Yeah, let's do that. More banners, more Heisho. Counterpoint, I don't have enough XP to level anything. I gotta spend hours farming I have to spend more hours farming XP every time they do that. There's my counterpoint. The faster they increase the release schedule of new units, the more XP I need. 12 Heisho. Dude, we don't even have 12 vampires. What makes you think we're gonna get 12 Heisho when they're not even the only enemy in the fight? We have more for some stupid reason, we have more Heisho than we do vampires, when we literally had nothing but vampires as enemies for an entire chapter. There's 12 Zodiacs. I do understand that. I'm saying, we only got 4 lousy vampires, and we already got 5 Heisho. We don't need more than 5. Unless we get a vampire team first. Can we get a vampire team? Only got 4 vampires from the entire act. Literally every single enemy in the game was a vampire. Every single enemy was a vampire. We didn't have non-vampire enemies except for the sync at the start, just as a fun sparring match between Don Quixote and Marcel. Offset? You can't offset counterattack. Get out of here. Alright, Fire Fist. Yeah, sure. Oh, he's just gonna get shat on. That's annoying. He gets knocked unconscious immediately. Okay, fine. Away every last drop. Magic Bullet Otis. Are we down to the last 6 guys? I gotta say, that's looking mighty fine. Magic Bullet looking real appealing right now. Yes, I'd like Magic Bullet. I feel like before we got there, you have to admit they're probably the strongest team in the game. Oh, the Heisho? I've only played with 2 of them. I wouldn't say they're the strongest, but they're pretty solid. Oh, the vampires. Oh. I thought you were talking about the 4 hate show we definitely got. Yeah, probably. That's one of the reasons why I'm not using them, because I've overused them. I wanted something new and spice. I wanted something new, so I was just going burn, because I'm like, oh, I just got the Dawn. Let's do Don Quixote. That's cool. Yeah. Like, it's really hard to replace Manager Don Quixote. She's so good.
슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
7 bullets. 7 bullets. Yeah, vampires. Vampires are really strong. Getting 10 vampires, 6, even 6 vampires would be silly. As is, they're like disgustingly strong because you run into it and it's like, you need sustain? Vampires have sustain. Admittedly, 2 of the vampires are not very good at their job sustaining themselves. Rhodia and the fucking Gregor can't keep themselves alive very well. Unfriendly, oh, fuck no, we don't want friendly PvP. Get out of here. We don't want PvP mode. No, we don't. No, it's either useless and doesn't get touched. It's either useless and doesn't get touched, or you have to have like the absolute best and latest teams for everything, and otherwise you're garbage. It's not that great. It's not that great an idea, I don't think. I don't think it's a great idea. Alright, another night ambush. Level 52, we're getting up to 55s. Getting there. Challenge friends to PvP fight, not random fights. Okay, that might be okay. I don't feel like that's something they'd implement based on the amount of effort it takes. That would be mine. But that's a lot of effort for something that doesn't do anything for most people. Maybe it isn't a reward. Holy hell, 100 damage guaranteed turn 1? Wait, what? 100 damage. Are you serious? Fuck, alright. That's not winnable either. Alright, hopefully we're not dead. Damn, he rolled max for a couple of those. He's still not doing that much. About to get wrecked by the unbreakable.
중귀의 안가품이 그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각했나? 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는 없지.
Just doing whatever's most likely to succeed, given how high the sanity requirement.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Blocks again.
한방 제대로 먹었군. 너희 꽤 재밌는 상대를 만났어.
Do we have a stagger here? No. We have our number 1 slot staggered. So either we're getting kills this turn or the fight's over. And given that they have higher sanity than us? We have 10 and 14, 14. They have 14, 12, 12. It's pretty dicey. Pretty dicey, but it's possible either way.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Yeah, these guys' gimmick is fuck Hong Lu up. Okay. That wasn't Hong Lu though, that was Don Quixote. Guess their gimmick is fuck up your team.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각했다면
14. I can't win at that. I have 0 sanity and 0 anything else, right? How we're supposed to win that one. I guess take a swing with that and hope we're... Alright. She's not a lower level than them, so she's not going to do anything. Magic bullet. Philip's not there yet. You're only redirecting them. Please give me sanity for killing them? No. No sanity for kill. Alright. Best I can do. Struggling. Half the time this just shoots back and kills me, which is pretty brutal. It'll only be 4 clashes. You lose automatically. You can try it, I guess. This counterattack, that's fine. 18. Sword. Fire fist his ass. Do it. Do it.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Well, that was half the damage I was hoping to get from Fire Fist. Could have been worse. Hey, we shot the right person! Yay! I should not be congratulating Otis for not shooting her own teammate. Yeah, our 1 slash person might be online this turn? Hey, there we go. We're getting places, we're getting places. Detonate magic bullet. Ignition. Sunset blade. 25 sanity sunset blade. Better than 0. Alright. We got the sanity. We're cooking. We're cooking. Damage isn't quite there, but that's okay. We'll reload. Let's see. Faust does not have enough purple, I think. She needs 2 purple, right? Oh, that's not good. Just lost. And yep, Don Quixote's dead. Oh, that sucks. Alright, we'll see. We should be able to get through the fight without her. She lost so many winnable clashes though. Oh my goodness. That was like 10 clashes that were super winnable that she's just like, nah, I don't need this. I'm only feeling so bad for. I can only feel so bad for a character if they throw like every single clash. Kind of just go, eh. At some point, you just accept that they're probably not going to succeed. Magic bullet, lots. Frontal assault, yeah, we'll take.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Oh, she lost Sam. Right. Guess we should have used a healing ego. That's on me. Dagger. $41.7. Only a little bit low in health. 41 damage per turn. Seems good. Not enough for the coin. We needed to get lethal. The fight ends here. Is it greedy to ask for the explosion? I don't think it's greedy, right? Tell me it ain't greedy to ask for this. Alright, I want the explosion, let's go. I want the explosion, let's go. 40 per target, surely. It dealt 50 per target. That's so bad. They were both staggered. Oh my goodness. Dude, I feel like a suicide attack needs to do way more damage. 25 per target without stagger is insanely low. Like, you can't even do that turn 1. It feels like you should be able to do more. I guess the benefit is like you can cycle people, right? I guess that's the benefit. You get an attack that cycles you. It still feels a little bit anemic. Night ambush too. Okay. They want higher level stuff. That's fair. A few of these guys aren't there. Dawn Office isn't there. Ishmael and Faust aren't there. Still going burn. Game can't stop me because I don't have enough experience for anything else. Glug glug. Oh, it's still working on it? Teams were continually underestimated by our foes. Yeehhaw made the same mistake. Around 10 levels there now. Didn't seriously think we'd be defeated by such a pathetic force, did you? Oh damn, you're giving me an early hangover. Don't you compare us to that little troublemaker of the Shi family, will you? Careful, Otis. His combat capabilities are leagues beyond those of his companion. Oh, that's why he's so sure of himself. I see. Identify your name and allegiance. Really, you think I'd just tell you all that if you ask nicely, working in this line of business? I have no name nor allegiance to give you, friend. I have no name to give. I have a title that others took the liberty of giving me. You tend to pick up those after surviving for so long. He who emerges with the liquor bottle only to fade into the nightly shadow of the world has deigned to call him the night drifter of the drunken palm. Okay. He's a boss encounter. Look at his weapon. The stick? Got a stick and a gourd. That's all he needs to win. Sure. Okay. Can't interact with any of these. That's a little bit annoying. Guess I'll try to focus one of these guys. Alright, we're losing to stick here. Let's see. 12s and 13s, 15. 15's pretty high. God, sometimes I really hate this Philip. He's so bad in both fights. Can we turn this off? Maybe we can turn off the swig. Offset the swig, then we only have to deal with vortex. Let's see. Yep. Slightly fair. 12, okay. 16 is neutral, or sacred. Something like that, maybe? Let's go.
진행하겠습니다. 일발 장전.
As I can see, Mur is this dude. Merceau, I found the perfect mix of blood and alcohol to get the exact buzz and win. We could use some more good Merceau identities. I feel like Merceau is lacking in interesting or good identities. Like we have one, right? We have Blade Lineage. And I personally like the design of the DHE. But I think you're right. Oh, he heals every turn. Interesting. Okay. Is that a clash counter? Under Blade Lineage, they kind of just stop. Yeah, making more stuff. 21! Sweet Jesus. Right. Yeah, that's probably where that goes. Fair enough. Okay. Well, sure. Guy's 5 initiative, he's fast. That is a clash counter, right? That is okay. It's 17. Got 2 burn count. Where's Rhodia going? Into him as well. We could trade 13 for 13, but I'm not confident enough in that one. I like this. 800. Oh, whiff. Damn. Oh, nice. Managed to pull off a W. I don't think we get any burn count off that, though. Guy gonna max roll? Oh, he max rolled 4 times. That sucks. Oh goodness, we are losing the clashes. That's 3 losses? That's not great. We're not quite there. (22)
중주의 안가품이 그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각했나?
We get a burn count. I think we have this one, right? That doesn't do anything. That's not good. Okay. They're all really fast. Wow. Okay. I can't do anything with this either. I guess we just go punch him in the face. All day. Shit, I can't do anything with this character either. That's half my team is incapacitated. Keisho is in like big sumo diets with Canto. That'd be cool. I'd like to get higher sanity so I can actually function. But it could be cool to just parry one attack and then let these guys take on whatever they think is reasonable. How is he supposed to be useful? God. Sinclair's best use is taking hits for someone else. Because he's certainly not doing anything else here. That's 100 damage. Sinclair, that is literally your best use, as you cannot win clashes for the next 4 turns. There's not a single fight you can win. At the 6 hour mark? Okay, good. Fuck, we already lost on the first roll. That's not good. Stagger. I think we lose this fight because we lost so many clashes early on. Not much we could have done about that though. We staggered him, but we're down 2 people this turn, so it's not really an advantage turn. Oh, they have 25 as a base clash now. Yeah, okay, we don't win that. 25. 25. I don't think I have anyone who can beat a 25. Or clash with these attacks. Nobody can clash this attack. It's unclashable. And we need an ego, but we don't have any egos because we've been losing clashes all the time. Okay. That's 230. That's an instant kill. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we just have to hope that the fight insta ends after we beat this guy up a bunch, because fuck if I know when I'm supposed to be doing that. Yeah, that's an insta-kill attack that nobody can resist. Cool. Cool. 42, we're not rolling max. Well, this sucks. Alright, we don't get to do our follow-up attacks. Honglu's dead. He recovers automatically, so we can't... I'm not sure if we can actually beat him, because he might just cutscene and kill us again. Alright. He might just cutscene interrupt us if we attack him again, so we can't really fight him. He's at initiative 10 with a 30. Cool. It's a 30. This clashes for 24. Clashes for 28. It is a 33. I guess we're relying on him not getting this clash off, this victory off. Right? We just assume that he won't succeed because it's impossible for us to win otherwise. Yeah. Alright. Virginia is a Durante. Now's the time. Oh, we already lost like 2 people. He's at Phil's at 0. Can Philip actually win a fight for once? That would be cool. Let's see. Nope, can't win that. Can anyone beat this guy's clash? I don't think I have any attacks that beat this. Yeah, nothing beats it. Alright. It's just guaranteed to go through. We can't beat that. Alright. And he max rolled? Yeah, he max rolled. Damn, alright. Well, there wasn't anything we could do about that. Alright. Okay, he failed another neutral roll. He's yet to win a single clash. It would be nice if we had people that actually won clashes. Alright. I got 11. That guy's got higher sanity than us, we lose that fight. These are all 18s, we also lose all these fights. Okay, well... we can clash with like exactly 2 of these. No, we can't clash with that. We have no ego still. Philip is literally useless, like he's complete dead weight in this fight. He's dead weight in most fights, but now that we're fighting evenly, it's not even close. He's like completely useless. A little bit annoying. Oh, this guy cleanses debuffs every single turn. You have to be joking. He's also immune to burn. Really? Oh wow, what a shitty fight for burn. Alright. I'm going with burn is not a fucking viable team for this Canto. The boss is being burn immune is stupid. Oh my god. Alright, the boss is being burn immune and having insanely high clash phase kind of makes this team feel useless. It's the second we run into one boss. Well, he's at 0 burn right now. And every single member of the team was also on 0 burn, meaning they have a debuff cleanse. Because we did hit him like 3 times. We targeted him like 5 times the turn before. But but he got no burn. Yeah, I can't win any of these clashes. Like, I don't have any sanity, and they're at 45 now? And 17s. A 45 and a 17. I can't beat that with anybody here, right? Like, we're looking at single digits and like 3+ below them. Like, our best case scenario is he's going to... our best case scenario, worst, like, he's going to fail. The AI doesn't fail our failing until like -30. Okay, I guess we just like try to kill one of the bosses, because like this fight's clashes are impossible for a burn team to carry out. Alright. Yeah, this fight's clashes are actually impossible for us to carry out. So I guess we just swing in and hope it works out. That's where he doesn't have a cleanse. Okay, I've stacked another 7 debuffs on him. Oh, by the way, wait, he's able to counterattack attacks that aren't targeting him? Interesting. Okay. Cool. Wait, how many attacks does he have? That's 5 attacks, is it not? 6 attacks? He just attacked and killed 5 people by himself in one turn. But we clashed with at least 2 of his attacks. Okay. You're next and the last one. I'm strangely confident for someone who failed to protect their master. Doesn't know the singers can come back from death. Well, I've claimed the master values life. I should be free to clock out. There's no coming back from a crushed brain. Real shame. Had he studied under my tutelage, he could have matched me in skill. And the intruder disappears from the room without another word. After a brief break, I revived the dead sinners. Who could have sent him? Could it be that GIQ bloke from earlier? You saw the way he was glaring at the rich boy? He wasn't the only one glaring daggers at Honglu. Hey, if your brain's feeling funny, ask him to turn the clock again. You alright? No. This feels new to me. Whenever I was attacked here, this building felt infinitely vast. But now that I'm with all of you, it feels so crowded and alive. And that's funny how? Well, I imagine he's saying he's happy we got his back, to paraphrase. Cool. I don't really know what was going on there, since that didn't match up with any of the attack patterns. Like, he attacked more times than he should have. And just killed everyone, which was kind of lame. So, he has the cleanse. He has a built-in cleanse that shuts down your debuffs, then cleanses for everybody. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't think Vern's gonna be a good team for this. We didn't have, like, we couldn't get 18 consistently. Because if you can't get, like, your, if you can't get your, like, conditionals for Burn, you're just not working, right? Like, it'd be better to be Bleed and only need, like, the pathetic, like, what's Bleed's activation for, like, this? Like, the activation for this is, like, it's like coin power for 6 bleed, but it applies enough bleed to be triggered, right? Like, it heals you at all times. It's always good, because it always heals. And the conditional for its AoE effect isn't target has bleed, it's hard blood on self, right? Yeah, I think we just have higher clash values here. Like, this is it's like a base 16, which is probably better. Yeah. Sinclair isn't doing shit for us also. I don't know if you noticed, but Sinclair's been trash. He's bad at clashing, and he's really bad in story mode. Yeah, he's getting cut for Sinclair instead of Sinclair. I really don't like Dawn Office Fixer. He's theoretically good, but the minute he's challenged, he falls apart. Check passive, no cleanse. Alright. Then I suppose the 5 attacks I targeted him with when he was stunned all failed to land or deal burn damage. That's fine. Not a single one of them managed to successfully get through his passive shield or something. Alright. Yeah, got you for Sinclair. Yeah. Still feel like Burn's missing good clashers. That's annoying. Alright. Because she's not cutting it either. Her damage is way too low. Her clash value is way too low on this skill. I don't think this improves it, right? Yeah, it's just more damage. That guy was running 18 for every single attack, right? It's possible it happened. Yeah, I feel like the clash values are too low. Oh, clash values are too low across the board on this. That's enough. I don't think I have. I need higher clash values than Sinclair. Sinclair being bad at clashing is really bad for the team. Like 14 is too low. 14 is so low. Makes both these attacks unusable, so you're praying for Stigmatized most of the time. It's bad when the enemy had 17 baseline. 17 baseline for attacks. Is a very high threshold to function at. She's also struggling there, right? This is also struggling, which is so annoying. Okay, so none of these do burn count, right? Yeah. Not enough people with burn count. No burn count, no burn count. Do burn count on coin 3, I think. Oh, not having burn count is. Firefist has it on one of these, right? Yeah, if you consume district fuel. Gets burn count too. What happens? I was 2 hits away from 50%. Yes, that is what happened. I was 2 hits away from 50%, which prevented. Yes, we were some distance away from the threshold, and the trigger instantly got rid of all his debuffs because we couldn't apply more stacks, giving him a free cleanse, as we couldn't apply additional burn. Count? Yeah, you only had 1 count? Well, if the game's gonna cutscene me, that still sucks for burn. Because burn has trouble maintaining count. Like, you have, like, nobody does it, right? Look, like, burn, no burn count, no burn count. Very conditional burn count. If you fail any clashes, it goes badly. Triggered normally. Yeah. Actually, I don't think you have burn count either. You have no burn count, right? Yeah. Oh, we need burn count. Same with Rupture? Yeah, Rupture. I'm surprised that both of these don't have count on them, though. I would have thought at least one of these would have had burn count on them. It's like, it makes it really hard to make a burn team if you can't inflict count, right? There's no burn count at all on Faust, and there's none on the other new burn character. Which leaves you with like an awkward lack of conditionals all the time. There's no count on this. Also no count in skills. Impossible to keep Rupture up. Yeah, Rupture is hard to keep up. Well, you can run the RNG Rupture team and kill everything. It's like 4 characters, right? Yeah, who gets XP next? Oh. Oh well, not important. We will continue this later. That was our last fight. Either way, success or fail, that was our last attempt. I think it's the 22nd that the next section unlocks. Yep. We'll continue this on the 22nd. You're almost done. Dude, I have to get up for work at some point. There's 2 chapters left. There's 2 chapters left. No. There's 2 chapters left. It's gonna be like 30 minutes. As much as I'd like to continue, I'm trying to get to bed at a semi-reasonable time so I can get up in the morning. Yeah. That fight was a little bit tedious. It wouldn't have been the worst to redo though. Like, I feel like for this fight, we could redo it. And if we got some better clashes, we'd be okay. It's like, our team was really struggling with the clashes, but it wasn't necessarily like how bad their attacks were, it was just like losing. Important clashes. Losing all the important clashes, and we were low on ego, so we didn't even have egos at that point. Alright. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. I hope you had a great time. Rocking on through Limbus Company. Latest Canto. Canto 8. I'm personally quite enjoying the Canto, and I'm looking forward to the rest of it. There's actually, as Canelius has pointed out, only 2 story sections left before the forced break, which will continue next week. So what we'll do next week, we'll just come back and try to do the whole thing. We'll probably fail. So we might do like a Friday stream next week as well for this. But otherwise, we'll be back to our regularly scheduled fighting game. So thanks so much for hanging out, guys. I hope you have a great night, and I will see you all next time.